Wait,
Oh, and we're live.
hola
Welcome to Sea
amigos.
Monster. Hey, today is Sea Monster Live number 54. 54 people.
How are
So it's
y'all
got.
guys doing? It's your
Yeah,
boy, the Tapir God himself, Hoshi0071, at your service.
yeah, yeah. And this is your host, the Sea Monster, doing spooky time.
Those sadly I did that, made my avatar into this spooky
Yeah,
maybe maybe because I didn't have that much time because I was focusing on my the if this isn't related to Godzilla, but I'm a part of a Gachi Akira community, and we had a contest called Gachitober in case we're drawing everything that's Gachi Akira related that has some theme in it.
yeah, yeah. I get you. Um, yeah. I mean, like, you know what's funny? Like, this was initially going to be like a stream on a video on Nosferatu, but then I realized, oh, it like 54. It sounds too good for me to not do a stream that's Godzilla related.
Wait,
And
54 as in like 54th anniversary.
well, yeah, well, not 54 anniversary, just kind of more like because Godzilla started in 1954, something like that.
Ah, yeah.
And you can even say it's also pretty appropriate because the topic is regarding a film in the Godzilla series that kind of has like a lot of direct ties to 1954. Oh, hold on, we got another person. We got Zalau here.
Hi guys, how are you?
Nothing
Pretty
much.
good.
I
Pretty
see
good.
what you did there, by the way.
Today,
Yeah,
we're discussing about what is basically Godzilla's version of the death of Superman, if you know.
I don't like that in a
Yeah,
way.
I kind of compare it to, Death of Superman to Godzilla vs. Destroyer.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
just
just watched the movie again last night. I have some notes and stuff.
yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I pretty much watched it like a couple weeks ago, pretty much. So I want to get that in ultimately, commemorate it. Um, and and there's like other reasons why I watched it as well, aside from it being turning 30 this year, and for this video. But we'll get to that in a bit.
As for me, I'll be turning 22 this month.
Nice, yeah. So yeah. Uh, I guess I just guess we'll kind of wait around a bit, see what else shows up.
If to any of you guys are wondering, probably when Halloween comes by, I'll think of me and my sister are thinking of watching Nosferatu.
Oh, actually, which one? Which version?
You know, the obvious one, the newest one.
Oh, the newest one. Yeah. Oh, all right. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's Halloween, and I was thinking something spooky, and what better way to do it than to talk about, the newest vampire film.
Well, I mean, Nosferatu is not the newest vampire because it came out like last year, and we talked about Sinners that came out like
Yeah,
earlier this year.
newer.
So,
Yeah.
but I mean, Nosferatu is definitely like it's a one of the
It's the new
newer
Dracula
vampire
version,
movies
in a way, right? I guess.
in a way,
Oh
but
no, it's
aside from
not actually because there was a newer one, Dracula Love's Tale, something like that.
oh
Yeah.
god, oh god, I completely forgot. Is that the Luc Besson version?
It's the French one that came out
Oh,
and
oh
it
that's
had
right. Yeah,
Europe for some
yeah.
reason.
I wasn't even thinking about that. Yeah, that one just completely slipped under my radar. Ah,
Now I'm hoping that CMS comes by.
yeah, I sent him a DM.
Does
The
he
funny thing
even
is
have?
that I watched the trailer for that one, and then it never seemed to come out, and then it was just like gone. Like I would have given it a try. Like the fact that it says love in title doesn't mean that I'm not gonna watch it all of a sudden. But yeah, like I don't know what happened there.
Hmm. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like it never got released in theaters or even just released at all. Like even after the day it was supposed to.
You know, the most horror thing that it did is being a ghost movie. No one saw it.
Oh, so it did release, but no one gave a shit.
Yeah, like first of all, like many movies, sadly, it had different release times in different countries. So
Yeah.
maybe someone saw it and other people thought, okay, it's already passed, right? Like I missed my opportunity to watch it. But no,
Yeah.
actually, in your country, you can watch it next month. But now, because it's released somewhere else, you think, okay, I missed it, right? So you forget it exists.
Yeah.
And then it
And
turns out, oh no, it was in the movie for like a week. Screw you. Yeah.
Oh, wait. By the way, wow, I forgot to tell you something.
Yeah.
In a couple of weeks ago, I was my town was having a festival that was centered around the graffiti artists, and in doing so, I met a couple of two of the artists in that in town, and they told me that in the next month that there's going to be a contest roll around comic books. So I was wondering if you could, give me some, word advice on what to do and what not to do.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay. When we're done with this, or like maybe tomorrow, if I don't have time today, since I have to clean the house, we can like have a call. I don't mind.
No, I was thinking of maybe the next Saturday because on Friday I'll be going to a wedding.
Okay. Okay.
all right.
Yeah. Fine.
Anyway, Godzilla vs. Destroyer.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I guess maybe we probably could just sort of give a brief, like as brief of a history as we can, as far as like our history with the movie. Aside from what some of us consider it to be like the death of Superman equivalent to Godzilla. Um, just to while we wait around for some other folks to come on.
See, like I don't know if you ever said this on stream or if you want to say it or not. Like, how old are you?
Uh, yeah, I pretty much. I'll just go and say it. Like I turned 31 like last week.
Oh,
Congrats.
okay. So basically, you were barely alive at the point where this movie released. Like you were. Okay. Okay.
I was 22. I'm 22 now. No, I'll be 21 two in a couple of weeks.
No, no, no. I was asking C because I wanted to know if he was alive when this movie came out, and like he was.
I was, but
But
I
I
was,
doubt that
but
he
yeah,
had full watching comprehension, at the time. So
exactly, yeah. So I mean, like with Godzilla versus Destroyer, I mean, I guess I'll probably just go first with my history with it. Like the first time I watched it was actually was actually just mainly like around the hype when Godzilla 2014 was coming out. Like there were like my local Walmart at the time was like selling, actually had like a whole bunch of Godzilla movies like on DVD on shelves, selling them, in anticipation for Godzilla 2014, and so I grabbed a whole bunch of them from there just to get through the catalog, not just of some ones that I haven't watched in a while, like Godzilla against Mechagodzilla, but also in Godzilla 2000, but also even some films that I never got around to watching, which are mainly the films of the Heisei era, and those like double feature sets from Sony, where you had like Godzilla vs King Ghidorah, Godzilla Mothra, and Godzilla vs Space Godzilla and Destroyer were among them. And that's ultimately when I first watched Godzilla vs Destroyer. It was like around that time, and I pretty much definitely I definitely enjoyed Godzilla vs. Destroyer. When I first watched it, I liked it a lot. It was pretty much like at the time, it was like my favorite film in the Heisei era. Um, because it was like the most like it definitely had it was an emotional send off for the King of the Monsters in the Heisei era. And Destroya was an absolute badass. Um, I've always liked Destroya from a design standpoint and just sort of like the implications of the in the thematics, what have you, of the character's origin and how it ties back to the original film. It's like very impactful. So, yeah, that's kind of where my sort of perspective on Godzilla vs. Destroyer was. Like even though I was kind of aware of the character before even seeing the film, mainly just thanks to Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee. Just mainly for that. But yeah, watching the film it was definitely quite a treat. And where I stand on it now, like I still would regard it as one of the better films in the Heisei era. That sounds as if I'm saying like, it's not that good. It's one of the better ones, but blah blah blah. No, it is like I would like reword it a bit. It's still one of the best entries in the Heisei era. It like though upon rewatching it recently, it's got there's some floopy bits here and there from in terms of like writing, and and even then there's even like a couple like technical bits that are kind of like I don't know about that, but yeah, it definitely still holds up more than not as one of the stronger entries in the Heisei era that I've kind of had a complicated history as of late, where there's some entries in it that I like quite a bit that I definitely think hold up pretty well. And then there's some like Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, which y'all know my piece on that one.
Yeah, I mean, we made a whole entire video on why that movie is not that good.
Exactly.
So overall, I think we all kind of feel the same way about Heisei. Like, and it seemingly happened with a lot of people too. Like, boomers loved it because they grew up with it, and then when like the younger generation started growing up, like those maybe were like the first movies we watched. Like I remember, which one was it? Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla. It was complete. I don't remember if it was dubbed or subbed here on YouTube for years. So that's one of the first old Toho movies that I was able to watch. And dude, like even then, as a little kid, I was like, "What the? How did broke down dissolve into nothingness? How, how do you do that? How are you trying to convince me that this lizard's eyes glow red when it's afraid and it somehow has like telepathy?" And then I was like, the girl also has telepathy? What the hell? How? Like, it threw so much shit at the wall that it was something that kept me from watching Heisei.
Oh, was it so you kind of like watched the fifth film in the Heisei era, just sort of completely cold without the context of any of the
Exactly.
other films.
Yeah. And I will be
Mm.
honest, even adding the context, I don't like how they treated everything. Because you go from 84, which is pretty like grounded, but sci-fi. It's still like a little bit sci-fi, right? Because you have the super advanced Japan that can develop like the Super X. That's the most sci-fi thing besides Godzilla, right?
Yeah,
And then it has like this electromagnetical thing, like it's based on real stuff that animals actually do. So it's kind of realistic. And then you introduce apparently in the next movie, because I don't remember this one. I watched it years ago. You say that you have a full classroom full of these little freaks that can use the shining, and I'm like, what? What? And then, like in that movie, you want to introduce also the themes of genetic engineering, and that's like great actually. Like that's super good, but you barely use it. And then you introduce the themes of the fucking soul being 100% confirmed true, no fake. Souls exist, and no one does anything about it, right? Like no one actually talks about it. Hey, actually, we saw some girl's soul leave this giant fucking monster and go up to heaven. No one really gives a fuck. So it's like such an odd, bizarre movie.
I think the girl's face, like showing up in there, that's just meant to be like an implication. Like the characters aren't actually seeing it; it's just for the audience.
Then it's
But
very badly executed. To be fair, because it's like with all the bullshit you've done, like you have a psychic girl there. And you're telling me that the soul then is not like an actual confirmed thing; it's more like an implication. It's so bizarre. Um,
So,
but
do you
you know,
guys want to know
a
what
lot of
I
it
think of the
is
movie?
executed. And I understand why at the time it didn't make that much money and why it kind of flopped. And it wasn't really well liked. And the reason why people like it now is because it's established, right? Like people know it, so it's like yeah, they're going to have all of this stuff, right? So I already know it's going to happen. I just go into the movie to enjoy it, and that way it's actually way easier, and the effects are really good still, even though they reuse the best shot of Violante like 2 or 3 times, and I don't like that. Eh, I don't like it.
So, do you guys want to know what I think of the movie?
Wait, I'm not done. So
Okay.
like the way in which I started with Haze was like really bad, to be fair. Um, but yeah, then I went movie by movie, skipping the ones that I knew were like absolute trash. Like it's like, why would I watch Godzilla versus King Ghidorah? Right? Like I can watch like a video about it and I don't have to deal with it at least. Like I know the memes, I know the story, I know everything. Like I don't need to watch it. Also, I think it sucks. Then in preparation for this stream, I rewatched Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, which is still really bad. But if you watch the dub version, it's actually kind of fun because the dubbing is so, I don't know, it's so cheesy and so funny. Do you know what pterosaurs are? Pterosaurs? They're flying little dinosaurs. G-force. You know, like the way in which he fucking says it. It's such a funny film in the half with the dub. Then second half, they throw all of this bullshit at you, and it's like, you know, and but the fight is good at least, right? Like so it's not like terrible,
yeah.
but I was like falling asleep. And then I watched versus Space Godzilla. First I watched it dubbed, and then with the subtitles because Gojin convinced me. Uh, it was way better than Mechagodzilla to me, at least.
Oh.
Here's the thing. Yeah, like hot take, I guess. But here's the thing. I knew that Godzilla will like Junior will look cutesy, right? But the thing is, while I understand that in the first movie he's a newborn, so he's kind of high all the time, right? Like he looks like he is Snoop Dogg's best friend. In the second one, he's a little bit more lively, and the suit actor actually has a little bit more freedom that I can notice. So his acting when he first finds Space Godzilla, it's very actually fine. Like if the design wasn't such a chibi fight thing, I think it would work really well, but I didn't mind it. And then when Space Godzilla is attacking Godzilla, the way in which a baby would react if he saw his parent get attacked is like, he wobbles up to Godzilla to try and help him because he's scared. I understand why people went into Destroyer caring about him. Finally, I get it because I always watch the Mechagodzilla and then Destroyer, never this one in between, and that makes sense. So I will say that at least in the Godzilla and Baby Godzilla side of things, it is necessary to watch that movie, and it's actually well executed. And then you have the fucking Mario plot where Peach is kidnapped, Bowser is trying to destroy everything, and Mario has to go save her. It's literally a Mario film. So watch this one before you watch the new movie. And then with Destroyer, uh, there's a lot of good things. I will say it's a decent movie. It is definitely like the best movie of Heisei, depending on who you ask, or the second best. But also, so many people talk about this as the most emotional Godzilla movie. After minus one, I think that's already like, no, not really. But I didn't cry at this movie or anything. I know that a lot of people did. And I think that as a little kid, I would have cried. But now as an adult, I see that it's like they should have gone harder on the emotional stuff. On the very last 15 to 10 minutes, I think that there's a lot that they could have done to really hit people in the guts about all of, like the story and how it works. But they didn't really do that. So I think it's good, but I don't think it's as good as other people do. Like when we are talking about the reasons, I will say more, right? But for now, that's really all I have to say.
Okay. Now, Hoshi.
Okay, so my history with Godzilla versus Destroy is not quite what you guys would expect because back in the day when I started, going to Godzilla fandom, um, I obviously started what my basically my comeback to Godzilla was Godzilla 2014, and because of that I was interested in the what the movies were doing, what the other Toho movies are like. So because of that, watched Watch Mojo's video on top 10 Godzilla movies, and in doing so I watched. All the rankings, and in doing so, I found out about Godzilla vs. Destroyer, and I thought, oh, this looks neat. So because of that, I watched a couple of reviews of the movie and see what they think, and they all said that it was a really solid finale to the Godzilla franchise, and I kind of agree with what they were saying. I thought that the movie is really well done in terms of being emotional. I liked how it ties back to the original 1954 film, and I also like how Destroyer also very much fits in like with the theme of the original film. About how the nuclear weapons like bombs are dangerous and how we should be careful what not to do with them. But I also like how this seems like a very fitting finale for Godzilla, and I like how it genuinely feels like whenever he sees Junior and how he sees a dead body and how he tries to, revive him, you genuinely feel the sense of sadness in that moment. And I thought that Destroyer, because that moment, you genuinely want Godzilla to beat Destroyer, but I also was not a fan of the fact that the humans had to intervene to, stop the Destroyer, despite the fact that this was basically Godzilla's last fight. So I thought that he should have been the one to take him down. But in doing so, I also think that humanity itself should be the one to, put a stop to this because of the fact that you know, humanity is the one that is trying to fix itself. We make mistakes. We do a lot of bad things. But in doing so, we can still try to learn from our mistakes and be better in general.
Yeah.
And because of that, I like how the movie ends on a very bittersweet note. It's the end of this Godzilla, but it's not the end of his legacy because at the end of the movie, Godzilla Jr. reemerges and he basically becomes the newest Godzilla. Now, that being said, though, there are a lot of fan theories concerning the fact that Gemstone Godzilla is the Godzilla Jr. that was in the Case era. Even though many people kind of debunk that, I do kind of am a fan of that because at least in some way, I kind of see this as a maybe, but not so really continuation of the Heisei series. And because I consider Godzilla vs. Destroyer my personal, or at least one of my personal favorite Godzilla movies. Just how it ties back to the original, but also how it's emotional in its own way. Even though I still prefer films like the original, GMK, and the Minus One, I still regard it as my top five favorite Godzilla movie.
Yeah. Yeah. And that, yeah, the thing is, like, it actually kind of makes sense. it actually kind of makes sense that humanity would be the one to defeat both Destroyer and Godzilla because in the at least from a thematic standpoint in terms of like how humanity kind of indirectly was responsible for the creation of Godzilla and Destroyer in a sense, with like the nuclear stuff with Godzilla and the oxygen destroyer with Destroyer. So it's kind of like just sort of like them just sort of kind of fixing all that. Excuse me. Yeah, but
Personally, like I think that Destroyer's death could have been a little bit better, like the immediate death, right? Like I like how it was executed, but like that's when I say that they could have gone harder on the emotional part in the last 10 minutes. Because if Godzilla was so enraged that as he's like literally melting, he just keeps like digging into Destroyer, I think that would have sold his rage a little bit more. For example, like well, Destroyer just kind of like falls flat, face flat to the ground, and that's kind of it. And Godzilla is like, "Oh yeah, I'm still melting. Why?" No, instead of finishing the job.
hmm, yeah, hmm. But yeah, yeah, like maybe probably could have just like maybe you probably could have done like a little bit of like a double tap of sorts, kind of like do what like sort of do what he did to. I guess maybe they just like wanted to avoid like repeating like what they did in Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2 and Space Godzilla, where he just uses like the super hot, super powerful spiral breath while the enemy is like down just to blow them up. Like just like we don't want to. It's like let's not rehash that.
Yeah, yeah, but like while I understand that the suits have limitations, you don't need to do like the spiral thing, and that's another criticism of Heisei. Like beams all over the place. Yes, them like so. I think that maybe like like this thing killed his kid, right? Wouldn't the last thing you would want to do in this world like be make sure that this thing is dead, even if you have to rip it apart with your own hands? Because Godzilla is always kind of angry, right? So
Yep.
I feel like you needed to sell me how this is different. Like this is like 100% personal. Like this is not like the same thing as Space Godzilla. Like this is way worse. Or like maybe I don't know. As he's walking, as he's literally melting and dissolving, he could try to get to Godzilla Junior to die next to him. Maybe on the way there he just dies, and you're like, oh, he never got there. Like I'm talking about like very emotional stuff, like make people like cry, like for real, like cry, 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 cry. And I think that they missed a lot of opportunities with it. I don't think that what they did is bad. I just think that it could have been better. Like this is the last Godzilla movie that you had planned to make for 10 years. Like make it like go hard or go home, basically. That's
Yeah,
how I felt about it. But it's not that I disliked it.
yeah, like yeah, I guess I would say like the film does like a sufficient, like it did a sufficient job at essentially selling the so like the emotional heft of the whole of essentially like the whole thing. Which even when you take into context of like, oh yeah, this Godzilla started out as like a villain and then he sort of progressed into being a bit more
An
anti-hero
anti-hero.
ish. When more anti-hero once once you meet once Junior comes enters the fold. Um yeah. Yeah, it's like there is like a bit of like a whole thing of like he's still like a like even though he did cause all this like destruction, he's still ultimately like a living creature at the end of the day. That's kind of just that was sort of changed and altered due to things that things that due to like I said, things that were kind of like out of its control that it pretty much didn't even want in the first place. And now he's just like dying in a really painful way, actually. You know, because like you pretty much have to think about I pretty much get what you would mean, Lau, in terms of like he probably should have been like a bit gone up harder in terms of like trying in when he's going after Destroyer for killing his kid. But I guess it's like if the other on the other hand, it's like he is kind of like 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 it could definitely like I guess the reason you could sort of justify why he didn't quite go as hard, not because he didn't want to, but just because like the pain that he's sort of going through, like he's literally just melted, like he's pretty much melting away at this point. Like who, it's hard to even imagine like
Like
what.
I do get it. Like I understand. It's just that I think that in an alternate universe, if he had actually like ripped Destroy apart, people will be talking about this movie way more because it's like even though he was like literally melting, he still kept going, and that's a really Godzilla kind of thing to do. Like no matter what's going on with you, like you just keep going.
Yeah, right.
I feel like it's still embodies, but again, like I don't have any issues with the concepts and the plot points of or like every like thing that happened in the movie. It's just that I feel like it could have gone a bit harder. And if not destroying Destroyer, destroying Destroyer, if not like making sure that Destroyer is dead, again, maybe just make him try to reach Godzilla Jr. before he melts away. So like, okay, he wants to be with his kid, but we are freezing him because if we actually let him do that, everyone's gonna die. So like it's way more conflictive at the end.
Yeah,
Stuff like that. But again, I just really want to make it clear that I don't actually have an issue with it. It's just that I think that in a lot of things, the execution of the things that they wanted to do was like a very uh, I don't know. Like I think that with some things in this movie, they could have used like a second or third draft. Like I understand that they had many versions of the movie before they decided on this final one. But once you decide on the final one, I think that they could have done some, like checks on okay, so how can we improve on this? How can we make the dialogue as a whole a little bit better? I feel like that was kind of lacking in some things.
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. The things that I would say could have used like a bit more sort of fleshing out, I suppose, would kind of would be like a few of the characters in the film, like
And
like some of the human cast, which like I mean, like as they stand, like there isn't like at least so far into the analysis of it, there isn't really much I could say that's like wrong with the human cast, per se. It's just that aside from just like probably could have done a little more with them.
like for the last Heisei movie, and this is something that people might say, like, dude, can you like decide on what standards you have? But it's like, yeah, I mean, it's the last movie, right? That you wanted to make for 10 years. I think that it's fine if the humans are not like great, if you're going to really put the effort when it comes to the monsters. And I think that, like, for example, the guy from Mechagodzilla coming back here in this movie, like suddenly you're like, who's the pilot of the Super X3? And you just see it's him, and like the way in which he acts is completely different. Like I see that they had a lot of passion for what they're doing, which they actually mixed with intent. Um, that's something that I feel like they didn't really do in the other movies. They had a lot of passion for those two, but they never stopped to think, aren't we doing too much? But with this one, they did try their best to like make it feel like the closure for all of it. So like I like the humans as much as I could like any humans in a Heisei movie outside of 84. But yeah, like even though I normally say try to make them as good as possible, in this case I would say no, it's fine, right? Because you had to deal with the whole ending of thing. So it's like whatever. Like if you didn't put the work in the previous movies, you're not going. I'm not expecting you to fix all of that in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just the main thing of like when you have like, for example, you have like the one guy who sort of like creates the micro oxygen, and and the film kind of like has him just being sort of like being questioned about about whether or not he's just replicating the oxygen destroyer and like the risks and all that. Like you pretty much have like a couple scenes of dialogue between him and one of the
So, are
Yamane.
we gonna talk about the video? Are we gonna
Yeah, we're gonna get to that, but I'm kind of waiting for some other, still waiting to hear
Yeah,
back
like
from some other
don't
people.
know much. Like it's yeah.
Yeah, I'm just kind of trying to hear back from some other people. And
By the way, like I also wanted to say, like you said that the first time you saw Destroyer, it was on Save the Earth, right? Like for me, it was kind of the same thing. It was with Godzilla Unleashed. So my first thought when I first watched it, was like, why isn't he blue?
yeah,
Because in Godzilla Unleashed, Destroyer looks pretty blue. Like or like purplish. Like it doesn't look black and red. So I was like, wait, am I watching the wrong movie or something? Like this that he evolved later on.
yeah,
Yeah, like
I mean, I never really had that sort of like question in my mind. I kind of, I guess maybe like even when I was younger, I kind of self consciously sort of understood that like maybe like the games were like a bit more of a stylized take of Destroya as opposed to the film. Um, but yeah, like I first became aware of Destroya because of the Pipeworks Atari trilogy. Well, particularly Destroy Monsters mainly. That was like the introduction. But but as far but the movie I didn't even watch until 2014. Like the game, I pretty much had became aware of like way was like from way before. So
yeah, yeah. No, same. Because by the way, like I really wish they would just make a new Godzilla game
I
already. Like
know, right?
for real, not that mobile trash they like to do. Fucking. So sometimes you have to say, Asia, like your priorities are all wrong. Like the fact that China likes to play mobile games doesn't mean that that's all you should do, dude. But that's the whole gaming industry right now.
We should
So
get Arc System to do a Godzilla fighting game.
the who?
Arc System, the same guys who did Guilty Gear and Dragon Ball Fighters.
like the thing is, if you know how to make a fighting game, you can make a Godzilla game. And the thing is, Dragon Ball is like a very different type of style. I don't think that you can gauge someone in their capacity of what they can do or not. Um, but like, I would like to see other options that you might have, right? Like for these games.
I mean, the thing I was thinking about maybe like action beat 'em up or like a dual blade, system type of games, similar to like Devil May Cry or God of War, types of games.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it could be, but also like it depends on the type of game that they will make. Maybe they don't want to make a fighting game anymore. Maybe they want to do something else, and that would be great, honestly, to have some variety. But yeah, like I just want them to make like an actual real game, not more mobile shit. Like we don't need that. No one wants it.
exactly. Like yeah, like Godzilla is like ripe for for someone to make a pretty really cool game these days.
Yeah, but
And
also you have to point out the limitations, the fact that Godzilla is a big ass kaiju, and you have to think about how to properly do a game about a character this big.
No, it's super easy. Like it's actually not hard. Like that's not a problem. If you're talking about story, yeah, they should first make a story. And my worry is that they don't want to make a game because every time they do, they come up with a story and they're like, "Oh, but we should make a movie about that." Maybe that's going on, and they have like a bunch of fucking scripts. locked somewhere, and they're like maybe for later, um, or maybe that Gigabash is out, and they feel like, okay, yeah, we don't need to do anything else. Like this is already popular, right? Maybe, like I'm not sure, but
Yeah,
eh, I don't get their decisions on this. Like it makes no fucking sense.
yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah. Right now, I'm just trying to see like trying to do like figure out the screen share sort of situation as far as like that goes, because that's kind of like the main thing. It's keeping me from doing the video.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And today, if
Over.
you're wondering, I was thinking of maybe games like action beat 'em up or hack and slash type of games for my take on if Godzilla to have a second video game.
Hmm. Uh, all right. Let's see. Let me do this. Yeah. Yeah, because if I don't, yeah, if I don't, if no one else is coming on, and, and if I can't figure out the streamer thing, I'm not sure what to do. The video thing. Um,
The problem with me, for example, is that I'm on the phone, right? So like I don't even know if I can share screen from here. I don't see any options. I'm clicking all the buttons and it doesn't give me the choice of doing that or not.
hmm. Yeah. Give a second here. I getcha. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Could this be done? Let's see.
So, Lau, how was your day?
And it's Saturday, so like I just woke up like an hour before this at 1 p.m. Last night I was watching this movie, right? So it was like 3 a.m. by the time I stopped. Yeah, like a lot of shit happened yesterday. Actually, like first of all, I finished Alien Isolation because I'm
Great.
playing more games for October, and so now the next one is I'm going to play the first Resident Evil. And yeah, like I'm gonna start doing that soon. But I keep dying to the first fucking zombie. I don't know how I'm supposed to kill it. So, but that's a nice thing. It's the first time in a long time that I'm actually like learning how to play something differently. So I don't mind. Like,
Sweet.
but yeah, I
Uh,
died like 5 times and then I had to stop because I didn't have time. It was too late.
by the way, probably a couple of days ago, Little Nightmares 3 just dropped.
I don't know what that is. Oh, by the way, see, if you want to, I can try to get on the PC and see if I can share screen from there. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Just give me a minute. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah. So, Sea Monster. By the way, if you didn't know, Vic is planning on doing a fan art of my own made up kaiju. If you want to know.
Oh, nice. Uh, cool. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I'm just kind of figuring this out here. Uh,
By the way, Sea Monster, have you seen the couple of art I had sent on Twitter?
uh, I think I've caught some glimpses of it, but I haven't really had spent too much time looking at it. All
I think you'll like a couple of them.
right. Right now, I'm just kind of figuring out how to do the screen share thing, at least on my end. If you know, once wow.
Is it okay if I say something?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I'm going to be leaving now,
Oh, okay.
and if you're wondering, there is a possible chance that I'll be writing my comic book.
Ah, awesome, awesome.
It will probably center around, I don't know, probably my own Mayo Kaiju, if you want to know.
There's a bit of just so you guys know.
Anyway, I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and wow, I promise you on the next Saturday I'll be talking to you if you want to know.
Okay.
Have a wonderful day, guys, and thank you for being there for me, Sea Monster, in my darkest days.
Yeah, not a problem, man. Yeah, you just take care of yourself, all right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to join on the PC right now, so I'm going to leave here just in case.
All
Or
right.
maybe I can start from both. Let me see. Uh, yes. I'm going to connect the microphone just in case, so you have to listen to. Oh, I'm just gonna.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Okay, see if I can share screen. Yeah, I can. That's right.
All right. Yeah, just let me know when everything's ready.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, with echo or it's with. Do you hear me with echo?
um, I'm not hearing it right. I'm not hearing an echo right now. I haven't pulled up your second screen yet. So is it ready yet or no?
Yeah, I'm just seeing if I can. No, no, not yet. I'm looking for the video.
Oh, I allow you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was asking if you can hear me.
Okay, so actually, just keep the your screen share attempt on standby because I actually have just been able to have figured out how to do screen share on my end.
Ah, okay, okay. Then. Great.
So I'm going to do a test first, um, just to see how it goes. Oh, I just lost it. What the heck? Oh, crap! Something went wrong with the. Okay, all right, here we go. All right, we're gonna do it on your end, Lau.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So, cause yeah, my screen share just crashed. So let's go ahead and do that. All right.
I remember being about 5 years old when I first watched Godzilla vs. Destoroyah. I remember it was sometime during the weekend when I sat down and turned on the living room TV, only to see some weird crab monsters attacking some guys with guns and flamethrowers. Then all of a sudden, Godzilla
No, I
appears, and I got interested in watching more.
maybe you
It
should.
wasn't long until I saw that the movie had two Godzillas, then some giant crustacean demon-looking monster. One of the Godzillas die and the other melts, and it was over. For a while, my thoughts on Godzilla vs. Destoroyah was that it was strange. Of course, I was 5 at the time, and I just happened to start watching it halfway through with no idea what was going on. But as I got older, I started to find more people talking about the film and how it's really emotional and considered to be one of the best, if not the best, Godzilla movie. At the time of this video, Godzilla vs. Destoroyah is currently ranked number 3 out of every Godzilla movie on IMDb, just under GMK and Godzilla 1954.
Introducing Grammarly,
Ah,
like you've never seen before.
Dang it!
Your all-in-one
Ad.
writing essential.
No.
Today, we're checking out Proofreader, a gem of a tool.
Here, pause it for a
It
second.
has 4.65 stars on Wikizilla. So after a few rewatches when I was around 13 or
Yeah, just kind of just like pause it if there's like anything you want to say so far.
I just wanted to say that I can hear you with echo. That maybe you should mute yourself because I think that it's been echoing the whole time. Like while we're playing it, maybe you should, like try to mute.
I'm echoing?
At least I'm hearing echo, so I muted myself. I think maybe you're echoing too. Can you try muting yourself before I play back a couple of seconds?
Yeah, but yeah. Well, I mean, I guess it's just gonna be kind of like weird, strange to do that because we want to someone, one of us wants to try to say something. We want to, we don't want to we want to be able to make sure we pause the video at some point.
Yeah. I know. But maybe if we want to say something, then you just unmute and say, "Hey." Right.
Okay.
I just wanted you to mute so we can see if I can still hear the echo. Maybe it's a me problem.
Okay, so it was echoing from the very beginning of the video.
No, from yeah. Basically, as soon as I started sharing the screen, I hear echo here on the call. Hey, maybe there's no echo on the YouTube stream, but I can hear it here on StreamYard.
Okay, all right. So let's try that.
Okay, just muting right now.
the best Godzilla movie. At the time of this video, Godzilla vs.
Yeah. So now it sounds perfect to me, at least.
All right,
I don't
good.
know, maybe someone watching can tell us if there was echo before. Well, but yeah, never mind. Whenever you want to tell me to, unpause it, just unmute and tell me to stop. Okay.
All right. Okay. All right. Let's begin.
I remember being about 5 years old when I first watched Godzilla vs. Destoroyah. I remember it was sometime during a weekend when I sat down and turned on the living room TV, only to see some weird crab monsters attacking some guys with guns and flamethrowers. Then all of a sudden, Godzilla appears, and I got interested in watching more. It wasn't long until I saw that the movie had two Godzillas, then some giant crustacean demon-looking monster. One of the Godzillas die and the other melts, and it was over. For a while, my thoughts on Godzilla vs. Destoroyah was that it was strange. Of course, I was 5 at the time, and I just happened to start watching it halfway through with no idea what was going on. But as I got older, I started to find more people talking about the film and how it's really emotional and considered to be one of the best, if not the best, Godzilla movie. At the time of this video, Godzilla vs. Destoroyah is currently ranked number 3 out of every Godzilla movie on IMDb, just under GMK and Godzilla 1954, and has 4.65 stars on Wikizilla. So after a few rewatches when I was around 13 or 14, I did see why people would think that, since all the attention of the film revolved around the death of Godzilla. Back in the mid-90s, Godzilla's death was a huge deal that even CNN made a broadcast about it. It was time that Toho was ready to give a big send-off, a grand finale, for the biggest star of all time. Toho even made sure it was the tagline, and that it was larger than the title itself. You can even see it on the Japanese Blu-ray. And it wasn't until recently that I've come to realize that Godzilla vs. Destoroyah is only a facade of false hype, for me at least, and I'm sure for some others. I mean, with a movie franchise that is over 30 and...
You want to say something?
I haven't really. I kind of wanted to, but I wasn't sure if it was going to be like substantive enough.
Oh, do you want to keep playing for a couple of seconds? So we see.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like the main thing is like, yeah, I mean, like it's just a couple bits here and there. Just kind of about, like, mainly just about the whole false facade type of thing, or is that something they said to that effect? Which, when a facade, I mean, did he say false facade or just facade? Just want to make sure.
I think he said false, but let me check.
Right.
I mean, with a movie franchise that is over 30 installments and has been going on for over 60 years, there is only a facade of false hype, for me.
Facade of false hype.
I mean, couldn't it just? So is he just like? So is he saying like the hype wasn't real and the facade was like like pretending that it's false? Shouldn't it just be facade of hype or something?
Yeah, facade of false hype. Like the way it's structured, what it will mean is that people weren't really hyped, but they were pretending to be hyped. Or Toho was pretending as if people were hyped for it.
Like, yeah, well, I mean, when you put up a facade, like that in of itself is like that would just kind of imply that it's that there's something false going on. But when you say like when you say facade of false hype, then it's just like so.
There was real hype then.
Yeah, it's I don't know. That's like a weird. That's kind of a weird way to put that.
Yeah, the wording is all wrong, but I think because of that wording, I cannot really tell you what his intent is.
Yeah, because the hype was definitely real. So.
Yeah, also, it's not that they weren't going to kill Godzilla. They were going to do it, and the plan was to stop for like 10 years, right? But then 19 happened, and they felt that they needed to save face, right? So they made Millennium back. Originally, this was going to be his death for years. It's not fake either.
Yeah, and even then, they pretty much wanted him to die in Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2. That, or at least that was the initial plan for that. But then they just changed their mind, and they just had so Toho was definitely considering killing Godzilla, in the hate, and just like saying like, all right, that's it. before this movie even before even the idea of Godzilla versus Destroyer came to fruition.
Yeah, like um, I don't really get what he's trying to say, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just sounds like he believes that he was told a fake idea of the movie and then he was disappointed when he didn't get it. But he's kind of ignoring some of the context while talking about the context as well. Like he's talking about the context leading up to the movie and he's completely ignoring the things that happen after.
Yeah.
No, sorry, the cat is here.
Oh, the cat.
So, do you
and
want me to
Godzilla
or-
2005's in the chat.
So let me see in the chat. I don't know how to see the chat from here. Do you want me to keep playing it?
Um. Yeah. Yeah. You can just. Okay, so you're doing screen share on the laptop while speaking through the phone.
Yeah.
I mean, you could probably pull up. I mean, you probably should be able to pull up the chat on your phone at least. It should be right there.
Okay. Okay, now I see it. Leonardo
Yeah.
came to Godzilla 2005. Okay. So, I mean, what do you want to do?
Yeah, I mean, he wants to come on. So
Okay. So, if you want to, I can wait until I play it.
um. Yeah, I mean, we can we can let him on. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's just let the let's let the video play. I'm gonna bring him on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Remember to mute yourself.
At least, and I'm sure for some others. I mean, with a movie franchise that is over 30 installments and has been going on for over 60 years, there has to be some contrasting opinion to the majority, right? I mean, Dr. Mifune tore it apart in the Heisei collab video a while back. Now, I'm not here to straight up call people out for liking the film, but I feel like people tend to wear nostalgia glasses whenever they watch it. I mean, as a fan of the franchise, we have already established a connection with Godzilla, so already we would be inclined to like it. Though at the same time, opinions are bound to change over time. I even like Planet of the Monster.
I just wanted to say that I think that on this point he's completely right. I I do think that people see it as highly emotional just because they have that pre-existing connection with Godzilla. While normal people might watch it and like they might be like, "Oh, that's anime," but it's not like a huge thing, right? And me personally, since I don't have any connection with it, I also didn't like cry or get emotional or anything.
Hmm.
Or you could say that I'm a cold-hearted piece of shit, that doesn't feel anything like it could be that.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I was like bawling or anything, when I first watched it, but I was definitely. But there is definitely like it's a film that it did at least kind of like choke me up a bit, at the
Do
end.
you
So
think
there
that
is.
maybe at the time it was more effective because people actually believed that it was the end for a really long time? And maybe now, with retrospective, newer fans won't have the same effect because they clearly know that they're being continued.
Well, I mean, where I kind of stand on that is that I think it's like for me, it's mainly just because like it was like a well earned send off, in terms of like like the story building up to it. It's not so much like like nostalgia or because of like the fact I'm like oh my god we're never gonna see Godzilla again after this. Because I pretty much don't really have like either of those those types of connections, because I didn't grow up watching Heisei era, and I pretty much didn't even I wasn't even old enough to understand basic concepts in like the world that I live in at the time, or even be aware that there is such a thing as Godzilla when I was around the time the movie came out. So
Hmm. Yeah, but like then I don't really get how people might be, like think that this is like the most emotional movie up to that time. Like, I mean, I understand, but I still don't think that's much. That's not saying much.
yeah,
Because
I mean the most emotional film in the Heisei era. I can there. I mean I can say
yeah,
that.
yeah. And even in Boa, I guess you could say the same, right? So at the time, yeah, it was, but like I don't know. I think that it's still not like a really high bar for the Godzilla franchise when it comes to like emotionality. Again, until we got finally one later on,
Yeah.
way later on.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna keep playing.
Yep. Go ahead. By the
Until
way,
I realized that only the first and last 5 minutes were good, and that it was just another cliche, boring modern anime with Godzilla slapped on it, and does nothing with the universe it establishes. I even had a dislike for Godzilla 1998 at first until I actually started analyzing the film and realized that it actually does have some good things about it, like the use of practical effects, Godzilla's design, Roland Emmerich's vision, and genre.
Yeah. Like to be fair, like this is a good movie. This is fine. Like not as bad as people say. I think that Godzilla fans hate it way more than normal people. Way more. But like I think that the biggest loss it has is it dropped in the second act.
I mean, I agree with the practical effects, sort of element in the, being a pretty top notch or at least a pretty solid, for the film. Like, not the CG, not necessarily the CGI, the practical effects, like some of the destruction or what have you. It's like, okay, there's some neat stuff and some puppetry of Zilla and what have you. Like there were actual animatronics or puppets for Zilla and the hatchlings. It's like, okay, those look pretty good, but
Still a lot of the CGI did look good. Like I think.
no, I wasn't talking about the CGI. I was talking about the actual like the practical stuff, the non CG effects.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wanted to make that clear. But yeah, Roland Emmerich's vision.
Very different one. Yeah, like it's Roland Emmerich didn't like Godzilla.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, so you're a Godzilla fan, but and you pretty much, but you like Roland Emmerich's vision, but Roland Emmerich doesn't like Godzilla, which I'm not even sure what to really make of that.
So if you're a Godzilla fan, for example, Silent Hill F, they released a new game like last month, something like that. And while it has some Silent Hills, it's pretty much not a Silent Hill game. Like it's really not. Um, but a lot of fans like a lot of fans. I think that at some point after like 15 plus 6, 21 movies, I think we had at the time for Godzilla between Snow and Heisei, and not any movies total. But after all of that, it's like it doesn't really help in a 98. I feel personally like that's like it's like what's the point if they're all going to be similar, right? Like this one would have had like a higher budget and new effects, and I understand that people wanted to see that for Godzilla, but it's also like, I mean, you're not entitled to having to see the same thing, but in HD 4DX, like it's still gonna be the same thing. So to me, it was interesting having a Godzilla that was like it's different. And the fact that there's still people that don't want to call it Godzilla and they come up with these stupid ass names like Gino and all of that, I think it's just strange. At the time, I understand it. Okay, like I don't want to be like, oh no, you're a piece of shit if you didn't like it. No, no, no. And even more if you were hyped for this movie and then it came out and it was so different, it's 100% understandable. But the same way that we talk about the 2014 marketing, and it's like, dude, like get over it, right? Like you thought Bryan Cranston would be in it for longer. Like I get it, but now it's been 10 years, more than 10 years. So it's like get over it. Just watch the movie for what it is. The same way I can just say the same about this one. Like it wasn't really like the classic Godzilla. It's like completely different. Just get over it. Also, like it's been more than 10 years. It's been like 27 years.
Yeah, 27. It's getting pretty close to 30. It's on its way.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like if people are still going to say, that's not Godzilla, it's it's Godzilla. It's like literally we're looking at the poster. What does it say? You know, what they took signed on making a Gino movie? No, they signed on making a Godzilla movie. They approved the shit. So there's so much immaturity when it comes to this movie. So much. It's ridiculous. And the thing is, again, I think that this movie fails on the second act more than anything because it basically has a repeat of the first case. The characters, like the guy turns out to be a reaper, and the girl turns out to be a piece of shit. Which they didn't stoop so low in the first half, but then they do, and like if you can't even care about the character, then what do you have? Right, like another take. Yeah, finally we got something underwater that look. That's kind of
Hmm.
anyway.
Yeah,
I think it's understandable that he feels this way about this movie. He's trying to look at it like in a more objective light. And then to me, it kind of also makes sense that he doesn't really feel too positively about Destoroyah. But I still think he is being way too negative about Godzilla vs. Destroyer. But we'll get to it. Even though I
yeah,
have my
we'll get there. Oh, and we got someone waiting for us. We got Mr. Geo5.
Good morning.
Morning.
Just wanted to say that yeah, Godzilla vs. Destoroyah holds up very well, and TitanGoji is wrong, even though
and
this video is millions of years
sorry for
old.
interrupting. You're still echoing, just so you know.
Oh, I'm echoing?
No, 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 not you. I think it's Sea Monster that's echoing.
Oh,
Hmm.
okay.
Okay, try speaking G25, please.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, now he's not echoing anymore, so it was you, C.
All right. Let's. Oh wait. Before we continue, I actually checked his TitanGoji's letterbox, and he actually doesn't unironically enjoy the 1998 movie now. He actually really doesn't like it. In fact, he has it as his least favorite movie now.
Well, because even if it's a good movie, like I mean, I'm not defending it. I'm just trying to rationalize it. Even if he thinks it's a good movie, maybe he doesn't think it's a good Godzilla movie. Or is
No,
Letterboxd
he
like,
actually hates it now.
oh, okay,
Like,
that's weird.
mm-hmm.
That he changed
Sea
all
Monsters.
the time.
Can we continue now?
Here,
Yeah.
let me refresh myself. I'll just be back in a second because that usually fixes the echo issue.
Okay.
Okay.
In the meantime, I'm going to push this back a little bit. So when he comes, we can start from
Yeah.
a couple seconds later. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Okay, nice.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I think we're good now.
Yeah, and now everything sounds fine. Let me play the video. Maybe now we don't need to mute.
Yeah.
Until I actually started analyzing the film and realized that it actually does have some good things about it. like the use of practical effects, Godzilla's design, Roland Emmerich's vision, and genre now. Anyway, without further ado, I'm going to go over things that I like about this movie and things that I do not. Starting off with things that I like, because there's not many, unfortunately. For starters, you have the monster designs. The Destoroyah suit is quite the upgrade compared to the Goji suit that was literally falling apart and had a really fat finger. I do like the glowing and smoke effects that they gave Godzilla in this one. That, or it's my internal Attack on Titan fan approving, because it's a pretty nice aesthetic. Godzilla Jr. is also a major upgrade compared to the previous incarnation, which is really strange considering that the Heisei series is supposed to be serious.
Oh, come on,
Yeah.
it's a much better design than Manila.
But people who are watching Heisei doesn't necessarily give a shit about Manila, so saying it's better than doesn't really help. He's right on that. Like, you're trying to be serious, but then you try to do this cutesy bullshit.
Yeah.
And I
I get it.
personally don't have an issue with it. I didn't mind it. I knew it was coming. I think that the Dorats are a greater affront to God. A sin. So maybe the Dorats made it so that I could accept this. I don't have an issue with it, but I think that it's 100% valid to say that it doesn't really make much sense, even if to me it
Also,
works.
were you gonna say something?
I don't know. I just wanted to comment on the Godzilla thing and Heisei being serious.
Anyways, I just wanted to say that I think out of all the burning Godzillas that we've gotten, I think the Heisei era handled it much better than the anime trilogy and King of the Monsters, honestly. I don't know how the new short film is going to be because they did reveal that the Millennium Godzilla will have a burning form, but it's most likely going to be the same hollow spectacle as the other ones post Heisei.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. Like, it's probably just going to be so they can sell a new Bandai toy, and maybe so
Mhm.
they can sell a new SH Monsters or something like that. I don't know,
Yeah.
but
Comparison
it's kind of
to
like the Jaguar with the Gigan claws, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
in
think.
comparison to how they handle Heisei Godzilla here, I think it really ties in perfectly to Godzilla's nuclear origin roots, like coming in full circle and his tragedy and his character, and basically the birth of a new generation. And I just think that the other ones, once again, just used it as a generic anime power up and not as
Fan
a
service,
tragic
you know.
not as like a disease or death sentence for Godzilla in the whole world.
Hmm.
What do you think,
Yeah,
Sea
it
Monsters?
was like the natural progression. I do think that it's the most logical death for Godzilla that you can do. So it was nice that they did it. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's just kind of. Yeah, I mean, like with. I guess with King of the Monsters, like it pretty much is sort of like this way to. It's like this is like the like essentially like the Hail Mary to destroy Ghidorah, and then you have like yeah, and then you have like what City on the Edge of Battle doing something similar, with Godzilla Earth doing that. That was also just kind of like a bit of a Hail Mary, although quite frankly, like they like City on the Edge of Battle just didn't even do that anywhere near
Yeah,
as
I don't
well.
even think it was like a burning form, right? It was like something different. Like, it wasn't an overcharge that could have killed him at any point. It was
Yeah, exactly. Like yeah,
happened.
yeah, and like yeah. Meanwhile, like the Burning Godzilla form in King of the Monsters, it's just like it's basically just kind of like the last resort where it's just like where it pretty much had to take it's where it's like taking like everything Godzilla has to try to destroy Ghidorah, like even including losing Mothra, like Mothra just giving her life essentially. Like it pretty much like showed like it's like the result of like the collaboration of like man and nature like trying to work together to destroy to essentially like in unison to for a greater good ultimately.
Still, I
Um,
think I still think they should have used the spiral heat ray and a normal shockwave and not just waste on a very important part of Godzilla's history so early, just for fan service. I get it. They don't know when they're gonna make another movie, but still, I really do think it shouldn't have been wasted on.
Yeah, yeah, they need more self-control. These new directors, they're just like little kids playing with toys. They don't take it seriously as like a story crafting. The King of the Monsters was like a remix of the franchise, like best hits. And I know that
Yeah.
he liked it like more than I do. It's just that like Ghidorah, Rodan, Mothra all in the same movie. The Oxygen Destroyer, Burning Godzilla, the sacrifice with someone like dissolving into thin air so their essence heals someone else. Like in too much, too much.
I mean,
They just
the one sort of inclusion I could give you that's like very where the execution was very would be the Oxygen Destroyer.
Oh,
But even then,
definitely.
yeah, but even then, it's not like. But even then, like I wouldn't look at that and just be like, oh come on, you really just wasted that. That was just kind of like a like what it's like. Well, it's like no, I mean they like
I think
it
it was a prototype actually, right?
yeah, a prototype. So there's always like a potential for the Oxygen Destroyer to come back later in this universe, but but it's just a matter of like the fact that it was a prototype and it was just used, at like the worst moment possible that essentially just kind of endangered humanity to Ghidorah. That's why, like the fact that it was like that controversial to the point where it would give like the people in the like people like a lot of some really cold feet to want to risk using that again, something that destructive, especially if it could backfire the way that it did.
I think like, dude, we almost killed Godzilla. Yeah, we almost killed him. He will have healed, but yeah, no, we did it. Great, guys. And then it will be like, yeah, no, let's do this. What? Oh, look,
But that's
tomorrow,
well. The thing
celebrating
is, like,
about
it backfired because it didn't do it. It didn't kill Ghidorah, and Ghidorah was like the worst of the two.
But the thing is, if they know that Ghidorah is an alien, they will be like, okay, how many alien invasions are we gonna have? Like, if Godzilla
Potentially
ever
zero.
tries to be stupid, it will be like a plan B, right? Like just
Well, the thing is, like, if alien or no, if there's one creature that could survive the Ocean Destroyer, then there could be more. That's
yeah,
that's
yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Still, though, even through a filmmaking standpoint, do you really think they're gonna kill off Godzilla in the MonsterVerse anytime soon? Whether he gets a son or not, with the
If
Oxygen
Toho
Destroyer or
tells them
something
to do
else?
it, technically they will have to, right? Like if Toho at one point tells them, "Hey, your movies are actually like harming the IP or whatever," like I'm not saying that that's gonna happen. I'm saying that there is a possibility. Like it's never impossible that they will tell them, "Hey, like next movie or in the next two movies, you have to like end it." Like, and if they want to end it, then it's like, do we want to kill Godzilla or do we not want to kill him?
I guess it all
Like
just kind of depends on like what plans if they would actually have a plan going forward. Like if they want to continue the MonsterVerse and like, but they want to kill Godzilla because they worried if they don't want to run it into the ground. Like what plans do they have like to sort of continue it that they think would be viable? Because with the
yeah,
MCU, with the MCU as an example, like they killed Iron Man and sent Captain America off in retirement because they thought they had like a really good enough foundation to move forward with characters like Captain Marvel or Spider-Man or Doctor Strange or what have you, and as well as like bringing a whole new cast of characters that we know for a fact people are going to love, but obviously all that stuff backfired significantly. Maybe not Doctor Strange per se,
but
and not Spider-Man, although Spider-Man in that case is like like it kind of that's like an awkward position there because it's complicated because Sony and what have you. But
it's
Captain
complicated
Marvel,
because
crashed and
also at
burned,
the same time, the
and
thing
all
is,
the other characters that they tried to do didn't work out.
yeah, and the thing is, it's also complicated with Spider-Man because he's not Spider-Man. He has always been perceived as Spider-Kid, specifically in the Marvel universe, and then Iron Boy for a little time, right? Like that's how people saw him.
Yeah,
And
but now he's sort of but at this point you can say that now at this point he's being Spider-Man proper going forward.
exactly, Yeah. But at the time when they killed Iron Man and Captain America, he wasn't there, right? So I think we also got the really bad Doctor Strange movie.
Well, oh yeah. Well, I mean, unfortunately, Doctor Strange 2 was like the only other like MCU movie in like Phase 4 that actually, that was actually like really successful for whatever reason, even though it's like one of the worst movies ever written.
Yeah, and then they didn't really kill Thor, but they completely ruined him and gave him a clown
Yeah,
nose.
that's to the point where Chris Hemsworth doesn't even want to play him anymore unless they don't make him into a clown.
Yeah. So they killed themselves basically. They committed Sudoku in front of the whole world. And now we're seeing the zombie walking for some reason.
Yeah, they're trying so desperately, which
Yeah, they even
But yeah,
have a
Toho could maybe tell them, hey, you need to end it. Like, it's not impossible. That's all I'm saying. I think it's highly unlikely, but you need to understand that the Monsterverse for Toho is like a cow that they have in a farm somewhere else that's giving them profit from far away. They don't
yeah,
really have a, uh, what's uh, a bond with it, basically. They could pull the plug easily.
yeah.
yeah.
But if the MonsterVerse does continue, at this point, it's gonna have more movies than the Showa era, which is already 15 movies long.
Well, there are 4 movies in, right? Like
No, they're 5 movies, five
5.
movies and 2 shows.
Yeah,
Yeah, but the shows.
Well, even if you don't count the shows, we're only 5 movies in, and Supernova, when that comes out, that will be movie 6.
Yeah,
So
please have Space Godzilla in it.
really far away from reaching Showa. I don't think they will ever get there. But hey,
we would be right at it being equal to the amount of films in the Millennium era, and approaching the amount equal to the Heisei, but not the Showa, not even close.
Okay, I think it's time to continue.
yeah,
Yeah, that's all right. Let's do it.
Now, Destoroyah. He looks cool, but
Passado
Stupid
tanto
ad.
tempo, ainda cheiras a frescura.
you might be wondering why the fuck are they in Portuguese? That's because I'm living in Portugal and they give me that. Okay.
the idea of bringing the franchise full circle by incorporating the Oxygen Destroyer into the story and having Momoko Kochi reprise her role as Emiko Yamane does sound very interesting. And that's it. And finally, Akira Fukubi's score, which is
I mean, to be fair, they also use the descendants of
Yamane.
Yeah,
exactly. Too bad
like
that
their
he's not in
kids.
the movie. Like, I don't know if he was alive or not, but yeah, like there's a tighter bond with all of them.
No, they
With,
said that Dr. Yamane from the original Gojira, like he's been long past. Emiko, I think, is the is she the grandmother of?
I
No,
didn't
she's
mean
the
this.
aunt.
I mean his
She's the
adopted
aunt.
son.
Okay.
I mean the adopted son of Yamada. He
Yeah,
could
the
have
adopted
survived,
aunt.
unless he had an accident or maybe like a disease early on in his life, like that. That would have. I don't know if he was available. The thing is, yeah, that like there is a tighter bond with the characters. It's just that I do think that they don't really do much, but it's not like terrible or anything.
Yeah, it's a neat little connection to the original Gojira. It's much like a better. It's definitely better in terms of like calling back to a film of the past than a lot of like films that we get these days. That
Yeah,
try to do like nostalgia baiting. Godzilla vs. Destroyer, like actually at least tried to tried to have a story.
yeah.
Yep. And it handled
good.
the Oxygen Destroyer way better than KOTM, but we already talked about that.
Well, the legacy, pretty much.
Okay.
And now for the things I don't like. I'll go ahead and start by saying that the editing in this movie is just awkward. The first time you see Godzilla, he's coming out of the water, and literally a couple shots later, he's already attacking Hong Kong. And earlier at the very beginning, there's the reveal that Earth Island has been destroyed.
I'm just pausing so we can read the text, okay? I blame my memory on this one because they do hint at Bird Island exploding early on, I guess. But the way it's shot still confuses me. This happens when an island explodes.
It's the
Well,
aftermath.
but it's not even that. It's like a volcano. Like it was like some volcanic activity that destroyed the island.
I don't know if this was intentional or
maybe
accidental,
it will
but
show
the
it.
way the scene is shot is a bit confusing, as if the island just disappeared out of nowhere. That and the
So he shows that there's like a crater here,
just disappeared out of nowhere.
right there. Like that looks like a crater, right? And so it looks like a volcanic thing that happened.
Yeah, volcanic explosion. Yeah, some volcanic activity that spurred on, or relating to like some uranium deposit, and that kind of caused, and that's what causes Godzilla to be thermonuclear.
Yeah. Yeah, although I will say that I watched it subbed. And this is something that I was telling Gojin the other day. It doesn't really matter if you watch the movie dubbed or subbed, because if the subs are bad, then you're still fucked, right? Like you
Yeah,
still will have
exactly.
understanding what's going on.
Yeah,
So what?
exactly. A mistranslation can happen with a dub or with subtitles. Like it's happened before. Like there can be mistranslations with like a news article even or something.
Exactly. Yeah, even Toho themselves at some points they have had issues with their own subtitles that they like done in anything, right? Because it's like very awkward English. So to me, this was not clear at all. I was like, wait, the island exploded. Now Godzilla is supercharged. Does that mean that Godzilla like did something and then he destroyed the island by accident? And now he's like swimming away all over the place because he doesn't have anywhere to go. And like the movie doesn't really explain it all that well. They refer to it as the explosion or the incident. But since we don't really know what happened, like you're like, what incident? Like, did I miss something in between movies? Like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Well, based
That's
on this
how it
little big, well, based on this big cloud of smoke, there's definitely like an implication that there was like something volcanic that happened.
Yeah. So
So it was like something. So it's something that was actually just sort of like it did. Like it was like it had nothing to do with humanity or Godzilla. It was like something that the Earth just sort of inadvertently caused Godzilla to go do all that.
at the wrong place, basically.
Yeah, wrong place, wrong time, something like that. Which does just kind of beg the question. When Godzilla was so Godzilla was kind of like sent to like some volcanic depths at the end of Return of Godzilla, and comes back in Godzilla vs. Biollante, as well as briefly in Godzilla and Mothra Battle for Earth. How come those like it just kind of begs the question, like how come those like didn't result in him going into burning mode, but then this does? That's just kind of my
Well,
question.
it's Fire Rodan. He caused it to happen. Sure, he did
No, I'm talking
heal up
about.
I
Godzilla.
wasn't
talking
even.
about when in '84 he falls into a volcano and nothing really happens. But the
And I'm
monster,
also talking about like when he was fighting Batra, and they caused the seafloor to crack open, and then Godzilla falls into like the magma there.
yeah,
Well,
like
I don't think
what makes this volcano so special? Basically, is what Simonster is asking. And what I want to do is, first of all, I wanted to be devil's advocate for the first, for 84's volcano. I do want to say that he comes off buffed as fuck after on 89. So
That's
maybe
true. Yeah,
you
yeah. I
could
mean, he
argue
does
that.
kind of mutate a bit, over the course of 5 years. So that makes like that. Yeah, that one kind of makes sense.
Yeah. It's not. It's clearly not necessarily the intent they had. This is clearly like something that they didn't really think of, but you can logic your way out of that little hole.
And I guess you could, and I guess this would, and I guess you could say like because of the uranium deposit in what happens to Birth Island or Boss Island as it's also referred to, like maybe there wasn't a uranium deposit when Godzilla and Batra were fighting in underwater, and Godzilla goes through the magma. But
Yeah, exactly. You can make up excuses that are not like complete bullshit, but it's still something that it's, you have to make up an excuse in the end. Like it's not really explained.
yeah,
Well,
Which
I
it's
think
they should
it's
have.
I think it's with how Fire Rodan was absorbed into Heisei Godzilla. I think while it did heal him up, I think that power also did something different to him when the volcano erupted at island. It must have done something to him that didn't happen to him before, like in
Like we don't really have
84 and
proof.
92. It must
okay.
have
I understand what you're saying, and I don't think that it's a bad theory, but that's the problem when you have to defend a movie based on theories. That's the issue, right? Like that. I'm not saying that what you're saying is not correct. Like probably if you ask someone from Toho, you say that, and they will be like, "Oh yeah, yeah, sure, sure, we do that, yes, yes."
I mean,
But
there could be like some sort of through line you could get there where Godzilla just got more and more powerful over time, and he was like sort of approaching sort of critical, and this was like such as with the couple times that he went to the volcano, or into like some volcanic stuff, when Fire Rodan gave him the power boost at the end of Mechagodzilla 2,
yeah,
and which was carried over in with Space Godzilla when he does the spiral breath to kill Space Godzilla. But the whole thing with Boss Island, and the uranium deposit, what have you, that was just the thing that set him over the edge.
yeah, you can make a logic like timeline, a logical
Yeah, there's
timeline,
like a through
but
line there, that could where it's like it could be just a little more than a theory, perhaps, but
the
it's
point
just a
is that
little, yeah,
way
it's
too
it's not
late.
it's not as
Way too
clear
late.
cut as I wish as I think they could have been.
Exactly, yeah, like that's the problem. I think that if you're going to make this literally like the starting point of his death, you need to explain it better than having a lot of fans theorizing, like, what the hell are you doing? Like, he's going to die because of this, right? Like, you should make it very clear.
Yeah, that's
And
like it's a little too much work for the audience to have to connect the dots. Let's just say.
yeah,
That and the atrocious composite shots of Godzilla attacking Hong Kong as the civilians hardly react to it whatsoever. Also, glad to know that they were kind enough to not cancel any flights as Godzilla and Destoroyah fight. The writing is something I'm
True.
not really
Yeah.
a fan of. When you boil it down, it's just another Godzilla versus a monster movie, but this time it relies on connections to the first Godzilla movie in order to stand out. But wait a minute.
I wouldn't say that it relies. Because relying means that you're being lazy and just taking daisy routes, you're making 54 do all the heavy lifting. And in a way, I guess we just literally spoke about how this movie makes the fans do heavy lifting, right? With why he got overcharged. But I think that relying on 54 is a little bit extreme. I still
Yeah.
think he just uses 54 and builds up on the natural conclusions of certain things, as for example, Godzilla being a reactor. She's clearly going to overcharge if bad things happen.
Yeah,
And
and what are the lasting consequences? And picking back up on the lasting consequences of the oxygen destroyer being used in 54.
yeah, yeah, exactly. So it's not like relying on it, like making it do all the heavy lifting. It's just continuing it. It's using it.
As well as even sort of like sort of like tackling like the potential of someone, even if they accidentally just sort of replicating what Sarazawa
Exactly.
created.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually like super important. I do think that they should have gone on to that because, like they say dude, like we literally stopped on this frame. They say in Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, basically they imply that Godzilla is destined to always happen, right? They literally are making the point that the oxygen destroyer will always happen eventually. And this is something that in Chainsaw Man they also did, which is you had nuclear weapons. Chainsaw Man eats the nuclear weapons devil, so everyone forgets. that nuclear weapons ever existed, and all of their effects disappear, right? But what's the problem? Humans just make them from scratch all over again. The nuclear weapons devil, like, is born again because people just keep making these fucking nuclear weapons. They
Yeah,
just can't stop, and
yeah, like
Exactly.
yeah.
it's something
Even if
that
you like
Also,
destroy,
GMK relies on the original movie too much, and yet he loves it for some reason.
yeah, yeah. Like it was completely different from 54, even though it was using 54. So it's not
yeah,
like a bad
I
thing,
don't
but
think I don't. Yeah, like too much is a bit. Is a bit is harsh. I would say, but using the for I wouldn't say too much in the case of GMK. Like GMK uses pretty much incorporates 54 with reverence and what have you. In a thematic level, just as much as Destroya does. It's just doing it in a different way.
yeah, I
Um,
wouldn't say too much
but yeah,
for.
it is kind of weird that he would rank Destroya like as low, as at least based on this particular video, because considering like he has like admitted, as of late that this wasn't his best efforts as far as videos go. It's just that we haven't really seen any whether or not he's changed his mind on his viewpoints of the film in general, like the art.
No, he
Like,
hasn't. I
okay,
his letterbox. If you go to his letterbox account, you'll see he hasn't. In fact, he has an entire Godzilla movie ranked list.
I
Interestingly,
mean, the thing I would like
you
to know
know,
is like how often does he update it, right? Because if he forgot to update it, maybe his opinions changed. He just didn't have the time to write a review, or he just didn't care enough to write it because
yeah,
he
I
had.
guess, and that also
no,
depends on
that was
like how recent.
2025. He rewatched them in April of 2025.
Oh,
Oh,
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I guess maybe we should I guess we can look over. I don't know if we want to look over that after this video. Just to,
maybe later. I
yeah,
don't think it's.
obviously later, after this video.
But yeah, the themes of humanity, like always coming back to the same conclusions, it's something that they should have touched on more. I feel like it's very, very superficial in this movie.
Yeah.
Because then that comes back in the end when it's like, oh well, but there's a new Godzilla, right? Like Junior somehow like came back from life because of the radiation.
Excuse me.
Somehow. Like I guess that all of these movies have always done that, so it's established at this point that that's a thing that happens. It's unfair to say that this movie is the problem for doing that, but and if you had actually touched on that more and made it the main focus, which again, it is a theme throughout the movie, but the fact that you have a theme in a movie doesn't mean that you're exploring it correctly. Again, Godzilla versus Violante has the bioengineering, I think that's how you say it. Basically, the Jurassic Park thing, right? It also has like the themes of the soul and like how you live after death, right? Like what's left of you on Earth. But it doesn't really touch on the soul thing, and the bioengineering thing is also like very superficial. It never really
And
delved into any specific deep themes. And I feel like this movie here also didn't really do it. It's
also
some funny
very
things about it. Like you can watch this movie and really be like, oh, like humanity always coming back to the same thing. You can spark a lot of really good discussions, but it doesn't mean that the movie itself has ever discussed anything in a really meaningful way.
Hmm.
Oh, Godzilla,
also
you want to say
funnily
something?
also funnily from according to TitanGoji, Godzilla vs. Biollante and Jurassic Park were also one of the many inspirations for Attack on Titan.
Jurassic Park for Attack on Titan? Okay, that's weird. Like, I will
Like
have.
engineering, scientific engineering for both of those movies in anime.
Uh, um, I don't know. I don't know. I'll tell you, do you guys want to say something else, or do you want me to keep playing it?
I don't really, not really. I don't really have anything else.
Yeah, keep playing.
I also don't know about Attack on Titan, so
Were the events from that film affected by Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah? They mentioned Dr. Serizawa using the Oxygen Destroyer to kill the first Godzilla, but was King Ghidorah not present after the change in the timeline? Anyway, the Oxygen Destroyer is relevant in this film for 3 reasons. 1. Some guy wants to recreate the Oxygen Destroyer to kill Godzilla. 2. The Oxygen Destroyer is actually what Destoroyah, clever I know, originates from, as the Oxygen Destroyer indirectly mutated some crustacean microscopic organisms back when it was activated.
was it a mutation? Because what I saw, again, maybe it's my subtitles. Basically, they imply that they woke up something that was like always there but had died millions of years ago. No, and then when you had the oxygen destroyer affect the area, it revived them somehow. That's what I understood.
Yeah, they were either dead or dormant,
Or
before pre-Oxygen Destroyer, and then they've just kind of been sort of chilling and waiting around. They've just kind of been sort of steadily evolving later
I
on.
think it's dormant.
okay, so but basically, it's never implied that they're like super mutated, right? Like this is almost like a thing that will have happened anyway. They're
Because
growing fastly, right? But rapidly, but I didn't see any mutation being mentioned. I guess it's implied because it's the Godzilla universe that they're mutated, right? But they never mentioned it in the subtitles I was watching last night.
yeah.
Do you guys have the same doubt, or do you like? Did you get like a clearer explanation from the movie?
Basically, I probably have to like check it over again just to be sure. But I definitely recall that they've just kind of been living around like from the dub that I've heard. They said something along the lines of that these crustaceans they've just kind of been hanging out. They've just kind of been living around the whole time. They've just been but they just haven't really been they just kind of been hanging around, dormant, what have you. And then the Oxygen Destroyer just kind of did its thing and woke, and essentially, spurred them up, and they just kind of been steadily evolving to the point where now, like it was kind of like it just kind of spurred them up, and supposedly these experiments with the micro oxygen in the recent day, they've just kind of like they just now started to become a problem.
Yeah, and then there were leaks. Like this experiment somehow like leaked into the rivers, and that got, for example, even into the aquarium, and that's when they started like feeding, and maybe that's when they started growing more and more because they started eating more. Yeah, the micro oxygen was like steroids for them, basically. This new version of the oxygen destroyer. Okay. Okay, so I think I get it then. And that's why they start like this little microscopic thing that barely escaped a little tube, and then they grow so fast. Okay, yeah.
In 1954. And finally, number 3, fan service. Which then brings me to Emiko Yamane, who feels wasted as she does not have a lot of screen time, nor does she feel important to the story whatsoever, other than to say that the Oxygen Destroyer is bad and it shouldn't be recreated. Now hang on a second, Dr. Serizawa destroyed all traces of the Oxygen Destroyer. How do they plan on building another one? Anyway, the connections to the original Godzilla hold very little weight, even if they do make sense and are only there as a crutch for the writing, as it becomes non-existent as soon as Destoroyah appears. Which I'll give the film this. The idea of bringing back the Oxygen Destroyer isn't looked upon as a good thing, and Destoroyah supplements that as it represents the consequences of the uprising of such weapons. But again, there are 0 mentions of the Oxygen Destroyer after Destoroyah is introduced. Thank you, Dillafell, for pointing this out. And adding to that, there is the sudden introduction of cryogenic weapons that just comes out of nowhere.
This is one of my notes. Let's see if I can. I think that you won't see it because it's on a different. So one of my notes was Um, some of my notes were, let me see. Okay, yes, I wrote Super X3 sure is convenient. The GXK Kong's gauntlet, because they literally said, hey, it just so happens that our new Super X, yeah, we were just, like we just thought it would be a nice idea if we developed this cryogenic weapon.
Oh,
We just
I
have
think
lying around.
Animus wants to join.
Well, he said he may be able to join if we're here for another hour, which is definitely going to be the case.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll be here, man. We'll still be here.
So yeah, what I was saying is that we complain about the vehicle of being super convenient, but here this movie just said, hey, like it just so happens that we make the Super X3 a cryogenic weapon. Like it's a freeze ray.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where it makes you wonder, how come there was never any sort of mention of it would have worked. Honestly, it would have made this series seem more cohesive from a world building standpoint if they were said like, oh, while we were working on Mecha Godzilla and Garuda, that we've also been trying to perfect the freezing technology,
I
and
mean,
now it's ready.
still more consistent and comprehensible than that sorry excuse of a universe, the monster verse, that's for sure.
Yeah, but dude, you have to stop doing that. Like, we don't really care about the MonsterVerse. We're not talking about it. We're talking about Heisei. Like, it's irrelevant if the MonsterVerse is something worse. Like, we are complaining about it. I'm literally complaining about GXK. But I'm saying that we see a problem like this, Super X3 being so convenient, and I never hear anyone talking about how convenient this is. Meanwhile, when it comes to GXK, which it's fine that people are complaining about it, everyone's saying, yeah, and it just so happens to have like a jungle of rider laying on the hollow earth, specifically made for the hand that he had frostbite and for it to heal frostbite. And it's like it's not a stupid hero, yeah, sure, but still, like, oh, we just so happen to have a Super X3 that just so happens to be able to freeze people or whatever, and it just so happens that that's the thing we need to stop the world from exploding. Wow, it's just as bad. Like it's on the same level of bad, but GXK is like 4 degrees higher on the list. Okay,
Well,
but it's still on the
It's
same
the
side
same
of
problem. It's just the magnitude. It's just the magnitudes. The level. The magnitude of one is less than the other. It's just
exactly, but they're both terrible. Also, I have some other notes here for later regarding the editing, because actually there's a second GXK comparison that I made, and that one's going to come up later, maybe if he mentions it. So, yeah. Did he say something else here in between? I didn't want to pause him in case he says something else, but for example, I think he's right about her being kind of like just there.
Nor does she feel important to the story whatsoever.
Like, do you guys feel like she was just like kind of wasted a little bit, or do you think he's wrong? Maybe.
I mean, what else could they have done with Emiko's character? I mean,
Yeah,
her
yeah,
character's just complete now. What else was there for her to do? I don't think
exactly.
there
You,
should
you
be
know,
anything wrong
I
with
think
a little cameo.
yeah, like she's an old lady. Like she's not necessarily someone that people are going to listen to, and she does her best to make this like her this niece and
nephew.
what's the word? It's not cousin. It's the other thing. Sorry, English is not my first language. Niece and nephew do their best, like convince them, since one of them is in a position where he can actually take a choice. But it just so happens that he's actually of the opposite type of view, where no, we should use the oxygen destroyer. I guess you could say that it was kind of useless having her there if her nephew was actually going to take the opposite decision, and it wasn't that big of a choice. Like he goes into it pretty easily, if anything. He's like, Yeah, Oxygen Destroyer, let's use it. Like there's not like that much of a pushback on his personal conflict with it because of his aunt. He just decides to do it. So maybe she wasn't necessary in the film, but it's not like she was misused. Like it's not like she's just there for uh, fan service. That originally they really wanted to do this thing, but it's just like the execution wasn't the best. But I don't think that the intention was just fan service.
She at least wasn't. The film never did anything to where she was damaged as a character.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
Looking at you, Star Wars sequel trilogy and Jurassic World Dominion.
Yeah. Even Chainsaw Texas Massacre or Halloween, yeah. And
Other
then
than to say that the Oxygen Destroyer is bad and it shouldn't be recreated. Now, hang on a second. Dr. Serizawa destroyed all traces of the Oxygen Destroyer. How do they plan on building another one?
he literally right there mentions one of the most interesting things that we were just discussing. Some things humans are going to find a way to create again.
Yeah, they're pretty much going to be able to, if they're determined enough, they're going to be able to figure it out, and they may, even if it's going to be like whether they even intended to replicate something that someone died to make sure that no one else figures out.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
really wish
true.
that I had a way to zoom dramatically on these subtitles because it literally explains everything. Like this sentence here is the explanation to what he's saying. It occurs naturally.
I think that's what's so interesting about the Godzilla franchise. Like, whenever they semi reboot themselves and only make the original movie as the sequel, they do many interesting stuffs with them, like a what if scenario for the original film. And one of the things they did is that, of course, what if people actually managed to find a way to reuse the Oxygen Destroyer in some way or way or form? And yeah, and like how in against Mechagodzilla, they use the bones for the original Godzilla to create Kiryu.
Yeah, they basically made a second Godzilla, a third Godzilla, I guess you could say. No, again, I think that this movie does touch, breeze on a lot of interesting things. But the thing is, when you barely scratch any of it, then you have people like this guy, TitanGoji, who is literally missing the whole point, as he just explained. Like he doesn't understand that that's the point of the movie, that people will get to the same thing again. Which is not the movie's fault, by the way, but that is a consequence on barely like scratching something, like and not actually like exploring it.
Used against Godzilla to reduce his temperature and lower the chances of his body detonating, it just makes the Oxygen Destroyer feel more obsolete, especially when a few movies ago we had a giant robot that actually managed to kill Godzilla before he was revived by Rodan. As for the characters, well, they're just forgettable. Nothing interesting about them. And I swear, if you asked me to name one other than Miki and Emiko, then I would be completely lost.
Que sí, que la inteligencia artificial es importante y que sí, que también hay que usarla.
I want to say that I think he's right, honestly. Like I think that like the niece and nephew of the old lady, like they are like trying to do this thing where it's like one is on one position, the other is on the other opposite end, but it doesn't really get anywhere. No, I don't feel like it's important to the story. And the new Dr. Serizawa, I also don't really care about him either. Do you guys feel like maybe the characters are better than he's explaining, or do you feel like he's right on this one?
I mean, I will admit they're not the most well written, but I think he is wrong on many aspects on how he's explaining them.
they're a bit they're pretty much a bit undercooked as far as characters go, but they're not like but they're not like terrible.
Yeah,
To be
they're
honest, I keep
basically
forgetting that I pretty much refer to them as the Humane as a Humane's descendants here. And you got Miki, and you got like that one general guy who's kind of been around and been in the other films. And you got like you have like the lead guy who discovers micro oxygen. I think I had him down as like Fukuzawa. But there's also this other girl who has like the hat on, and I think she also has like PKE like Emmy, and she kind of goes with her to help with Junior. I'm trying to recall what her name is.
I couldn't tell you.
Meru.
Maru?
Maru. Okay.
Okay. All right. So yeah, Maru. There was like a interest. I think it was her that said this. Like when Emmy was talking about how her PKE is like starting to dwindle away,
Yeah.
and not work anymore, and she's all like, "Oh, I can't wait to grow out of mine," which is kind of funny. Which is a funny thing considering, like, okay, I get that Godzilla's dying, but there's also the possibility that if you were able to stop Godzilla from melting down, and him, like keep him from destroying the world as he dies, there's also the possibility of if Junior's still around, he could easily, he could pretty much grow up to be another Godzilla. But also there's like other kaiju around as well. Maybe that like the PKE could be like, granted, the Heisei era hasn't really utilized the PKE element as well as they could, as much as they pretty much should have. Like they've used it a few times, like Godzilla vs. Biollante and Space Godzilla as like notable examples. And Mecha Godzilla too. Like it's kind of a weird thing for Maru to say, considering that she lives in a world where giant monsters exist, and that like maybe PKE growing out of her PKE is like a cause for concern.
Yeah, the thing is, since these characters are so bland and unexplored, we don't really know what that institution does to these kids, right? Like maybe she hates having this, maybe she was forced to it. Like, how does it even work? Are you born with it? Do they train you with it? Do they give it to you with like an injection or some shit like that? Like, do we know how it
I think
happens?
it's established. I believe it's established since Biollante that you are kind of born with it, even born with it. It's just that it develops and matures at some point to where it's like, if you've been using it enough, like you're able, it pretty much is able to, it's like the most potent when you reach a certain age. And then this film just sort of establishes that eventually it just goes away.
I think I have a weird theory. Back in the events of the return of Godzilla when Miki was much younger, she ate a Godzilla cell, and that's why she could have a physic connection between Godzilla and Junior.
Theory.
That's okay. Now that all right, that I'm sorry, man. That sounds like a troll.
Look, see. You don't get it. Maybe she had sex with Godzilla, and that's how you get it.
Oh,
It's
come
an
on.
STD.
No.
STD. Actually, it's an STD power. That's how you do it.
Oh, come on.
Jesus Christ.
With Java, okay? With Java, and then boom, superpowers.
Okay, this is getting uncomfortable.
Oh shit! Oh fuck! Actually, yeah, no, you're right. Sorry, I forgot that she will have been a child. Delete.
Yeah, what did you? I was trying to stop you.
Oh, let's not
Like,
forget
don't go
Noriko
there.
from Godzilla -1. She has the Godzilla cell, so she might become a gigantic creature.
In my defense, his theory was so random and bad that I completely zoned out of the part where she was a kid. Okay, sorry. Delete. Control Z. Anyway, yeah, no, 2005, like that's completely made up. Like again, like when a theory has no basis, I think that you just shouldn't use it. Use- The
Oh,
thing is,
all right then.
again, it's so vague that we don't know if maybe there is some kind of abuse, right? Like maybe they give you injections to make you stronger, but this implies that there is a negative side to it, or maybe she just doesn't like the responsibility, which is a nice way of like she's like. The one that wants to reject it while the other one wants to I feel like they're trying to make like this interesting quote unquote duality, but it's literally just one sentence. So it's another one of those things where it's like you want to do this now on the last movie, like, oh, actually you don't, because you don't spend any time on it. Thank God, because I fucking hate psychics. But yeah, no, it's one more of those things where it's like, they feel like throwing that in, but they didn't want to actually develop it throughout all of this Heisei era. They just didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, push play.
Yeah, continue.
I did. It's just that I forgot.
Than the organization that was designed to study him. Anyway, the characters are really Godzilla than the organization that was designed to study him.
I also have a note about this one. Okay, this one is really like the first thing that really like made me mad, which was in a world where in a world where souls, psychic gods, time travel, and space Godzilla are a thing. This guy's thesis was rejected. Then I wrote, "Okay, Heisei, whatever you say."
To be fair, I can't. I will say that is. I can't have any just little disagreement. I will say that is kind of. You are kind of right. It's definitely weird in in many franchises where there's so many supernatural things existing, but then one theory from one guy is rejected for some whatever reason. I will say that is a weird
And
trend in entertainment in pop culture media.
yeah, it's something that a lot of people do wrong. To be fair, yeah, like it's not only here, but it doesn't take away from the fact that it's a huge problem because also his thesis is literally what we all understood Godzilla to be, right, for decades. So in this world, he literally had to send it to the US for people to take him seriously, and it's like, really? So
Yeah.
that's
His thesis was about how Godzilla is like just a living nuclear reactor that when it overheats, he's gonna go boom.
exactly. And in the meantime, the thesis of Godzilla having two brains, which is based on trashy paleontology, fake paleontology, if anything, stupid paleontology from the 50s, is completely accepted and taken as canon. Like, turns out that, yeah, if you shot at Godzilla on like the lower back, he did have a second brain, or else it wouldn't have worked. Or maybe it worked because he doesn't have a second brain, but you're literally shocking the motherfucker with so much electricity that whether you have a brain or not, it's still gonna hurt you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. I mean,
completely.
like even if like yeah, I'm sorry if I cut you off, but like yeah, it's like even if like you want to go with the whole thing, like oh well, just because one scientific theory may be true, that doesn't could be provably true. That doesn't mean that another could. Like I mean, like the two brain thing, versus the living nuclear reactor thing. Like those two things are like different could be are different conversations that one could be provable and the other could not. But it's like given what we've seen of Godzilla at this point, yeah, why wouldn't people considering and just even considering Godzilla's origins, like surely someone would have entertained the idea of Godzilla potentially being a nuclear reactor that could melt down at some point or blow everything up.
Yeah, yeah, that
Like,
part really make any
like I
sense.
mean, it's just kind of like into like there's at some point it could just there's like at least enough of like sort of things to tie in or sort of connect the dots to make it at least like a reasonable inference that could happen in universe.
You know
So the
what?
fact,
Actually, you don't even need dots. There's one really big dot, which is called atomic breath. Like, how else will you explain that this thing is literally shooting fire?
Exactly.
No,
Just like
this
he took a dip into a volcano for 5 years and he came out beefed up. Okay, I think there's and he's more much stronger because of that. I think we might want to consider the possibility that he could explode if he gets too
what
hot.
would be funny if on this movie is the first time that they realize, wait, he's shooting something out of his mouth, right? They just never noticed until now.
No, that's pixie dust. All right.
I thought that was like a special effect, but it turns out that my hand.
They say that in the movie, like, and the universe is like, "Oh, that's a special effect," you know. That ain't real.
Soldiers, they're just paid actors from the CIA. No one really dies. I'm gonna keep playing it, okay? It's fun.
Yeah, let's keep playing it.
Anyway, the characters are really, really dull, with next to no interesting things about them whatsoever. And there's no real sense of danger, because at this point, giant monsters are no different than your shoe being untied once in a while. Also, the one character that makes me want to pull my hair out.
Except Godzilla, except there is a real danger of Godzilla blowing up the planet or melting, essentially just blowing up the planet.
Okay,
Yeah.
continue the video because he's gonna say something that kind of angers me. So continue, and then I'm gonna make a big point about that. And then
Okay.
when after he's done saying that, I'm gonna tell you to stop. Okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
All right,
go ahead.
continue, please.
Is this woman who is trying to escape one of the Destoroyahs. I put that in quotes because she's had numerous opportunities to escape it, yet doesn't even bother taking any action other than just to stare and look at it. She's worse than Mikasa in Attack on Titan Part 1. And
Okay,
now
stop.
for the special effects.
Now,
Oh
right?
my goodness. Worse than the LA Mikasa? I mean, this guy already lost many points due to the fact that he's a fan of the Attack on Titan movies, which, while not terrible, they're not really good either.
They're
But
really bad, actually.
here's the thing, TitanGoji. Yukari, which is the name of the woman in GVD, actually did try to escape. She tried to escape by driving the police car, but due to the heavy weight of the aggregate Destoroyah, she couldn't. And also she's freaking scared, and she's stuck in the car also. How the hell is she gonna escape so easily? That thing is trying to kill her. Meanwhile, Mikasa in the live action movie, she could have easily ran away. She could have moved left or right, but for some reason stood in fear of the dumb Titan that probably doesn't care about her and would only eat other humans. If she had just ran away, she could have just easily escaped, but no, she just, because it's an open space, but no, she just decided to stood in fear. TitanGoji, did we watch the same movie? Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, like, I think I do have an issue with that scene with Yukari, doing with the aggregate destroyer, but not because of Yukari. It's kind of more to do with the destroyer himself, considering it's like where it's like I pretty much get that the thing's trying to kill her, but it's like doing it in such a specific way so that she wouldn't be killed immediately. Considering that we'd seen the destroyers be able to have energy attacks, swing impale people with their tips of their tails and swing them around. But this destroyer just kind of wants to cut through the car and smash right through it, just to do the whole thing with its inner mouth thing, from something out of the Alien films.
There are no chances to escape just because this destroyer is so fucking dumb about killing her. Now, I do want to say one thing. You could argue that for the other ones, he was trying to defend itself and attack. It's like when you have two ant colonies trying to kill each other. But you could say that for this one, since she wasn't really a threat, he just wanted to eat her. You could argue that. So he doesn't really want to damage her. He just wants to yum yum yum. But the thing is, I also have notes about this specific scene that I wanted to say. You know, when I said that I also had a second GXK comparison, it's in this scene.
Okay.
The note says, on the car scene, Destroyer comes from out of frame, but the character should have seen it coming before opening the car door, just like in GXK when Kong punches Scar King. When she gets into the car, right, I think she looks around and she opens the door and Destroyer is right there. Now,
maybe
no,
she...
like if you want to, I can pull out the movie. I can try and find it just so we watch that one scene. Let me see.
Do we really want to do that? Because I just want to try to avoid copyright.
Okay, yes, that makes sense. So
Yeah, Toho. I mean, the fact. I mean, Toho is just crazy in terms of copyright stuff.
then sadly, I will say that you will just have to trust me. I watched the scene a couple of times. I rewatched it after it was done to make these notes. And here's the thing. As I said at the beginning of the stream, I just finished playing Alien Isolation. Okay? I know how it is to go around with a murderous fucking thing, walking all over the place and trying to avoid it. This is very bad acting. This is very badly choreographed. And she should have seen the aggregate because of how big it is. The Alien in Isolation, it's slick. It uses the vents. This is an open space. I know that there's a lot of things around, but she decided to put herself into a car. Then she didn't even like really look out of the window. You know, she didn't peek through before opening the door. And if she did, then this big ass kaiju was right in front of her, and she didn't notice him. He has glowing eyes. Okay, so this scene doesn't make any fucking sense. And it doesn't make sense in general, but after you play a game like Alien Isolation, you really realize how stupid it was. Like, it's very bad. And the fact that the Destroyer comes out of frame when she should have seen it, and then the alternative is she's fucking blind, it makes it even worse. Also, I do think that he's right when he says that she had a bunch of she had several chances of escaping, and she just stood there. And then also, Sea Monster is also right, because the reason why that happened is because this Destroyer just so happened to be I don't know, he wasn't even trying to kill her. Like, he was trying to be like this tense moment, and it completely failed because they have no sense of what to do in a horror movie. That's why they copied Aliens. And I just wanted to say, for anyone who's watching the stream and you haven't watched Aliens, it might sound, like when, like, for example, when people say that Godzilla 98 copies from Devil's Raptor, from Jurassic Park, it might have the intention, but it's like different scenes. Like, they're not the same. The signs are not the same. And when you hear people saying, "Oh, they're the same thing," and then you watch both movies, you're like, "It's not the same. What the fuck are you talking about?" This is not a case like that. This is, in some cases, shot from shot taken from Aliens. The weapons are taken from Aliens, just
Oh
like
yes. Yeah, the setting, some of the weapons and the tech that they were using, like the motion trackers.
They are
Hell,
definitely serious opportunity.
Look at this thing. Like, it even has the mouth, like the alien. It literally stole from the alien. Like, I'm trying to find a shot where it does the thing, but it has the inner mouth, just like a xenomorph.
Yeah,
So
like that shot where the thing was trying to get Yukari. It's like that. You could even argue that was like a shot taken from Alien 3, which was 3 years before this. So I think this is just a Katsuki Omori thing. Like, even though he didn't direct this one, he still wrote it. I mean, it's just kind of a weird, like, because he ripped off Terminator with he took cues from Terminator and Back to the Future with Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah and
Indiana Jones and Godzilla versus Mothra.
I mean, that one was like less prominent. That was like in one scene, from what I recall.
But and that's the thing. Like, in these cases, like, people say that Godzilla 98 ripped off Jurassic Park. That was like stupid. What Toho did is 100% a rip-off. Like this is not inspired by. It's just stealing. I'm surprised that they didn't get sued. Honestly, the only difference is that they don't go into a nest, right? They just go into a building that's been infected, basically. But
Yeah.
they don't go into a
Oh,
nest.
about the
Yeah.
ripoff thing. Legendary actually had one of their Godzilla movies did rip off a movie, and that's G14 ripping off Gamera Guardian of the Universe, which ironically
We're
came
not
out in the
talking
what
same
is
about
it?
year
the
as
monsterverse.
DVD.
We're not
Okay.
talking about the monsterverse. Like
Okay.
we,
All right.
And
I
it's
mean,
not, just wanted to say it though.
okay, fair.
all right, fine. But fuck, what was I trying to say? Okay. Like I mean, the scene with the aggregate destroyer attacking the police guys. Like, I mean, it's the scene does fine in sort of like demonstrating like how deadly these creatures are essentially, and how much of a threat they're going to pose like much later on, especially when they get bigger and bigger. But yeah, like in terms of like the plagiarism, it's like goddamn, like Toho is like so concerned of like is so up in arms about people like using footage of their movies and what have you for the sake of just doing reviews, and yet for some reason they have this, they do this shit. Like they did this shit like 30 plus years ago, and it's like James Cameron should have sued your asses for plagiarism.
Should have. Yeah, he should have, but he probably wasn't doing it because he felt like punching down because his movies are actually good and Heisei is a joke. So he probably felt like, oh no, people are going to think that I'm going to, like attack this little tiny company that makes these stupid
Well, I mean,
Godzilla
it's kind of a shame that. Well, I mean, Godzilla versus Destroyer is still good. It's just it's not Aliens.
Maybe James Cameron. Well, the thing is, the Heisei movies weren't released nationwide, and were never released nationwide in theaters in the United States. So most likely, James Cameron never saw those movies. And even if he did,
Yeah.
right now, I don't think he would even give a crap because this was 30 plus years ago.
I mean, maybe, and I guess at this point he's like, "Well, fuck. Well, I'm making Avatar movies, bitch. So I'm fine."
How much money am I going to take from you when I have
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And
I want to like
embracing
address
AI.
like a comment from C Animus like real quick. I guess it's like has to relate to like the whole thermal reactor, like the nuclear reactor sort of like comparison, what have you, versus what is it like the other crazy thing. Like just because some crazy things exist doesn't mean all crazy things exist. Game of Thrones has dragons, but if the Enterprise turned up, we'd have issues.
Is this and then talking about the theory from the guy?
Yeah, about the guy where he was laughed out of the university because of his theory about Godzilla having like his heart being like a nuclear reactor, in comparison to what was like the other less crazy like the thing like not time travel or space Godzilla, but like something else that was like
so souls, psychics, gods, time travel, and space Godzilla. That's all I wrote.
yeah. I'm trying to think what else. Like something like arguably less fantastical than those. Maybe thought something
The
else.
two brains, I guess.
The what?
The two brains. The fact that Godzilla.
Oh yeah, the two brains. Yeah, the two brains. Yeah, we brought that up. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, sure, just because like time travel exists, that doesn't mean Godzilla could have like a a thermal nuclear reactor type heart and all that. But it's like, it's just kind of a matter of like, I guess what we're saying here is like, it's sort of a matter of like, considering Godzilla is like of his like atomic origins, what have you, and the fact it's like the more he's like exposed to like nuclear energy, and the longer he is, like he's kind of been shown to be more and more powerful over the course of the Heisei era. Like a character like coming to the conclusion of something like Godzilla could potentially humor the idea of Godzilla melting down or blowing up or what have you, destroying the world in essentially like nuclear Armageddon. It's like his heart being a nuclear reactor. Like it's not like it would be weird to not at least entertain that sort of idea.
Yeah. The only unbelievable thing is that people will have read that and said, "Nah, that's why we're complaining because it's so intuitive, so conclusive, of all this shit that's been happening. That the fact that you just ignore it is the most stupid thing."
Yeah, I mean, I could buy that people would have doubts about him, but no, but I don't. But I wouldn't really buy that people would just outright laugh him out. Like I think people would just be like, I'm not sure
That's
about that.
normal, but saying like, "Hey, no," and just like closing the door, I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
And that's Heisei, baby.
yeah, it's just kind of
Yeah. Okay.
But anyways,
Some of the worst, if not the worst, of the Heisei era. Except for when Godzilla freezes, because that actually looks pretty cool. The set pieces look very fake for the most part. The Destoroyahs are too stiff and can somehow defy physics, with the perfect form being so bulky that it can hardly move. They even use toys. Not kidding, these are real Bandai Japan figures of the Destoroyahs. So if you want to go ahead and buy a movie prop, there you go.
I
Okay, that's
never
kind of
understood why people take it as if it was like a bad thing. Like, I mean, they were stiff as fuck, okay? They were stiff, and I didn't really like it. I think that at the time, if you had such limitations, maybe you shouldn't have used them as much. But like the fact that they use toys for like the extras is like, who cares, right? Like it's basically not as bad as people just walking by while Godzilla destroying everything. I don't think so.
yeah. The composite of people walking through Hong Kong, like as if they're just casually doing a stroll in the streets at night while Godzilla's in the background. That's like something that would happen in a parody, like not in a serious Godzilla film,
Yeah.
where people are just kind of like, "Up there goes Godzilla again. He's just attacking our city." Yep.
Tuesday.
So anyways, up for some bowling tonight.
Yeah. But yeah, like them using like the Bandai toys for like just building up like the composition to
I
look
would
a
say
little
like the worst of
bit.
that effect. I would say like probably the worst effect that I could point to is like there's a couple brief moments where you kind of catch like where you see like a miniature of like Junior, like when Godzilla's getting attacked by Destoroyah,
Yeah.
with beam effects, what have you. You could clearly see Junior, like he's not moving his limbs, but he looks as if he's like on like a track of like wheels. I'm
Yeah.
just like, you couldn't make it to where his legs could move, do like a walking motion.
Or just don't have him in that shot, like make him lay on the ground or something. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
or don't even have, or just focus the camera on Godzilla. Don't even have Junior in the shot.
Yeah, exactly. Like I understand why they did it. Probably they had to make so many animatronics for the little destroyers, and because they have to make so many in amount, that's why they all look so stiff, right? You couldn't focus on making one that looks good. You have to make 12 or 15 that look mediocre or too bad, right?
Yeah,
And then for the
and you just
remaining
hope
part,
people don't notice it. But with
yeah,
Junior, like it's one.
yeah, it's the one. So we just don't put in the shot. Yeah.
Also, not only does Destoroyah have his name because of the oxygen destroyer, Toho couldn't trademark the word destroyer, so they just decided to call him Destoroyah. My favorite part is when Godzilla Jr. is an animatron on a track of some sort and starts sliding when Destoroyah attacks. It's so
I just
hilarious.
brought that up. Right there, you see?
okay. That is funny.
Yeah.
You know,
Guys, come on. I know you didn't have money, but goddamn.
Dude, if I was TitanGoji, I would have put the Tokyo Drift song right there.
I wonder if the no I live in Tokyo.
You
Yeah.
just can't help but rewind it over and over. And now for the action. They had the audacity to copy Aliens for one scene, and funny enough, it's honestly the best action scene in the movie, even if it's just another case of Takao Kawara shamelessly ripping off better movies. And then there is the final battle, where Godzilla battles his greatest, strongest opponent yet. And here they go. Watch out, he might scratch you.
I just wanted to say, right there, you know how people say that Destroyer's chest looks like an asshole?
Oh God. Oh God, what are you about to
Yet
say there?
another time, yet another instance of the Godzilla franchise making allusions to prolapsing and fisting. See, I was right.
Well, he's about to say something interesting about the fights, which I will bring up once you play the video, continue the video.
Okay, okay. Yeah, but this is the second time this happens, see Monster C. I told you I was onto something. And don't worry, I haven't forgotten about the April Fool's thing. It's just that I'm trying to see if I come up with something else that's funny. So
Oh God, I've been taking some notes. Yeah, I've kind of been working on some notes for that.
yeah, but don't
Preparation.
worry. Since we have like half a year until April. That's why I'm not in a rush. But
Yeah,
I'm on
I just don't want to
it.
procrastinate. You know what I mean?
Don't worry. It's
We
just
got, we got too much good content to like go through. Like too many like memes. Oh wow.
well, yeah, right here, Godzilla is the giver this time. So take that as you will.
When you
Anyway.
bump into him like that. Also, Destoroyah has a weird strategy. He pulls up in his final form, kills Junior, dips, pulls up, fights Godzilla for a bit, dips, pulls up as lesser versions of himself, then dips after realizing that was a bad idea, and pulls up again in his perfect form. If anything, that does not make Destoroyah a strong and powerful monster like the fanbase tries to make him out to be. He's nothing like Doomsday or whoever he's been compared to. He's honestly just more of an annoyance than an actual threat. Yeah, he killed Junior, and that's about it. But at the same time, he was already beaten by the JSDF and Junior before. Yeah.
I mean, I do want to say really fast, the fact that the fan base says that Destroyer is big shit is not the movie's fault. And you just have to take the movie at face value, and yes, Destroyer is just like a very weird fighter. He's just kind of like not really that powerful.
Honestly, as
He's
someone
overwhelmed.
who,
Yeah.
as someone who watched the movie, I am wondering what movie was TitanGoji watching, because Destoroyah actually was putting giving Godzilla a rough time. Like, sure, it's not in the most superficial way, but he was giving Godzilla a hard time. Like Godzilla wasn't easily one-shotting him. He was actually beating Godzilla a lot. Heck, he even showed the scene where Destroyer was dragging Godzilla across the airport. How come he forgot that part?
Yeah, and he was slashing at him with his like horn energy attack.
Yeah,
so
like
couple
the thing
things.
with Destroyer is not necessarily that much powerful than like other Godzilla villains. He is, however, using this strategy, which I don't think it's a bad strategy, right? Like you hit and run until the opponent is so tired that you can just finish them up. Like what's
Yeah,
wrong?
and not to mention like Godzilla's. It's just a matter that Godzilla is like melting down, and Destroyer is just kind of just like giving him licks where he need just kind of like attacking him at opportune moments essentially.
Exactly. Yeah, like we don't know if Godzilla, like, because people think that burning is like the strongest, and it's like, dude, like
I
he's
mean,
suffering.
he is.
Every moment it must hurt, like, right? Like he's literally burning. So I don't think that burning Godzilla is the strongest. I think that it's the most powerful. Yeah, because he's literally about to explode from a power overcharge, but it doesn't mean that he's strong necessarily. It doesn't mean that he's fighting at his best. It's just that we see the cool design and we say cool. So that's a fan base problem. It's not that Destroyer is super strong. It's that Godzilla is still at a disadvantage during the whole fight. Even if like maybe his atomic breath is stronger than usual, even if maybe his spines are releasing these like waves, it doesn't mean that he's actually fighting as well as he could. But that to me is like a lot of fun talk, right? And he's blaming the movie for it when the movie is not at fault. So yeah, I don't think that this is a good argument. And
Yeah.
like the strategy that Destroyer uses is also not bad at all, actually. So I don't know what he's trying to say here.
This is a stronger Destoroyah, one who got over his weakness of fire, but he's killed by the military. Yeah, sure, Godzilla got some blows in here and there, but the military is what really finished him off. I do
Because
wish
of
that
extreme
Godzilla was the one to
temperature.
do so, but
That's the thing that people miss about Destroyer. They think that his weakness is a cold temperature. That's not true. It's extreme temperature. That's what killed Destroyer. It's the combination of Godzilla's extreme heat and the JSDF's extreme cold cold missiles. Extreme
Yes,
temperatures is weakness, not
yeah.
not pure coldness. Like I don't know what's wrong with these people.
I mean, I think that the movie should have explained because, like, you watch the movie and you should also understand this is a 2v1, right? Like, Godzilla and the humans are trying to kill Destroyer. But also, I do feel like they should have established this as a plan, right? Like, destroy us and kill Godzilla or whatever. Like, Godzilla is literally going to be burning him, and we can like freeze him, and the change in temperatures is going to kill him. Like it's not wrong to explain things in movies. Like people act as if, oh, if you want something explained, you're a moron, and it's like, no, it's a plan. You have to explain the plan. If the plan is to have this change in temperature kill him, it should be better explained, I feel.
We got another person coming on. He hasn't been here in a while, but he wants to be here. It is Freshly Madge.
Hi.
Oh, hey, I'm here. Yeah, it's been a while. I haven't been here forever. Sorry, guys. I'm kind of busy nowadays, so
No, that's fair. That's fine. We all got lives.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm working on some personal projects, kind of.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said on my previous points, yes, the military did kill Destoroyah. That is the fucking point of the entire movie. It's such a weak ass complaint that I swear it just tells you don't actually get what Godzilla vs. Destroyer is about.
Yeah, I think it's a bad complaint on any kaiju film to say, oh, the military won. It's like, yeah, since when do we have this rule that we have to lose on everything? Like on Gamera,
Yeah.
we
Well,
basically killed Legion, right? Like we helped Gamera a lot.
I mean, no, because I haven't actually seen the trilogy in quite a while. So, one moment, hold on, one moment. So, just we haven't seen the military. We haven't seen the military kill elite. They kill like the smaller legions, right? And the mother legion is killed because he throws out the ultimate mana blast out of his chest, right?
Yeah.
They destroyed, I think, one of the horns from
But that's
Legion. Like
still like
a lot of damage to Legion,
yeah,
to the adult Legion, not only
right,
the little ones.
right, yeah. So the point is that yeah, the military can definitely stand against monsters, right? That's an example. There's another example is
By the way, I don't want to interrupt you, but I just wanted you to
yeah.
know I need to leave for a little bit. So
Oh,
actually, you can like talk, but know that I won't be able to play the video. Okay, so I'll be right back.
okay, no worries,
All right,
I got
no
it.
problem.
So what now?
While Low is gone for a bit, what should I say?
Honestly, I don't know. I guess I'll bring up my other point, which is that yes, burning Godzilla is stronger than the one at the end of Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla. This is not really something you can kind of argue against.
Yeah.
I don't think that can really be, because it's like even ignoring just like he really just has better everything, right? He has better statements, he has better portrayal, he has better accomplishments on screen. Burning is not the strongest form of Godzilla in the Heisei era. because that would be Meltdown at the end. And
Or
then after
Super Godzilla.
Oh, would you count that?
I mean, it's a video game, but it was made in the Heisei era, so
Uh,
yeah, it's not canon, but it is part of the Heisei era, so yeah, I guess.
I mean, I have it in the I have Super Godzilla in the ETV, so it's like in the extended Toho. It's a Toho property. It's in the multiverse of Godzilla projects, but it's not in like the main universe with all the Showa and the Heisei and the Millennium movies up until Final Wars. This Final Wars is in a separate continuity, separate universe.
Yeah, its own separate crazy continuity.
They're all their own separate crazy continuities, but the thing is, all of the ones from 1954 to 2003 are in like this big universe where it has multiple branching timelines. So, yeah. Can Burning Godzilla defeat the Hulk?
Yes, sir.
I think that depends on the version of the Hulk, and because Marvel scaling in general is not as wildly inconsistent as something like SCP, or even really something like Godzilla itself, which is very inconsistent in power scaling. But you have most of the time you have your main meta, which can be anything like multi-continental or city level or star level or outerversal, yes. And then you also have a wall level meta for when the characters randomly get jumped by like Batman, and that's for DC. But like when they get randomly jumped by some random thug in a gun, right? There was I remember the cops that arrested Thanos. Y'all remember that? I remember that was like huge in like 2017.
Yeah.
But I'd say like
Okay, I'm back.
oh hey yeah, we're talking about if
Okay.
Burning Godzilla can beat the Hulk right now. So I think if it's like the one that was shown in the issue series where where it featured the one below all, probably not. He wouldn't beat the World Breaker, or I remember there was one that Chuck the Cybercuck used to talk about, which was like this weird like bald mutilating amalgamation with like multiple arms, and it was in this kind of like Bob Eggleton style of just of like oil painting drawing. And I remember they argued in that movie it was far stronger than Galactus. I think that version could probably beat most takes on Burning Godzilla. It's difficult to say for sure because Burning Godzilla would typically be considered stronger than Showa. And if you want to include the Marvel Godzilla King of the Monsters run from the 1970s in that, not the modern one because that wasn't a thing when Heisei scaling first came out. But if you want to include that, because that is the Showa Godzilla in that run, right? Then that would mean probably like then I think he'd be up there. I don't know if he'd be as strong. So I think still that version of the Hulk would beat Burning Godzilla. So.
Anyways.
Okay, let's continue.
All right.
Okay.
But I'll go ahead and play a clip from one of Blue Nova's videos, which I will say does make me appreciate Godzilla's death some more.
I've seen complaints about Godzilla not getting to finish destroy himself, though I think that works in the film's favor. Godzilla.
Can you pause for a moment? Is this the movie? First off, what is that? What is that? What the hell is that?
I know, right? Like, I will play it on mute while you talk, so we don't have to deal with it. Okay?
Oh my god, what is that? What is he doing?
Oh, no.
But yeah,
Oh my god!
Raid Shadow Legends?
Raid Shadow Legends.
Oh, that's I know what that game is too.
Something.
But I was gonna say, is this the video? This is the video where this is the video on Godzilla vs. Destroy that criticizes it, compares it to T-Rod, right? Says, you see the people, they're just chilling in the middle of Godzilla vs. Destroy. There's no urgency.
Yeah.
That's the one? Oh my god. I've been waiting. I've been trying to find that video forever.
Yeah,
This
Blue
is
Nova
actually.
Blue Nova for some reason has his Heisei critiques along with his anime trilogy critiques blocked for many years now. I don't know why.
Makes sense.
If he's ashamed of making those videos due to his bad faith criticism, then that's well deserved. Then
I guess the Heisei bros got him.
Yeah, as they should. Those videos,
Oh God.
I swear,
Okay.
they were one of the worst
I mean,
videos ever.
I think Godzilla vs. Destoroyah is definitely the best 90s Heisei movie. Like by far and away. I think it's not better than T-Rog, and I don't think it's better than Godzilla vs. Biollante.
What's T-Rog?
The
Return of Godzilla.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of. I mean, I probably would say it's better than Biollante.
Yeah, I know you probably would say that. Yeah,
but versus T-Rog, I'd say it's a little.
Return of Godzilla, you can say that.
Yeah, Return of Godzilla. It's.
Godzilla
I don't know.
1985.
I'm kind of back and forth about it. In terms of like which one is better.
Nah, Godzilla vs. Destoroyah for me is the best Heisei movie. And no, not just the best Heisei movie. I think it's the third best Godzilla movie overall.
What's 1 and 2?
Number 1, number 2 is Godzilla. Number 1 is -1.
No. Okay, so now I know you're a rage baiter. The other day you said that you thought that number 1 was King Ghidorah versus Godzilla. We decipher the mystery of Godzilla 2005. He's rage baiting. I knew it. I knew you were joking. I knew it wasn't true. I knew it. You're normal. You're one of us.
I remember when this guy.
Join us, brother. Join us.
No,
I remember when this guy first showed up on the Legacy of Monsters stream, and you remember when he was like just saying, "Bro, it's like woke slop, bro." It's like no one understands what he's talking. Like it has like 2 women kissing and shit. That's like the extent of any left leaning theming in Legacy of Monsters, right?
Yeah. First, wait. Let me say something to Lowell. Lol, I never said that Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah was my favorite Godzilla movie, or if I said that it was the best Godzilla movie. I think
you probably shouldn't do that.
Godzilla movies. It's in my top 10, but I don't think it's better than a few other Godzilla movies. I think it's better than a majority of the Godzilla movies, but I never said
the top 10 is better than.
I never said it was the best one.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood that. I was so sure that you said that it was like your favorite Godzilla movie.
Yeah, it's
Mandela
not,
effect.
I do really love it, and I do think it's much better than people give it credit to.
And why would you think that?
Because it is a great movie. If you just take away the somewhat confusing timeline, it's actually really great. And also, it's nowhere near as confusing as Godzilla's Singular Point. Like, come on, man.
Okay, well that's an interesting take because I've long believed the time travel is like easily the least nonsensical part of that movie. Right? That's the one part that I'm willing to forgive.
Legit, actually,
everything else.
Someone made a video saying that it actually makes sense and showing how it would add up. I think.
Huh?
Someone went and made a video explaining how it actually makes sense in the context of all of Heisei.
Right. I don't know how accurate that video is. Most videos explaining, most people explaining Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah's time travel kind of get it wrong. I think the Wikizilla video. The Wikizilla video is the closest to accurate that I think people have gotten, but that misses the whole destiny subtext of the movie. So, we could save this discussion for later. I'm sure I'm willing to explain Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah's time travel.
We're gonna have to like save it for another time because for sure.
For sure.
But as I just kind of stand right now, it's like it's like no matter how much I try to make sense out of the time travel in Godzilla versus King Ghidorah, it's just like there's always something that just comes up that would just be like, it's like, well, if that just doesn't make sense, and it just throws the hope, it just throws something else out of whack, and it's just a domino effect that somehow is just metamorphosizing constantly.
I don't know what to say for you, buddy, if you think it's still that confusing.
No, it's not. It's not confusing. It's nonsensical. It's just broken.
Okay. Also, Kasaibu said GMK is better than GVD. I mean, it could have been had they not removed Anguirus and Varen in favor of Mothra and King Ghidorah.
No, no, it's
that doesn't change anything.
It doesn't change the writing. That doesn't. It doesn't.
Yeah. Still. I mean, I understand that maybe you could say that Varan could have been like the water god and made it make more sense, because he could be amphibian, but he also can fly. So at that point, even with Varan, you have like that issue.
Yeah, I mean, Anguirus was most likely going to be the Mothra.
Okay, so Varan will have been air. So then that means that Anguirus will have been water? That doesn't make much sense. That doesn't make any relation at all, actually. So
here's the thing: Varen being air would kind of make sense because he can fly, but Anguirus being water, that's a little strange.
Okay, let's continue.
Yeah, let's continue.
I've seen complaints about Godzilla not getting to finish destroy himself, though I think that works in the film's favor. Godzilla, betrayed by the very energy that gave him his immense strength, is unable to revive or avenge his only child, and, even in his final moments, he cannot find peace.
And I feel like Godzilla's death just comes out of nowhere, but I guess that's just like death in real life. No one is ready when it comes, and no one knows how to prepare for it.
What?
I mean,
out of nowhere? It's been building up to this whole point of the
wait. Hey, guys. I want to try and understand what he's saying. Wait.
What's going on?
I think what he's saying might be that it wasn't established throughout the movies. Maybe that's what he's trying to say. So I will let it play a little bit longer and see if that's what he says or if this is all he says about it. Okay.
Okay.
Just in case.
They know it is coming. Except death doesn't force an anti-nuclear message that doesn't feel relevant, since Junior absorbs it all anyway and is revived. I get they were trying to make the series go full circle, but this is just awkward and forced. And adding to that, there is actually an alternate ending, which was featured in the manga as well. And there was also deleted and unfinished footage of Destoroyah's chest beam, which the movie kinda had to build up.
So he didn't actually say what I thought he was going to say, which honestly would have been fine if he said that, I feel like this should have been established like 1 or 2 movies ago that he's like overcharging. I feel like it comes out of nowhere in this movie. That's fine. But as it is, I don't feel like it's rushed or forced or that it came out of nowhere. I mean, we were talking about how the island just like fucking exploded and no one really says. Like, we don't see
2 movies ago would have been Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla in 1993, by the way. I don't think.
Yeah.
Either put in Godzilla vs. Mothra or Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla. So.
No. Actually, you can do it in Mechagodzilla because you could say that the reason why he killed Mechagodzilla is because he overcharged because of Rodan, for example, right? You could say that if you want to, and then you establish that throughout the Space
to establish
Godzilla.
that Godzilla is overcharging. I thought this was to establish Destoroyah.
I guess that could make sense. He's dead. Yeah, that would be better. But the thing is, that's something that I said right now. I thought that he would say it, and he didn't. So I don't know what he means when he says that it's rushed. Maybe he means what I'm trying to say, or maybe he says something else different.
I think what he's trying to say. I think what he's trying to say is that they kind of like they built this hype for Destoroyah only to kind of like metaphorically cuck the audience by not having him use his chest beam and having the military kill him off, which I disagree with firmly. Because I think they changed the ending because the original ending with Godzilla killing Destoroyah was dumb. Not necessarily dumb, but I feel like it would have been corny and would have reduced the impact of the themes of the movie. So it's just like it would turn it into a generic revenge plot, like a giant monster version of Taken, where he gets revenge on Destoroyah for killing his son. Which
and also, like, I think that Blue Nova was right, even though Blue Nova's literally saying the
yeah, a bait
opposite
and
of what
switch.
I
Society was
want.
right.
Yeah, because like I also actually at the beginning of the stream told C, dude, I wish that he would have like killed Destroyer, even though he's melting. You know, as like the last thing he wants to do in this life is like rip apart the creature that killed his son. Right? I think that would have been more emotional. But what Blue Nova is saying here is also fine. You know, the tragedy that he cannot even be the one to finish it, and he just dies. You know, like I think that's also good. You know, it's just two different ways of wanting it to happen. Now,
I
would
guess
you mind
the
it if I
tragedy
just?
aspect. Yeah, sorry. Go on. Yeah.
Would you mind it if I replay the whole thing so we can see what he has
Sure,
to say?
sure. Yeah, of course.
Okay, from Blue Nova's point.
Say does make me appreciate Godzilla's death some more.
I've seen complaints about Godzilla not getting to finish destroy himself, though I think that works in the film's favor. Godzilla, betrayed by the very energy that gave him his immense strength, is unable to revive or avenge
he
his
said
only
something
child.
right before
and
this.
even in his
Go ahead and play a clip from
I'm sorry, what did you say?
before.
I couldn't hear you.
Yeah.
That I think he's saying that he agrees with Blue Nova. Actually, let me replay it because I think
he just said I heard some points, so I don't know. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think he said that he gained appreciation for the ending after Blue Nova's point. Let me.
This is a stronger Destroyer, one who got over his weakness of fire, but he's killed by the military. Yeah, sure, Godzilla got some blows in here and there, but the military is what really finished him off. I do wish that Godzilla was the one to do so, but I'll go ahead and play a clip from one of Blue Nova's videos, which I will say does make me appreciate Godzilla's death some more.
I've seen complaints about Godzilla not getting to finish destroy himself, though I think that works in the film's favor. Godzilla, betrayed by the very energy that gave him his immense strength, is unable to revive or avenge his only child, and even in his final moments, he cannot find peace.
And I feel like Godzilla's death just comes out of nowhere, but I guess.
So what he's saying is that he agrees with that. So he also had my position where he wanted Godzilla to be the one to kill him, but he realized that the ending still works as it is, which is also the same thing that I said. Like, I don't think that the ending is bad. It's just that I feel like they could have done more. And then I added that I think that if you don't want him to kill Destroyer, Godzilla at least, while he's literally like melting, he should at least try to go
He's
and
half
walk
the reason
towards
Destroyer
Junior.
dies.
What?
He's half the Meltdown Godzilla is half the reason that Destroyer dies. Because it's not the cold that ever kills him, it's the extreme shift in temperature. So it's the shift from the infinite heat ray to all the I think it was the CLT-95. Yeah, the CLT-95s. And so that transition definitely killed him. I think you can see the fact that it's ultimately the military that kills him as either like a tragedy angle from Godzilla's perspective, because Godzilla couldn't kill him, or you can see it as like a hopeful angle from the military's perspective, because they could kill Destroyer. I feel like if it's something like Last Godzilla, you know, the tragedy angle works better. But if it's the original Japanese dub, the hopeful angle would work better. And the hopeful angle has always been my main take on it, you know?
Yeah, I get it. Like, I thought that maybe they could have made him try to reach Junior as he's dying, and he never gets there. I think that will be a bigger tragedy. You know, like he wants to die right next to his kid, but he doesn't even get to do that before we blast him with the freezy rays and keep him in place, basically. And but yeah, like whatever you want to do, this is not like a bad ending. It's just one of the many choices they had.
So it's just like death in real life. No one is ready when it comes, and no one knows how to prepare for it when they know it is coming. Except death doesn't force an anti-nuclear message that doesn't feel relevant, since Junior absorbs it all anyway and is revived. I get they were trying to make this
with Godzilla. He's always
again tied into my point on. Sorry. You guys go on? Okay, I guess I'll speak. This again ties into my point that the ending is the way it is to carry on the themes. Right? I know. So I'm not sure what any of your opinions on Last Godzilla is. Right? That's the Tamil dub of Godzilla vs. Destoroyah. I know C Monster Essays doesn't like it, but I don't know the rest of you. But the
one.
The Tamil dub of Godzilla vs. Destoroyah, where they cut it off after Meltdown Godzilla dies and the Earth turns into a radioactive landscape, and so there's no Junior. Right? That's the one.
I mean, I've never seen. I've never seen.
I know we brought it up on. I think it was one of the Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah or Heisei era streams, but. Yeah, that was a long time ago, so I guess I wouldn't forgive you for forgetting about it.
Right.
But yeah, the point is, in the ending that we have, so not the Last Godzilla ending, not the comic ending or manga ending, the point is that the idea of the oxygen destroyer, which is kind of this cycle of endless suffering and death, that people build mustard gas, and so in response they build nerve gas, so in response they build nuclear bombs, so in response they build oxygen destroyers, right? This goes on and on and on forever. The point is that this can be undone. This can be stopped if we as a species, as all people, work together to try and bring peace, right? And that's why at the end of the movie, the G-Force, right? They go in and they freeze Destoroyah, because all their actions at the end of the movie are not like in any terms of violence. They do not want to like fight anything. It's not like before. It's not like in T-Rog where they want to kill Godzilla, right? It's not like throw away Godzilla. It's not like Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla where you have the guy, I forgot his name. I think it was like Yuki or something.
Yeah.
Yep.
In Godzilla vs. Destoroyah, they simply want to bring peace and prosperity to the world. They want to do preventative action. They want to do protective action, and that's why they succeed, because they're all working together for this common goal. And so Godzilla is also, as a result, Godzilla is saved because, in a sense, Godzilla Jr. works to kind of, he brings peace by absorbing post-meltdown Godzilla's energy. And the implication here is that the monsters and humans will never fight again because of the fact that because of the inherent hope that this movie has to bring peace. And this is why I love this movie. Because first off, it's a great story, right? It's very well made. It also directly works to counter the message of Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, which, that retroactively makes the 90s Heisei movies a lot better in terms of their messaging. But I guess that's another discussion.
Also, I have something to say. I think out of all the Godzillas to be a hero, I think Junior being a heroic Godzilla makes more sense than the other Godzillas.
Yeah, because he was raised by Asusa Gojo, right?
Yeah.
He was taught to love humanity. And this pays off in Godzilla vs. Destoroyah, of course, when he absorbs it for humanity. And he roars triumphantly. This is not a success that Godzilla will live on forever, but this is a success that the world can live in peace now.
Yeah.
Right?
Whenever a threat comes to Earth, Junior will be there to save not just the planet, but also the people that he grew up with. That makes more sense than any other Godzilla being the good guy, because Godzilla and Junior are much different characters.
I don't know every other Godzilla, because Showa has like a pretty solid character arc. It's definitely there's weak points, but he does have a noticeable character arc and character development.
I don't know.
I will say,
I think it comes out of nowhere, because if in Raids Again, Godzilla like freaking mauls Anguirus to death. Godzilla laughs while burning Kong, and
Right.
Godzilla wars triumphantly after killing Mothra. But back to
Because
my
he
point
is.
to the difference between Godzilla and Junior. Godzilla is a morally great character. He will protect people, but not really because he likes them, but because he's only protecting his territory or just the planet. Meanwhile, Junior is basically more a near pure good character because
Yeah.
he's protecting
Yeah.
not just the city or the planet, but also mankind because humans
Junior is
raised him
basically
with
more
this
like
earth.
Kong, like if Kong was
I mean,
because he can relate to people. So yeah, it makes more sense for him than any other Godzilla because it's
Yeah.
also
I'm
more
assuming you
direct
mean
from the very
MonsterVerse
beginning.
Kong post GXK, not
Yeah.
post KSI,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's why I think they should have made a series following Godzilla versus Destoroyah with Junior as the new Godzilla, the more heroic Godzilla, while also still having some people not trust him because he's
Well,
the
that's
son of
the irony,
Godzilla.
right? Because that's the irony of them not being able to do it. Because the only reason why we got this ending is because they were going to end it. Like that was going to be definitive for 10 years. If they had kept going, maybe we'll have gotten something completely different and never gotten Junior anyway, right? Because it would have stayed little.
Right. That's
So we
why.
finally had a chance to get that, and when we had it, it was right there at the end of everything. So
That's fair.
it's kind
I
of
was
like
gonna.
Gamera 3, right? You just have to hope that
Yeah,
things
because
will go
Gamera
well.
3 is intentionally cliffhanger. It's supposed to show, the audiences their faith in Gamera. Will Gamera win? That's up for you, the viewer, to decide if you believe
Yeah.
in Gamera or if you don't believe in Gamera. Right?
And here he decided that this ruins the things because he doesn't really think that this will go well. But if you see it the way you do, which is hopeful, actually it does talk about the themes because even though he survived and he survived
Also,
because he absorbed the radiation, is how this Godzilla is going to react to everything that's going to change things or make them go the same way as before. Therefore,
Right.
ruining the themes. But
I'm
again,
gonna
if you see it in a helpful way, it's not actually ruining the themes. Yeah.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna mention
okay.
this. Is I'm gonna mention this is a lot of people is actually Kasaibu mentioned this, and I think a lot of people talk about this in general is what happens after Godzilla vs. Destroyer, right?
Yeah.
So I'm talking in the confines of just the movie itself, right? Not a hypothetical sequel series, or the numerous candidates that do exist. Which those candidates would be the IDW trilogy, Godzilla in Hell, and the Gemstone movies, right? I don't, as much as I find these interesting, I see them as kind of like more like alternate possibilities because almost all of them do undermine the themes of Godzilla vs. Destroyer by having Godzilla just do these fights.
Also, I'm gonna since Heisei Gamera was mentioned, I'm gonna
Yeah,
have a hot no nuclear hot take, but
is it that the Heisei Gamera movies are bad?
no, it's
Oh,
Heisei Gamera's character. I think Heisei
oh,
Gamera is no different and no better than Bayverse Optimus Prime and Snyderverse Superman.
I can see that actually
Yeah,
because
I get it.
there's a sequence in Revenge of Iris, and Revenge of Iris in general, he's a lot darker than the previous two movies. Before that, he's more like the original, and he's a more friendly design. But then they kind of change it to be darker and grittier. So that would probably be your problem with Revenge of Iris specifically, in my opinion.
I think the problem is that whereas people rightfully criticized the way how Bayverse Optimus and Snyderverse
Gamera,
Superman's character were done, I don't see that. I don't see people
Atlantis had
having the
its
same
chance.
criticism for
One
Heisei
moment, I gotta.
Gamera. Oh, I see. Because I guess Kaiju fans just like darker tone stories, even though they only work for certain types of kaijus. But I don't think it works for Gamera. I mean, the movies are great. Don't get me wrong, but for Gamera, who's supposed to be a more lighthearted kaiju, who's supposed to protect children, I don't think they did it greatly.
I'm, I'm gonna be honest with you. I can see your points, Well, I was actually earlier today. I was having a discussion on Gamera as a character and what Gamera is supposed to represent, and I don't know if they're
I
necessarily. Yeah. What?
I just think that variety is fine, because
Yeah,
you did
variety
have
is
your chance
definitely
with
good.
all of Showa, right? Like all of Showa had its chance, so it's fine to do something different. And like the thing is, I hope we don't stay at the dark ages of greedy kaiju stuff. I hope we can
Right.
do like fun Gamera again at some point. I mean, not fun, like
I mean, the
what is it,
problem with Gamera isn't that.
lighthearted Gamera. But if we ever go back to lighthearted Gamera, then I think that's completely fine to have Showa and
My problem, I think the problem
Heisei
with
and
Gamera.
the new one, Rebirth.
And they did with Gamera the Brave and Gamera Rebirth.
Yeah. My
Exactly. Yeah,
problem. Can I
that's
say
what I
this?
was going
Can I
to
say
say.
this?
The Brave went back, so that's a nice thing.
Yeah, the Brave went back for sure. It was a much more lighthearted adventure,
but still had the more serious and darker tone of
and
the
in its
Heisei
antagonist Gedus, right? And also
Yeah,
Gamera
exactly.
himself is dead in that movie, so it's
that's practically his son, Toto.
Right. I mean, it's kind of also his reincarnation, but that's a whole other debate. The thing with Gamera is I don't think the issue is there's too much gritty content. I don't think the issue is that there's too much lighthearted content. I think the issue is there's no content, right? It's not gritty content. It's not dark. It's not dark content. It's not light content. It's no content, right? If there was a dark and gritty Gamera movie that came out right now, I'd eat that up. If there was a lighthearted one, I'd eat that up. But there's nothing. We haven't had one in an entire 2 decades, right?
We would just, as long as it's good, we would eat it up. But
anyways, I guess that's correct, but I'd still watch it even if it wasn't bad, because it's the first movie I've had as a Gamera fan in a whole 20 years, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess, whether it's good or bad, we pretty much wouldn't really know until we actually get it. But anyways, let's get back to the video here.
Yeah.
Go
Well,
full
Gamera
circle,
Rebirth was
but
a show also, so. Yeah.
doesn't feel relevant since Junior absorbs it all anyway and is revived.
Right, we
I get
already
they were
about
trying
this.
to make the series go full circle, but this is just awkward and forced. And adding to that, there is actually an alternate ending,
full
which was
circle,
featured
actually.
in the manga as well. And there was also deleted and unfinished footage of Destoroyah's chest beam, which the movie kinda had a build up towards, but not really. Okay, now I just want to take a moment and talk about some of the original ideas for this final installment, because they sound much better than this film in general. Okay, so now I want to take a moment and talk about some of the original drafts for this film, because
these are some
they
really
sound a
interesting
lot.
concepts. Right, so
What?
these are all the scrap concepts for Godzilla vs. Destoroyah.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's kind of like the evolution of what Godzilla
Yes.
Destoroyah started out as.
Yeah, I think out of all the
I
scrap,
guess you could say it's
out of all the scrap
kind of
movies,
like
I
it's
think
a
the
mixture
Heisei
of
has the most interesting ones. Okay, continue.
it's a mixture of, stuff like for example, the shameless horrible Monster Island Base ripoff, which was this thing Hazard made back in 2019. That had its first draft. You had its second draft. It had actually, I think, more drafts than that. Those are the two major ones, right? Or you have like something like Eyes Wide Shut. That there was there was an original vision for it that was changed. Oh yeah, The Lion King. Yeah, pretty much all movies have concept history, right? Star Wars, I think, had a lot of concept history.
Sorry, guys. You were hearing me talk to the dogs, I think.
Don't worry about
I
it.
forgot to mute myself.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the evolution of... Because the thing is, movies are very difficult to make. You make a movie like 3 times over, right? You first make it when you're storyboarding and when you're coming up for the script. Then you make it when you're doing the filming, when you're doing all the filming. Then after that, you make it again when you're in the middle of revising everything and editing it so that it's the best thing, right? And you can also count the storyboarding and the script as 2 different products. So that's 4 times you're making a movie over, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of stuff changes, right? So all these examples before weren't other movies, but they were earlier concepts for what the movie could have been, right? The TV tropes listed as what could have been, right? And I think that's necessarily what it is. And I think I think some of these examples are much more interesting. Some are less interesting, right? I would have, because for example, I would have loved Godzilla vs. Giant Monster for On, right?
I don't know. I mean, Varen, I think it's a weird choice for the final boss because
I think
Varen is a very weak monster, and I don't really see him as the antagonist. Okay, well, yes, an
that's
antagonist, but not
irrelevant.
as an evil.
No, actually, I have to disagree with this because I think Varen is one of the strongest monsters. I think he has like some of the best like narrative stuff out there. I have in my fan fiction chronology, which is called
Guys,
Dark
I think there's a bigger point here, which is both of your points are irrelevant because it doesn't matter what Varan has done. Exactly. They could have made Varan super strong. Exactly. Varan could have been remade to be like this final boss in the end. Like, it could have been great. We don't know.
A lot.
That's the thing.
I do this a lot with my characters when I'm adapting monsters. I did this with I did this a lot with Manda. I played around with Orochi a lot, but Orochi is always a very strong monster, so that's something else. I did this.
Okay,
but I did this with Manda. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, can you speak? I was just gonna list all the monsters that I could. Yeah, go on, please.
No, you can continue. I'll wait.
All right, fine. I'll go first if that's what pleases you. So, I've done it with Manda. I did it with I think the Ice Giant, which was a scrapped Gamera monster. There's some other lists. I think I reworked Barugon, and Barugaron, like to be all one character, which, to be fair, a lot of that was precedent made by Den Valdron back in 2005 when he made the theory that, Barugon is actually Barugon, but that was a...
Just to clarify, what you're saying basically is that you took a lot of monsters and you tried to make them basically what will be like the strongest version of themselves, right? To the point where they could be like a final boss. Okay.
What I always try to do is I try to get I look at the character and I look at the parts of the character that I think are interesting, that I think could be expanded upon, and I expand upon that and I give that great detail. And so in that great detail, they will naturally become stronger because I try to portray these details as badass and as powerful as I possibly can. Right? So Barugon, who I don't see as like a very powerful monster, but he does fit in his full form, he faces off against Gamera in 1966. Right? He's a fierce opponent to Gamera. Gamera at that time is weakened because he just came back from being thrown into outer space, so he's weakened in that movie. But he still gives him a good fight. He gives the military a good fight. The military is also weakened because this is right after the changing point, which is the adaptation of Mothra. It's a huge event. We'll get into it later. But so that's that. Right. And the idea is that because Barugon was just born in Godzilla verse, not Godzilla, Gamera versus Barugon, right? So he has all this innate potential to be he's kind of like this ultimate kaiju that has just been born, right? He gets weakened, and so in his healing mutation, he reforms as Barugon, right? And he fights Frankenstein, and it kind of comes back as Barugon and Gamera's super monster, and he's basically the final boss there. Right, and that's where Gamera one-shots Gyaos, so that's impressive. And then I think his last appearances are as the adult Heisei Barugon, not the Heisei Barugon, and then he comes back as Barugon for Destroy All Monsters in GMK. I know I'm mixing the terms up because I usually just use one or the other interchangeably. Yeah, I'm not sure where to put Barugaron, who is from the Godzilla trading card game, though. He has vampiric abilities. I might use that, but I don't really know what to do with him. Other than that, I had a whole series based on Manda, right? But Manda's a character who has upper potential for sure, right? Compared to someone like Rattler and Yellowback, who I also used. Those are from like an old children's book, right? But Monda's always shown as very powerful.
Maybe we should get back to the point.
No.
Yeah.
My point is that all monsters have this kind of inherent potential within them, right? Because they're all characters, and characters are all infinitely versatile, right? So all of these concepts could have become great movies in their own right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like these are
Sorry
all
if I
just like.
rambled on a little bit.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, all these like sort of the concept history that we got here. That's just kind of a process of whatever how you make whatever story that you want to do. It's just a matter. But I guess like from what it seems like TitanGoji is about to go into here, it's just like whether or not it seemed very apparent with Godzilla vs. Destroyer, like how hashed together it was, at least for him.
I think Varan is one of those monsters that has much more potential. Because in his original movie, he was supposed to be like super strong. He was the herald of the apocalypse. Or no, that was in Giant Monster Varan. But he was kind of like a god, so that's something that could be noted. I think Deep Sea Life is also very interesting.
I was going to say just that, like, what the hell does deep sea life mean?
Oh, this is
and
actually
also what I was going to say is, what I want to know is like, at which point in all of this do we actually get the Oxygen Destroyer? Because I think that deep sea life could work with the Oxygen Destroyer, right?
Godzilla vs. Battle Baroi is, I think, one of the least interesting ones because that's just Godzilla vs. Destroyer that we got, but it's much less interesting, right? They read Battle Baroi and they thought this sounded similar to Berber, which is the term for certain Moroccan natives that is often interpreted as a slur. So they changed it, and they changed it to Destoroyah because that's a catchy name and it connects to the Oxygen Destroyer. That's when they first introduced the idea. But there was also before that, there was precedent in the many Godzilla versus Ghost Godzilla concepts because they had this thing where they turned the Oxygen Destroyer into the Neo-Oxygen Destroyer. And it actually, aged you up 10,000 years, right? But the first time the Oxygen Destroyer, as it is now, was with Godzilla vs. Destroyer. Yeah, there was some precedent earlier with Godzilla vs. Ghost Godzilla, though.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I also would have liked to seen Godzilla vs. Bagan because Bagan just has never appeared in the movie despite being proposed.
They finished the design and all, right? Like, and it's become like a consistent design that they never end up using. So that was my question because I know that Bagan doesn't have anything to do with the Oxygen Destroyer. So I was like, how did they go from here to here, and what happened in between, right? So that's
right. I think there's this theory I know. This very consistent theory that
I mean, I think maybe we should see what he's going to say about
just one
story.
moment. Let me say this. There's this kind of theory that Bagan is actually like he's this kind of blueprint that Toho will use whenever they want to introduce new ideas. They'll test them out on Bagan, and then if they work, they'll make an actual new monster with that character with those ideas. But yeah, I think we should not play it. This was a fun discussion.
Better than the entire movie in general. The first draft was Godzilla vs. Giant Monster Varan, where Varan would have been reintroduced like Mogira and other kaiju.
Better than -1. I still believe that.
As the antagonist of this film. Man, poor Varan. Always being there for the planning stages, but never for the final product. He definitely needs more love. Then there's Godzilla vs. Godzilla, where Godzilla would have fought the spirit of the original Godzilla, known as Ghost Godzilla, who was created by artist Shinji Nishikawa.
This was the main idea.
And the spirit would have possessed Godzilla Jr. in one draft and Anguirus in another, thus making Godzirus.
Actually,
and in that same draft, there was also Baragon, and he and
Anguirus was never meant to be in the movie. It was this kind of like special, like remodernization of Anguirus called the Anguirus Hound. It's what you saw there. It was much skinnier generally. The design changed. It was much skinnier. It had the carapace like fully split, right? Because that was one of the original points of Anguirus. And just in general, the idea was that it would kind of just really be a placeholder to make, Godzirus as it is. There's also Godzilla vs. Chaos, where the main antagonist is Chaos, and because Chaos wants to use, Godzilla, because Chaos wants to use Godzilla's energy, the ghost Godzilla's energy. Yes, it's this extra dimensional being that wants to use Godzilla's energy. So they have to fight Godzilla and Godzilla Jr., which is super cool.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I coughed on the mic there.
No, don't worry about it. It happened.
Going on there. Excuse me.
But yeah, we can play this again. I've kind of said everything I
Another,
needed to.
thus making Godzirus. And in that same draft, there was also Baragon, and he and Anguirus would have fused to make Baragirus. This was the closest draft ever getting made as the final film, but was scrapped because Godzilla already fought duplicates of himself, being Mechagodzilla and Space Godzilla. But it still would have been awesome to see that. And finally, Godzilla vs. Baruberoi, which then became Godzilla vs. Destoroyah.
Show the clip of
this time,
Godzilla
they
vs.
took the
Biomaster
Godzilla
again.
vs. Godzilla draft and replaced Ghost Godzilla with a new monster named Baruberoi, who is depicted in a way that was similar to the titular creature from John Carpenter's The Thing, where imitating Anguirus and took on weird forms and shapes. Baruberoi was then renamed to Destoroyah and was reworked to resemble a crustacean, and with the Oxygen Destroyer incorporated into the character. Now, before I end this video, I want to mention that a while ago, I asked the Godzilla subreddit,
No! Bunda! Momokas!
Yeah, I think that's like a highly sexual ad that literally says asses and tits. Portugal. People, Portugal.
I mean, what?
Full of fucking green boomers.
Look, I ain't complaining about tits and ass.
Yeah, no, but that's something that normally you wouldn't see in the US. Anyway, I think we ended up
Godzilla vs. Destoroyah. Yeah, I agree with that. That I also agree with.
Okay, he's not gonna pause it. We need to as much as I love
as
the
much as I love
BG
the
and
BG,
knowing
how
how
popular
this one is,
I
I
say
have to
one
say
that
it's one I love a bit less than many others. To your question,
define the
one
many
thing I
others
really
in
don't
class.
like is stiff and models. Yeah, this is how he mentioned the models, and I do think that they are stiff as well in this one. Yeah.
At least some of the models.
Yeah, like mostly Destoroyah, but that one Godzilla Jr. shot.
Oh gosh, yes.
The Tokyo Drift is real. Not a fan of killing off the Heisei series G, but it is what it is.
I also agree with. Yeah, I
can
get on board with this one.
I've said everything on the conclusion. I absolutely love the theme song. Hands down my favorite Godzilla theme of all time. I really love the designs of both Burning Godzilla and Destoroyah. I'm assuming this is Perfect Destroyer, or Centurion.
A ramp up of Destoroyah, bacteria, then killing fish, then killing humans. That's
that was super cool.
Wait, TitanGoji plays an AI voice over this comment, I believe. So.
Oh, really? Okay.
I wouldn't it be a TTS? Or maybe it's AI.
Nice,
Probably
and the
AI.
monsters do look cool, even if Destoroyah's stiffness kind of ruins it. But Destoroyah was an interesting concept, just not a fan of the execution. I would personally give it a much lower score based on everything I said, but I definitely see where you're coming from.
He's not reading the text from AI. He's just giving an overview of his.
Okay, well, I think it's the last.
I think maybe it's like a Mandela effect. Yeah.
It's the last comment he reacts.
I love the movie. It was one of the first few movies I ever saw, and it will forever have a place in my heart. I like the callbacks to the original first movie. Yep. And how it still gives the feeling that humans are the true monsters. Oh, okay. Especially with how deadly the micro-oxygen is. I like how even in Godzilla's last moments, he still has to clean up the humans' shit and save them. Oh my god! What does that even mean?
That's a weird interpretation. To be fair, I think
what does that even mean? That's some Godzilla in Hell is about humility, bro. Or Godzilla in Hell is celebrating Godzilla, bro. Which whole other debate, but do I wish Godzilla got
the last blow? Yeah.
I know the director's cut he does, but in the release itself he doesn't. Another thing I don't like is, I guess, how competent the humans are. Humans weren't really in danger in anything. The whole freezing him doesn't make sense with the explosion, but I still like how he went out. And
they weren't in danger. Like the whole planet was going to explode. Okay, I think we can end this comment. I think it's really stupid. Okay. To be fair. Yeah, let's go to the next one.
This is really.
There's a guy who rates it 8.5 out of 10, which is basically where I have it. So
I like this story.
I won't disagree with that.
So a lot of people like the designs That's
Yeah,
like the first thing they mentioned.
I
It didn't
think
like
people
how
just
celebrities and
generally
stars. Um,
they
and
love
then slowly
Meltdown.
just
Not Meltdown. They love Burning Godzilla's design because it is very
yeah,
striking, and it
Yes.
makes
and
it
that's why it's
generally.
been such an abused design when it's so empty in other iterations when it comes to the meaning of it, right?
I
Like they
feel it
just want the
makes.
aesthetics of it.
I feel honestly
Yeah.
that the Burning Godzilla design does make Heisei Godzilla kind of complete as a design. He didn't spell whole with a
This one's
W.
really my favorite.
Minor grammar error. I like that you
Okay,
flip the Godzilla versus Destroyer DVD over. You get to watch Godzilla versus Space Godzilla.
That is
Why would
true.
you want to
That
watch
is
a
so
terrible
true.
movie?
And Space Godzilla's not bad. It's better than
the,
it's also better than some other Godzilla movies. I just don't
it's better
like
than
They're
the
not a
Mecha
lot.
Godzilla to me, for example. But the thing
What?
is, yeah, it's really
Which
interesting.
one?
It's really interesting how for some people it's like, wait, in this ancient technology, you could rotate the disc and get a different thing.
Oh my god.
What? Yeah, that to me is kind of funny
Godzilla. Oh,
because
just notice his username is Godzilla's thighs. Truly some crazy shit. But yeah,
yeah,
the only movies I think are worse than Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla are obviously
anime
Godzilla 1998 and All Monsters Attack.
and the anime trilogy.
And yeah, I don't count the anime trilogy, but yeah, those guys are worse too.
I mean,
I think
King
Godzilla
Ghidorah
vs. King
versus
Ghidorah is
Godzilla,
good.
and
Yeah, Godzilla vs.
exactly,
King
yeah.
Ghidorah. I think that's
Okay,
really it. It's a
we should,
very bottom tier movie.
yeah,
Has anyone
it's whatever.
has
Yeah.
anyone talked about the mechanics of the plot at
Yeah,
all?
kind of.
Yeah, I mean we have.
I think that's I was just
We
too
did,
late
he
for it.
didn't. Yeah. But Black,
I
if you
think
want to like come join and like talk about it a little bit later, like if we have
this is
anything.
my big. I don't really have. Yeah, I haven't really researched this too much, so I can't speak on it. But I think Blue Nova is. I solidly agree with him on the fact that it feels a lot less climactic than T-Rog. Right? To me, T-Rog is like the most. It's the most impactful one because it feels everything has weight in there. Right? Godzilla vs. Destroyer is you have the monsters show up, the monsters fight, which is always cool, right? There's some civilian destruction, but overall nothing's really affected, right? And these are the strongest monsters in history, and I'll say even counting Tsukuyomi, those are the strongest monsters in history, right?
Okay,
So
I'm just trying to
and
see,
meanwhile,
like,
then
for
you people
example,
walking
you're
around, it's
watching like
ridiculous.
you're watching the video, right? Like you can see that
Right.
I have like the little thumbnails. So basically, he starts basically kind of like here to here. This has been like his criticism. Well, actually, not here.
Here
So
to
from
there to
here to
there.
here, yeah, exactly. This has been criticisms. This is history, and this is like the things he liked and a little bit of context. Okay, so context, things he liked,
I have
things he
no idea
didn't
what that
like,
means.
and then like we're talking about this now. I'm wondering where he's going next because I do
I have
feel
no
like
idea what
Black
that
Rooney
means.
is saying
I
that,
think he's locked some socks.
yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see what
But
he says.
we
Response.
can give a
I'm right
basic
there with you,
recap of
man.
his
Like I
criticisms, and I
said
can.
before, it's probably the best part of the entire movie, so yeah, I feel the same way. I didn't really touch upon the horror element, but it's a nice addition. And yeah, Destoroyah does look pretty silly these days.
While the overall concept is a nice idea for the final outing for the Heisei series, but the outcome is mishandled in almost every way. Godzilla is dying at the start of this film. Destoroyah does nothing more than annoy Godzilla. What Heisei monster didn't knock Godzilla around for a bit before Godzilla gets the upper hand and finishes the fight? People like to talk about how badass Destoroyah is, but really gets its ass kicked a lot.
Yeah, that's
Humans
what I was
take out the
talking about. The AI.
juvenile-sized ones once they bring out the heavy weapons. Junior takes on the flying in aggregate forms okay by himself.
I just really need to point out that he couldn't read this one even though he seemingly really agrees with it because of his entire video, but he couldn't be bothered to read it. Instead we get the full phone voice, like this is not even like AI voice, this is phone voice. The one that tells you to call to mark 1 for consumer like services or something like that. This is like annoying, but anyway.
Godzilla takes on the final form even though he is in the middle of dying. Did Destoroyah kill Junior? Because Junior is the only kaiju alive at the end of the film. Nobody talks about how Super Mecha Godzilla killed Godzilla. It is pretty much the same scenario repeated.
And again, that's not the movie's fault if fans have the attention span of a goldfish and they don't remember that Godzilla killed Godzilla. Like that's not this movie's fault, and it's not the movie's fault that it's been such a widespread thing that Destroy is like the strongest character. I actually agree with this comment in all of that, saying that Destroy is not actually as OP as people say. But yeah, he did kill Junior. The fact that he revives because of radiation is something that it is to be expected in Heisei Godzilla. Like that's how things work. Even if you think that it's stupid, that's how it is, and you just have to deal with it because it's a thing, right? Like it's a thing in the whole kaiju genre that these dinosaurs can like get mutated and they just grow big instead of dying. It's a thing that the Oxygen Destroyer woke up something that has been dormant for millions of years somehow I don't know how, but it suddenly woke up and it started evolving like crazy. So I mean that's just how it goes, sadly, right? Like I wish it made more sense, but yes, Destroyer did kill Junior. I don't think that any of us had a doubt about it. So yeah.
Lastly, Destoroyah at the end is helped to be defeated by the same weapons that had no effect on the aggregate and flying forms that was a third the size of the final form. The humans are pretty much just there to explain things and worry. The only character to actually do anything useful was the pilot of the Super X3. And he doesn't interact with any other character in the film. He shows up, does his job, and leaves.
The thing is, his character arc, this is the end of that arc because he starts in Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, which, again, I hate that movie, but I need to refer to it, right? Like, he was a goofball, and now we see how he has been hardened by experience. Now he's acting completely different.
I like how
That's
the
his arc.
Texas. Yeah, that's neat. I definitely think Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2 is way better than you're giving it credit for, but that's a whole other discussion. That's a discussion for another time. But the reason, but what I wanted to pause for is like it's funny how I like how the text to speech tries to say Destoroyah as if it has like 10 syllables. Destoroyah.
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 By the way, we should talk about Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla at some point. I think we should fight to the death.
It should be pretty like I grab a sword, you grab an axe. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Exactly. Yeah. We'll pay. I'll pay for lunch later.
Yeah. We will have like a bunch of flesh wounds. We will have to like share one hand to it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what this guy's saying now.
He has no character arc. Mickey has no arc other than cry over Junior. The Yamane children have no arc. One keeps saying things that turn out to be untrue. The other is just there to be a damsel in distress. Pretty much everything the characters keep saying turns out to be false.
I don't know what did this
They
guy
can't attack
watch because
Godzilla because it will cause him to
whoever-
blow up. The Super
because that
X3
guy
shows.
who wrote the comment obviously watched a different movie. Yeah, like I don't know, what do people watch?
The Super X shows up. We can't attack Godzilla because he'll blow up. The Super X shows up, attacks him, and actually starts to blow it up. It's like that's because they use freezing weapons, you dunce.
Yeah, that's
They're
the
not
whole
using
point.
regular ordinances. That would
And
blow
not
them
only
up.
that, which one is supposed to be a damsel in distress? The girl, right? Then that means that the guy is always wrong. Meanwhile, the guy is the only one who had the thesis that explains how Godzilla works.
And she was a damsel in distress one time in the movie.
Yeah, once.
Up, attacks him, and actually stops him from blowing up. The only way to stop Godzilla is to make a new oxygen destroyer. Nope, turns out they don't need one.
They literally said that Destoroyah is the new oxygen destroyer.
Just notice just noted. I've been having this discussion with Macaroni. Sorry if I was lagging.
Yeah, it's okay.
I think he was watching the last Godzilla version. I'm gonna ask him if he saw it in what dub he saw it in, but I think if he saw it in Tamil, he for sure watched Last Godzilla. That is the only one I know of that where Junior dies and radiation, or Junior doesn't come back. If there's another one, it'll just fuck me. I don't care, honestly. I can't bother for two near identical separate dubs. So
Yeah.
anyway, so this has clearly been an interesting complaint from Reddit.
It's not over actually, so I'm gonna keep
Oh my
playing
God.
it because it's still not over. It's still going.
Yeah, like I mentioned, the
Godzilla is
stakes
going to
are
melt
pretty
down, and
meaningless.
it will be worse than blowing up.
Yeah, the AI
No
portion
Freeze
is actually
weapons stopped him.
majority of this video
Destoroyah is the
time.
only hope of killing Godzilla before he melts down. Let's ignore the fact that when they come up with this plan, Destoroyah is only an aggregate thing. Flying forms, which are a third
Reminder
the
that
size of
aggregate
burning
Destroyer is
Godzilla.
stronger than Space
Also, both
Godzilla.
forms are defeated by Junior before burning Godzilla even shows up. They had no idea Destoroyah had a larger final form. The plan the human characters come up with is to lure Godzilla into a showdown with Destoroyah in the middle of the third most populous city on the planet. And it failed because they wanted Destoroyah to kill Godzilla. Not only did he fail to do that, but they created another Godzilla in the end anyways. It's a double failure. They did.
This is a mistake.
This is, I hate that I started defending this first quarter. At first, I thought it was the first half that was defending it, but then it kept going
Speech
so
shit
long.
is a mistake.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I got someone coming on here. We got Mr. John Blackaroonie. Here we go.
I swear to God, I'm gonna strangle G2005 again.
Thank the Lord.
I'm gonna friggin' strangle him.
Everything that I did, praise the Lord.
God.
I had to stop eating my freaking guava paste sandwich just to hear him talk about Gamera and Superman. I swear to Christ. For the final time, no, you're wrong. You've been wrong and always have been wrong. Snyder Superman literally killed babies.
What do you mean? Macaroni.
Wait. I haven't seen those movies in like eons. I haven't seen the Snyder cut either. Did he actually kill fucking babies?
Yes, he does.
So
Oh
if he
my
crashes
fucking
into-
Lord.
No, he crashes into the Kryptonian ship. Zod goes, "Stop! If you destroy this ship, you would destroy Krypton." He
Oh,
hesitates and then goes, "Krypton had his chance." Lasers the baby.
oh my God.
In that ship was a nursery full of Kryptonian babies, and they all
Oh,
died.
that was why they were using it. I get it now. It was the penis tubes. The penis tubes they put the babies in.
Yeah,
Shit is so
They
fucking.
basically you
do a
have this
single thing.
Bro, that's some
algae
shit
thing.
Monster vs. Godzilla would do. What the hell?
So
No,
he
Monster vs.
compared-
Godzilla would do that.
Hold on. He said, and now he's comparing that same Superman with Gamera.
To
who has
Heisei
done-
Gamera.
Heisei Gamera, who has not done a single thing even remotely close to that level of evil.
Yes.
He killed like some
Heisei
people and
Gamera
caused
killed
destruction in
people in
Shibuya
Revenge of
because he's a giant monster. Oh my God.
No, but
Gamera's
that's not the
not like
same
the
because
regular
it's
monster.
different to
No, I'm
kill the
saying
guys.
it's because he's a giant monster. Of
Oh,
course
yeah.
he's gonna
They're
cause
not
destruction.
even
The
close
point
to
is that it's
comparable.
realistic. That's a realistic outcome. He's
thing
he's a
is-
giant monster killing giant monsters in the middle of a populated area.
Yeah,
The
but
thing
here's
is
the
that
thing.
Gamera
In
doesn't
Godzilla
look
versus
like
Iris, specifically,
Godzilla vs. Iris?
Godzilla,
Whoa.
Gamera versus Iris.
I never heard of that Godzilla movie before.
That would
No.
go
I wish it
hard.
was
That would
real.
fuck as a movie.
Gamera versus Iris.
Gamera is still your Revenge of Iris, but yeah.
Revenge of Iris.
Revenge. You
It
know what
doesn't
I
matter.
mean.
It doesn't
You know
matter. You
what
can
I
say
mean.
Gamera vs.
You know
Iris.
what
I
I
don't
mean.
even care.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean. All right. You know what I mean.
Yeah, we know what you mean. That's
Gamera
my
Revenge.
point.
Revenge of Iris. The whole crux of the point of the plot of that specific scene where Gamera and the Gyals attack. Well, they don't attack, but they fight in the city. The whole point of that is to show that Gamera couldn't have predicted the fact that he would have appeared in that populated city, and so him stopping it ended up killing a lot of people, and people react accordingly. They say, okay, well, maybe
Right.
Gamera.
Yes.
What?
And I was gonna say this because I didn't really get the chance to fully explain my philosophy, my take on Gamera. But the thing about Heisei Gamera is it's not an exceedingly radical departure. First off, it's only in Revenge of Iris where he's this dark. He's much more lighthearted in the previous two movies, right? And even in Revenge of Iris, it's not a crazy shift from Gamera 1965 and Gamera vs. Barugon, right?
Yeah, it's like I'm telling you, it's like Godzilla 2005 saw the Snyder video that I made it completely missed the point. Like how do you compare? Listen, dude, how do you compare
I'm
a
gonna be
man
real.
that
I
is going to
completely
kill
forgot
people?
the contents of that video, so
Dude, like how do you forget? How do you forget? No. How do you compare a literal Superman that went out of his way to kill Kryptonian babies and
I thought you were
completely
gonna go
wipe
after
out
Moose for a
the
second. I was like,
yeah.
The thing
Yeah.
is, Gamera and
How do you
Superman
compare that?
are both pure good characters.
They're
supposed
not
to
pure
represent-
good.
no.
In
In
Snyder's
the
vision,
No.
they're not.
No. Superman is pure good. Superman's supposed to be pure good. All right. Gamera.
Superman in general,
Yeah,
not Snyder.
I'm not saying Zack Snyder Superman. Obviously not.
But he's saying Zack Snyder Superman, so I'm going to
Right.
compare him to Zack Snyder
But-
Superman.
No, because I'm saying like the character, how they change the character, right? Superman is supposed to be a pure good character that was changed, right? And he murders babies now because of Zack Snyder.
Well,
The Heisei
he
Gamera-
murdered babies back in 2013. Nowadays, in 2025, he just talks about getting up in the morning.
Oh man, Blackaroni, the way you entered the streams was how Minecraft World entered the streams when he responded to me about Kyotium's pro-nuclearism or the American Godzilla films pro-militarism.
Wasn't he like wildly wrong about the?
Yeah, if you
I
said
forgot
something
the
wrong,
argument completely, but I remember there was a solid like debunking of that. I
Okay,
don't
I
want to
think-
talk about this.
I think we're
Well, I
getting
was saying, Heisei Gamera in Revenge of Iris and before that also is like not at all a shift from what he's supposed to be. Like he's like slightly more apathetic to the lives of children, and that's it. Right?
slightly, ever so slightly, and even then, he still got that connection with that girl that looks
Yeah,
weird.
because of Atlantis,
forgot
right? So you can argue
Yeah.
technically against, like, it's more than that, sure. But you gotta realize, Gamera was introduced as a literal fucking demon. He's that's what the Inuit saw.
He
Right, well,
was
you know,
like a kid loving puppy. Like in his first movie, like the one that was in black and white, things were different. Like then he started going more childish.
No, but
If
that's
anything, Heisei got like if that's true, then by that logic, Heisei Gamera is actually a lot purer than you think.
Yeah, no, because Gamera, the point of Gamera that the creators had was that Gamera is this horrific, literally like satanic, fire-breathing turtle. I don't know if I'd use the term satanic, but he's this horrific, giant, fire-breathing turtle monster that's like 60 meters tall, right?
It would be really funny if it was satanic. Imagine telling someone that, hey, there's like a satanic flying turtle.
No, but he's a demonic one. He's a demonic one. I don't know about satanic. I mean, first off, he's from Inuit mythology, so that's like kind of not Christian in nature, right? It's a separate people, it's a separate culture. But this is a different discussion.
No, hold on.
Yeah,
the
the
shell
devil's
has,
envoy. Yeah,
the shell
Gamera.
has Hail Satan on it, so it's like
Gamera. Okay, Gamera. I'm gonna remove the satanic aspect of it. Yes, Kasaibu is right. Gamera is the devil's envoy. That's what I'm trying to get at, right? Gamera is a demonic, fire-breathing turtle monster. He's 60 meters tall, right? He destroys cities, right? All of humanity wants to get rid of him. They can't get rid of him. They have to throw him into space, right? Okay.
You know, I like that.
And the point of Gamera is that this demonic fire-breathing turtle is better at taking care of children than like every single authority figure out there, right?
Epstein.
Yeah, that's kind of the point, actually.
Yeah, that's why In my opinion,
He doesn't.
Your opinion is
Gamma.
wrong.
and Snyder vs. Superman are the same.
What? No.
How do you come to that conclusion? You're not even.
Because
No.
What do you
Like,
mean because?
okay, can we
At
continue?
most, you can compare. The only monster that you can compare Snyder vs. Superman to is like maybe Monster vs. Godzilla, right? From
No,
King of the
minus one
Monsters
Godzilla.
to
Minus one Godzilla is like the only like apt
No.
and maybe UK.
no, because minus one. The point is minus one sure is evil. Maybe he's more evil than Snyder vs. Superman, but he's supposed to be. That's close to the character, right? Monster vs. Godzilla is the only one I can name of that bastardizes the character and is also evil. So that's why I mentioned him, right?
Okay, fair enough. Because
And
I
that's
was
from
mainly
Caught
just
him to
focused on
GXK, right? Caught
because I
him.
was mainly focused on the actions themselves that they commit.
Yeah.
Because
Once-
Superman is like a literal war criminal.
Yeah. 2014, he was a chill, like apathetic. Of course, he was a giant animal, so it's like, but he still is reasonable. Right? He's a reasonable giant animal. He's inquisitive, Then
He was very, very cash money, indeed.
Caught Japan had its chance. Caught him happens. Right? Michael Dougherty turns him into the scum of the earth. Right?
What?
Yeah. Okay. This is. You know what? Do we have to go through this again? Because I can.
I mean, we have a video we gotta finish, plus a letterbox review we gotta go over. So let's try
that.
that.
Happens, and GXK happens, and GVK happens, and he's turned completely irredeemable, right? So that's kind of close to Gamera, to Zack Snyder Superman. But since Godzilla was never supposed to be pure good, anyways, it's still not as crazy. So, yeah. Anyways, we'll go back to this. Also, I noticed
mention that
in the screenshot, the Redditor refers to G-Force as G-Center, which I think is funny as fuck.
Yeah, I just came here because I heard G2005
Talking
being
shit,
wrong.
yeah.
And
I get
because
the instinct to do that sometimes too.
it's a knee jerk reaction that I have, and whenever he opens his mouth and just
fair.
But yeah, like if we want to turn it back to Godzilla versus Destoroyah.
Yes.
I wanted
How
to
Godzilla from melting down into the center of.
I wanted to clarify something because I want to know if I'm.
Yeah, no, I got
I'm
it.
right
We got it.
because,
You can
I
stay
don't
on
know.
if you want to, but I think
Yeah,
I think you bring some valuable discussion for sure. Right?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask because the cut of the movie that I saw.
Yeah, I was gonna bring this up.
Yeah,
You said Godzilla Jr. dies at the end. The only one I know of, I think it's the only one that exists that's like that, is Last Godzilla, which is the Tamil dub. Right? What language did you watch the movie in?
I don't remember. It was probably the English.
Or they're like, you think that maybe there were subtitles or?
No, I don't see. I don't remember any subtitles because I couldn't find every single movie in the Japanese dub. So
no, because the Last Godzilla is not the Japanese dub. It's a changed version. It's the Tamil dub, which Tamil is one of the Hindu language. It's one of the Indian languages spoken in India alongside Punjabi, Hindu, a whole bunch of languages. Right, Tamil is one of those. That's the one that changes it so that Godzilla Jr. doesn't come back to life, and instead, Godzilla dies post meltdown, not as regular meltdown. As post meltdown, he turns Tokyo into a radioactive wasteland, and then the movie kind of just ends with Miki Saigusa crying, and there's a big "The End" label strapped on top of it. This is what I was talking to Sea Monster Essays way back when, like a whole year ago or something.
Yeah. I mean, you watched one version that just kind of changed the ending ultimately, where Junior just stayed dead, as opposed to every other version, which had it where he did die, but after Godzilla dies, the energy allowed just sort of resuscitated Junior.
I was bringing up that the only really changed dubs are Godzilla 1985, which is the English version of T-Rog. There's America's version of Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah. That changes stuff a lot. Not that much, but And of course, there's Last Godzilla, which is Tamil, right? So it's an Indian dub of Godzilla vs. Destroy, and it changes the ending. And I was asking y'all what your opinion was, because I knew Sea Monster Essays didn't like it, but yeah, so you guys can say your opinions on it. I think it's
Yeah, I was
actually
just gonna. I was gonna say that, like, because that's how I remember it. So I don't actually remember Junior coming back to life. All I remember all of Japan being irradiated and just became a radioactive wasteland. So I didn't know there were like multiple different dubs of
it's the only one. But yeah, and the only other ending other than those two is the one where Godzilla kills Destoroyah himself, which is in the canon manga, but I don't think that part itself is canon. So
Yeah, I might have to like revisit it then, because I was always of the opinion that although Godzilla versus Destoroyah is probably one of the best movies in the Heisei era, it's still heavily flawed because it's still heavily flawed plot wise, mechanic wise, which is something that I wanted. I was hoping you guys would get into, because so far I've only been hearing theme, and I'm just like talk about the mechanics of the plot.
I can't really.
When you say mechanics, what do you mean exactly? Because we have also been talking about like plot points that didn't really
Cause and
work.
effect.
Yeah,
cause and effect.
Godzilla vs Kong. You know the vast amount of plot holes in Godzilla vs Kong and Godzilla vs
Oh,
Kong.
dude, do you have? You don't even need to tell me. I have like.
No, I'm trying to tell. I'm trying to get
years.
an example to LOL. It's
yeah.
So
yeah, that's what's trying
I
to
know
talk.
that you will really like knowing this, so I wanted to tell you. I found two comparisons between GXK and Godzilla vs. Destroyer.
Oh no.
I don't know if
Oh,
you were
no.
here for that.
I think I was just making my sandwich at that point. I don't think I paid attention.
So basically, you know how the Beast Glove is really fucking convenient. You know, they just
Yes.
so happen to have it right there, lying there, and it just so happens to have like a frostbite thing. It's really
specifically
convenient.
on that hand, like
Exactly.
specifically on the
Also,
right hand.
The fact
it's very
that
convenient too.
convenient. I think
Okay.
I think Project Powerhouse in general is okay, but yeah, it's
Hold on, one person at a time. One person at a time, please.
So what I was saying is that it's also very convenient that the Super X3 just so happens to have freeze rays.
Right.
Isn't it? But no
Yeah,
one
like-
talks about it half as much as they talk about the Kong one. And also, you know how in GXK Kong punches Scar King out of frame?
Yeah.
But he should have seen him. Here, Destroyer Aggregate does the same. This girl is trying to escape the car, and when she opens the door, Destroyer is right there. Even though she should have literally seen him. Because it's huge. So actually,
those are
there's
actually-
two comparisons between GXK and this. And I have more notes too.
Yeah, I wrote my own notes on Godzilla versus Destoroyah because I watched the movie a long time ago. Again, I don't know which cut I watched, so it might be not the accurate one. But yeah, no, I still found a lot of problems. I'd say most of the problems that are present in Destoroyah, apart from all the plot holes that are there, are mostly due to the fact that they are working with the world building, the arguably broken world building of the Heisei era, because they have several weapons that they have that they choose not to use, as well as well, actually, no, just that. Just basically, it's just that they have weapons and they could use and they don't use them.
Well, actually, we also talk a little bit about their broken logic because I also mentioned, like souls, psychics, gods, time travel, and space Godzilla are all things that are 100% confirmed in this universe.
And actually,
but when the guy goes with his thesis to say that Godzilla is like a nuclear core, people ignore him completely, which doesn't make any sense. And even Godzilla 2005 was like, that doesn't make any sense. It's dumb. We all came to that same conclusion. But we have mostly been reacting to his criticism or lack thereof sometimes. But we haven't really talked too much about the movie in depth. We're just talking about his views on the movie and his misinterpretations.
Yeah, there's like some discussion of the film that's being springboarding off of this video.
I could ask. Could
It's
go.
weird.
Maybe we could go through like a general recap of all of this guy's complaints, and then we can kind of see what we can make out of that. So, because I haven't been here for the whole stream, I can't really.
Yeah, one last thing before we resume. Like, don't
Yeah.
you guys think it's weird? Because I'm looking at my notes right now. Don't you think it's weird that the crustaceans only make noise when being attacked, but not when searching for prey?
Yeah,
Like, would it?
because they're supposed to rip
That
off
makes sense.
Alien, and in Alien, they only make noise when they're attacking.
That makes sense, actually. I don't see the issue here.
I mean, I don't think it's a plot hole. I just think it's like, never mind. That was probably stupid. That was probably stupid.
Why you're searching for your prey? Why would you make noises?
Yeah, I get it. Okay, yeah, never mind. It was a goof. It was a
Yeah,
goof.
he's kind
It
of
was a goof.
hunting,
Never
you
mind.
know.
Yeah, never mind. All right, never mind. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it.
Here. But that is because the guy that was the expert on Destoroyah tells them to bring all the freeze weapons to cool Godzilla down. He was never part of any of them talking about Godzilla. He never talked to G-Center at all during the film. So in the end, G-Center did nothing. Everything that worked was done by people that don't really interact with them at all. Lastly, while there was a couple of nice effect shots, most of the time they are mediocre to horrible. The mixing of kaiju with scenic outdoor footage is...
I agree with this point fully. This is my complaint. The stakes don't feel real, you know. And again, like I said,
To be fair, yeah, I never felt the gravitas of the war is going to end. I never feel like anyone takes it seriously enough. People are more concerned about destroying than they are about, you know.
The reason why the stakes don't feel real is because the stakes have been obliterated since the very beginning. Like, well, actually, no, not the very beginning, but slowly as we approach the middle of the Heisei era. Because I don't remember if it was in Godzilla versus King Ghidorah or Godzilla versus
Prophecy,
Godzilla.
that's how the war is.
wait, let him speak. Let him speak. Let the man speak. Yeah, go on.
Basically, because they want to keep Godzilla alive for whatever reason, Godzilla is just allowed to destroy more and more of Tokyo, and so by the point at which the Godzilla versus Destoroyah takes place, Tokyo would have been a wasteland by now. And so I'm just wondering, okay, well, your city's already pretty much destroyed, so like the stakes, because you allowed it to happen, because environmentalism, because we preserve the peace, this, that, and the other. It's such a pathetic theme. And
but also I would say that the reason why there's no stakes is because, and there was a prophecy in Godzilla versus Mothra, right? That the world will be destroyed by a meteorite or something like that.
No, the prophecy.
I completely tuned out that movie out of my mind. It was so boring.
The prophecy was I don't think it was a prophecy. It was what Mothra, Batra, and the Cosmos saw. Right? They saw there was a meteorite that was going to come to the Earth by 1999, and that Batra would have had to stop it because Batra was, he's a god. He's a god in the.
Okay, but that's my point, because if there's no Earth that the meteor crashes onto, then how does the meteor crash into Earth? Because it's going to melt it, right?
Oh shit, you're right. No,
yeah, exactly. So that's not going to happen.
They were destined to succeed. The only argument against it is if Heisei Godzilla could somehow defy destiny, right? Which has precedent, because there's an argument for Mecha King Ghidorah having done that, right? But
question: is there free will in this universe, like at all, like in the Heisei universe? Is there free will?
It's left ambiguous. People make their own decisions, seemingly, but it's kind of like. This is actually a really good question. It's kind of really. This is the idea of destiny, just in general.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like if you need to, I feel like if you don't have a very clear answer whether there's free will or not in your universe, then you probably did something wrong.
Well, exactly, because then what you need to do is Mothra or the stupid fairies should be here in this movie right here with Destoroyah and say, "Hey, things have changed. Now we don't know what's going to happen. It could go either way."
I figured it out. Actually, I know the answer. They do have free will. they can make their own decisions, but it's not like it's something that the world will kind of try and like fight back against. Because the point of Godzilla's King Ghidorah is the Futurians go back in time to prevent the rise of imperial capitalistic Japan, right? Which, I mean, is a noble cause, but whatever. They go back in time to stop this. And so they prevent the existence of Godzilla in the second timeline, right? The reason, because they,
Well, he left.
We just lost him.
Rip.
Maybe
But you were
maybe
gonna
it
say
was destiny.
something. Sea Monster. You want to say something in regards to Godzilla vs King Ghidorah? Because I know you say the movie's pretty bad, and yeah, I would agree. It's just that I don't have the. Like I said, I watched that movie in particular was like one of the more boring ones in the Heisei era.
Yeah, I mean, like,
The problem with
mean,
Heisei is that it has like this armor of like keeping people off. Like I don't want to watch it just to criticize it. So I don't care. You know, like
Yeah.
Yeah,
dude, that's exactly how I feel about most of the Heisei era movies. Like it has this like protective shell that prevents me from criticizing it because it's an armor of boredom. The movies are just boring, like really boring, in ways that I haven't seen a Godzilla movie be in a long time. Actually,
they're boring because they're so stupid. Because anything could happen, then nothing really matters. So I get bored while
that's
watching.
my opinion of the Showa era because a lot of it is what's it called? A lot of it is and then storytelling, and then this happens.
Did you
and
say
then
you
this
said
happens.
Showa? Did you mean Heisei, or are you saying that you feel the
Yeah,
same way
Showa.
about?
Yeah, Showa.
Yeah,
Yeah, Showa.
yeah, he's talking about the Showa era.
Yeah, they're both they both have they both eras have this problem of and then storytelling, like things don't
Macaroni.
naturally cohere. What
What do you think about the Millennium era?
It's a mixed bag because GMK exists and the Kiryu duology exists. So
well,
it's
I mean, okay. So what I wanted to say is like, considering that like the whole point of like Godzilla versus King Ghidorah, was like they're trying is like the whole like there's the inevitability that Godzilla is going to happen like no matter what, and no matter how much
canon event.
hard you try to change it. Yeah, Godzilla's it's a canon event. I'll let you on first imagine a sec, okay? But gotta let me cook here. But yeah, the whole thing is like with Godzilla versus I guess I would say that movie is ultimately where a lot of the issues in terms of like how whether or not like the stakes in Godzilla versus Destoroyah would kind of stick with you or any Godzilla film in the Heisei era going forward afterwards is because like we kind of know that there isn't going to be a meteorite that's going to destroy the Earth that threatens to destroy the Earth, and Mothra and Batra are going to go because Japan will still be there's still going to be an Earth around by the future, according to Godzilla versus King Ghidorah, or like like the whole thing of like there's going to be Junior's going to actually here's the thing like having the end of Godzilla versus Destoroyah and where Godzilla dies, and I think there's even like a point where they kind of see like the readings like go all the way down to zero after everything sort of dissipates. It's like, well, energy readings are gone, emptied out, and so on. And then you have Junior, being like the new Godzilla. So which kind of and I think like the whole thing of having that ending, it's supposed to meant to be like a bit ambiguous of like, is Junior going to be like his, kind of like just like a more tamed version of his father, or is he just going to be a straight up hero? Because according to Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, they just stated like that Godzilla just destroyed Japan, but it wasn't even. And here's the thing: it's not even the Futurians that said this. Just to like lie to people. But it's like that older guy that Emmy was talking to as well. When she's going to retrieve Ghidorah's body, it's like that.
Let me explain. Let me explain.
He's gonna explain it, you guys. He's gonna explain. Listen
I'm gonna
and
do it as
learn.
quick as possible. But in the first timeline, Godzilla dies because of the anti-nuclear energy bacteria. In the second timeline, Godzilla is amped up, and after he defeats King Ghidorah, he then destroys the entirety of Japan. Junior is never found, and Godzilla his whereabouts are unknown, but he definitely destroyed Japan. Then the third timeline, the rest of the Heisei era happens.
Hey, yeah,
Simple as
I'm
that.
back.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Actually, that's not too bad. Like, I think that makes sense, right? Like on the second timeline where Godzilla
Yeah.
destroyed everything, the one that they confirmed to the people from our time, like the Futurians said to them, right? And yeah, probably Junior was never found.
So,
Why do the people from the
But again,
future
it's not
name
probably.
themselves the?
It's
all
a
right, I'll
I
let
have a
you
probably.
question.
Yeah.
Why do the people from the future name themselves the Futurians if the
Because
timeline they
it's
come
hate
from?
say it's
Because
hate
Because they're talking to people
because they
from
stupid.
1992.
No,
If
but
you
like
say
from their perspective, the future would be the present. They would be the presentients.
right, right.
Well, I
And
think the
brutally honest
future.
got to the point in his videos. He said, "If they're the Futurians, what does that make us? The Presentians?
The Pastians.
The Pastians would be Shindo and him, right?
I mean, considering that they're, I guess like it's supposed to be like they're like they don't refer to themselves as Futurians, but only in the sense of like, okay, hey, we're just people from the
Do they
future.
actually? Do they actually? It's been a while. Do they actually call themselves the Futurians? I thought
think
that was just something from guidebooks and whatnot,
no, the
right? Like
people.
Simeons and
I'm trying to recall. The Futurians is just kind of like the name to refer to what you refer to Wilson, Grinchico, and Emmy as. You know, so
right.
that, you know, considering
And M11 technically.
they're humans the same way as like, you know, the people in the present. You know, it's just that they're from the future,
Okay.
so we want to make sure. So we just
I
kind of
think
want to
you guys are
differentiate
grasping
them.
at straws. I'm
Oh,
going to be real with you. Because let's say
yeah.
hypothetically, you go back to the year, I don't know, 1837, and you talk to some random guy from 1837. You're going to say, I'm the future. I'm a time traveler from the future. Not I'm a time traveler from the present, because you're talking to them, and you're from their future, right? Right?
yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
but like even
the first
still,
thing I
like
would
you would
do
just
is
So
call
you
call
yourself
said
a
myself.
I'm a
time traveler, and
Futurian,
that's it.
right?
Because
I'm a
if I
resident of
already
the
know your
future.
name, because if I already know your name at that point, I'm just gonna associate you with, oh, you are this person that is from the future. I feel
Yeah,
like that's kind of
Bob.
redundant.
Yeah?
Bob from the future.
I mean, they're gonna die before 2025, so it makes sense.
Yeah,
They're
like
gonna spend their whole life
it's
seeing you
a
as someone from the future.
Okay.
it's redundant. I think it's just redundant.
Yeah, it's a bit
I
redundant.
guess.
Okay. Yeah. Can we? Let's try to finish this video off here because
Sure, yeah,
how
makes
much more
sense.
time do we
4
got left
hours.
Yeah.
here?
We have
Yeah.
like a minute. Like, so let's shut up for a minute.
Let's
It's
grind through it.
Yes.
So bad. Mostly because the vehicles and people are oblivious to what is going on. My favorite is people boarding a plane and another plane taxiing to take off. All while a kaiju battle is happening on the runway.
My thoughts exactly. So anyway, there you have my thoughts on Godzilla vs. Destoroyah and why I personally believe it doesn't really deserve all the praise it gets. It's sadly a dull, unoriginal, uninspired film with very little ideas that either work or hardly go through in a movie that's just another Versus installment in a beloved franchise. Nothing more, nothing less. It takes itself too seriously and is expected to be taken seriously, but it ultimately fails as a film. And if you like this film, then good. There's nothing I can do about that. I'm sad to say that it's my least favorite Godzilla movie. And that's all I have to say. Feel free to like, share, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff, and I'll see you guys later.
Just fast forward to the end.
Also, I should
and
probably
we're
mention
done.
that Toho ended the franchise just to make room for Godzilla 1998, and not really because they felt Godzilla was worthy enough to have a send-off like so.
Well, to be fair, how is TriStar's
The
Godzilla going
expectation.
to move on? Because
Okay, real talk.
how else
The
are they gonna move
expectation.
on?
The expectation for Godzilla 1998 was that it was going to be a very good and very commercially successful movie, right?
Yes, so of course Toho was going to
It was kind of
end
commercial.
it. Of course Toho had to end the franchise. What do you expect, TitanGoji? Oh, so for my overall thoughts on this video, while obviously TitanGoji himself admits that this video doesn't really hold up, because you can obviously tell it's definitely not a good video. So many assertions, bad faith arguments.
Oh my
and
god.
misinterpretations. and
It's been 4 hours.
Can I
And-
stop you right there before you continue? Are you using the words that I used to describe your argument to describe what he's saying? Because, like, do you know what
I
an
know.
assertion is?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
You think I wouldn't catch that? You thought I wouldn't catch that, but I have ears of a cat. Okay, I'm not stupid.
Yo, guess
Just
who's in the
remember,
chat?
guys, assertions
I
is when
never
you
said you were
insert
stupid.
something in people's
Ass-
ads.
I never said you were dumb.
Assertions
On some real shit.
assertions are when you just say stuff without substantiating them.
That's what TitanGoji said.
Right. If someone just says Godzilla -1 is objectively better than Godzilla in Hell, right, without providing their reasoning, right?
I
That's
mean,
just
it is kind of.
But it
okay. Yeah, sure.
I'm
You're
gonna ask more trustworthy people. Sea Monster Lao, did he make us unsubstantiated assertions?
I think that he had some issues of understanding certain things, but as a whole, no. He
I
made
thought so.
criticisms that were very much on the micro level.
Oh, is that what TitanGoji?
Macro complaints that
Yeah.
you were expecting, for
Yeah.
example.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought
Well-
so. I expected that.
Well, overall, the video was terrible. It's clear that despite claiming he saw the movie, it's very obvious he watched a very different movie. Then again, this is a very common thing that a lot of YouTubers, especially in the modern
To be
era,
fair,
have a
in
problem
his
with.
defense, can I say something in his defense? He is a Godzilla fan. We,
Yes.
as Godzilla fans, do not watch Godzilla movies. I'm
True.
gonna leave it at that.
True. That is
We don't do
true.
that.
So yeah, it's a very obvious that people don't watch the movies they hate. So they just make a list of inaccuracies and just fluff and just even straight up weird ass arguments that don't even make sense and then citing that as a critique. Like, I don't know if
I wonder who
TitanGoji
that reminds me of.
I'm noticing.
I don't know if TitanGoji can make a much better review today, but I hope if he does, I hope he does actually watch the movie and actually studies it. Anyways, I think I'm gonna be going now because in 30 minutes my father will pick me up to take me on a hike to the mountains. So
All right, that's nice.
I'm very
Alright.
happy that I got to not only just arrive on this stream and absolutely crush down on TitanGoji's video, but also
All right, man.
watch it through the end. So
I wish the best for you. So
thank you. I'll see you all later in one other more hot take.
Oh boy.
Godzilla versus
Okay.
Space Godzilla is better than Godzilla King of the Monsters 2019. Goodbye.
Get out!
it's honestly not as big of a gap. Okay. It's he left already.
Yeah,
Damn.
yeah.
Yeah,
Drunk
he does
Maybe
that.
I
He
did
says
that one
something
time. I did that one
He
time.
He always does that. He always does that. He says something
Yeah.
that he thinks is a hot take, and then it's either something really confusing or something that's almost kind of right.
Most times when I see someone say hot take, it's either like something that's insane. It's an insanely cold take, or it's either an insanely cold take, or it is the most insane deranged take I've ever seen.
Oh, speaking of
Kai do not. Kai do not.
That's a-
He asked which movie was better than 2019. He said Godzilla versus Space Godzilla. Yeah.
Hello.
For the record, I
Yeah,
actually
Space
think
Godzilla is better than King of the Monsters. That's not a very high bar, to be honest.
I mean, for the record, I think Godzilla King of the Monsters is noticeably better than Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla. Right. I mean, I don't think it's like a crazy buff, but I think it's a noticeable, like, significant distance in quality.
Look,
How can you give an argument? Of course, King of the Monsters is
negative-
better than Space Godzilla.
Just-
Come
just
on.
because
Negative
of the
one-
music.
Okay, but it's like a
1 and
5 out of 10 versus
0.1.
3 out of 10. You know, Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla is a mid movie, in my opinion. It's a mid movie. It's not great, but it's not terrible, right?
I don't know about that.
Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla is genuinely one of the worst Godzilla movies.
Yeah, that's true.
I hear someone
King of the
echoing.
Monsters. You have to understand though,
Doing
King of
that
the
with the
Monsters.
mic.
If you really look at the plot of King of the Monsters and really break it down, like scene by scene, not a whole lot of it works, like
Yeah.
structurally, thematically. Even like some of the character. There was this one point in particular, when we were doing our debate where we were talking. I think it was Cianimus. He was talking about the whole sacrifice of. I forgot his name. Sarazawa. Yeah, the sacrifice of
Maybe she's that.
Sarazawa. Fun fact: in the military, he wouldn't have been allowed to do that. So nobody would let him. Nobody would let him actually leave the submarine.
Is
But
there a law for leading? Is there like a rule for like leaving submarines into like radioactive territory? Like
it's not
obviously that
that.
would be
It's that.
frowned upon,
It's
but
the
I
fact
can't
that the
imagine there's a
military.
situation where it actually happens.
No, but no. What I'm saying is that there is a law in the military that they are not allowed to just allow civilians to sacrifice their lives for any possible
Yeah.
reason. So he's a civilian worker that works
It's,
in
would you
conjunction with the
count Sarah
military,
as a civilian?
but he's not. He wouldn't be allowed to die. He wouldn't be allowed to die. That's just not a thing that would
Can you
happen.
consider,
If it
that's fair if you consider Dr. Sarah to be a civilian, but he works for Monarch, which is
yeah, but
basically like the monster branch of the CIA.
But they're not
yeah,
military.
And
they're not
we're
military.
we,
It
we
wouldn't
well we've
matter.
been well. Here's
So
the thing.
I've worked in bases where there are civilian workers there that sometimes teach the trainees. For example, like with 94 Alpha people, you have people that are ex-military but and are not, and they are now retired, but and are now legally classified as civilians, but they still have enough authority to like teach and watch over certain trainees. So those kinds of people, that's what technically Sarazawa falls under. Even if he is like a scientist, he does technically
But
fall
Sarazawa is
under
not
that
a
category.
Sarazawa is not he isn't retired. First off, he's actively working, and he's actively like kind of like the director
That's not the
of
point.
Monarch.
He's
Monarch at this
not
stage,
military. The military are literally made to protect civilians. So it's
Monarch,
he's a civilian. Monarch is
yeah, you're
Monarch is
correct
full
if
of
it was like
scientists, and
I guess
scientists
maybe
are
Mark or
civilians.
something. But Sarazawa runs Monarch. Monarch at this stage has G Team, right? And even in the Monarch unit, they've always had weapons. They got like a firm licensing after Castle Bravo and whatnot.
Making weapons is not the same as shooting the weapons. The
No, but
scientists
they
aren't
did
the ones
shoot
that
the
use the
weapons.
But
They shot the
it's irrelevant.
after Monarch Legacy of Monsters
It's a
flashback
scientist.
before the nuke. They were shooting at Godzilla, right?
It's
They have G
irrelevant.
Team, which is a military branch.
Sarazawa, it's a
Functionally, he should be considered a military leader, right? Correct me
no.
if I'm wrong.
He's a scientist.
Okay,
Well, I
so
guess
here's
not.
Not
the so here's the question.
even if we were to concede that, it wouldn't even matter because that's not his job anyway.
So here's the question.
It's fair,
Whose
that's valid,
here's the
that's valid.
question. Here, hold on. If it's not his job, then whose job is it? Considering that the world was about to end.
The militaries.
Okay,
That
then all right. Then which one of the officials in the submarine would be allowed to do that?
None of them. The soldiers.
There aren't any soldiers in the submarine.
Yeah, there
There's
should be
no
actually. There
soldiers
are
in the
soldiers.
submarine.
Oh, wait.
The
Okay.
Yeah,
submarine
we're almost
was a
assured
Monarch
the soldiers in the
submarine.
submarine.
It was a military submarine, and they are
Come
taking
on.
the Monarch
Yeah.
submarine.
Oh wait, hold on. Wait.
Yeah, no, they have
on.
G Team. They have G Team.
Sea
G
Monster,
Team.
come on.
Monarch is a military force. G Team's a military force. They should absolutely have soldiers.
Yeah.
Okay.
They have their own. They would have their own private security, I would
Yeah.
imagine.
That's
But
fair.
that's not the same. But that's not the same as Sarazawa because Sarazawa is not that.
Black
you
Rooney's
wouldn't
correct
send.
here. Black Rooney's correct here.
You wouldn't send
Okay.
just be okay. You wouldn't send the president to fight against Godzilla just
Okay,
because he
alright,
can
alright,
control the
alright,
military.
I get him. He's right.
Alright.
Anyway,
I guess
So,
the
yeah.
weakest point in Cotton is probably like the character work.
Let's back it up. Let's back it up. I refuse.
Godzilla versus Destoroyah.
But yeah. So how was the video? I am sorry for being late.
It's fine. I mean, it was kind of like it was disingenuous in a lot of areas. They pretty hard. The creator pretty hard misunderstood the themes. So
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember versus Destroyer pretty well. I think the film itself holds up.
yeah,
Okay.
I think it's the
Holds up pretty
best
well.
'90s Heisei Godzilla movie by far. Best '90s Godzilla movie by far. Not exactly an insane bar, but it's a really good movie. It doesn't hold up to either of the '80s Heisei Godzilla movies because I think T-Rod and I think T-Rog and Godzilla vs. Biollante are both better.
Oh,
The
Minecraft.
thing,
So basically, take what Godzilla 2005 said earlier, and just pour in a truckload of salt in.
Yeah,
So
no,
basically,
that definitely. I'm sorry. That was what I woke up to, and that I'm sorry. The only thing that I could think of when I saw that was just projection. Much like
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, oh, he makes assertions.
Yes,
Oh, who does that
maybe
remind me of?
yes, the video has some things that he said, but from what others have said in the comments, it's like small stuff. It's not even worth noting.
Godzilla 2005 is kind of a really solidly petty person. I feel like.
Yeah, no,
He
that's
pisses me off.
Braconi,
Like, I
Braconi,
understand that the
I need to ask
situation
you,
genuinely pisses me
guys.
off.
Did
like
did he
mental
or did he
illness.
not say that Godzilla versus King Ghidorah was the best Godzilla movie like a couple of streams
No, he
ago?
said it was. I think he said it was a top 10. He said
No,
it
no,
was
no.
one of
I'm
the
not asking
best.
you. I'm not asking you because there were John and Minecraft were there. I
Yeah,
called
I
you John.
wouldn't know.
He
So
said it was
Right.
better than Shin.
he
Yeah,
said it was better than Shen.
I'm
Did
saying
he
it
That's
was.
not
not
say that
done.
it was one of the best or the best movie?
He definitely said it was one of the
Yeah.
best for sure,
Yeah, but it's
Yeah,
like,
he has wrong
and
opinions all the
also,
time.
and
yeah,
it is not one of the best.
yeah,
Not
he
even.
does. But it's also how much. Like my question is, how much of this can we chalk up to like some form of mental illness, like
Mhm.
autism or something of the sort, and how much of this can we chalk up to genuine trolling? Because some of his actions are something that I did back when I was younger.
That's
Be that as
crazy.
it may, it's not going to stop me from being pissed off at him. So
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, far from the worst person I've had to interact with anywhere near this group. I have reservations for very specific people. I think you all know.
Yeah, like there's this Minecraft guy that I hate. You know, someone.
Okay. Also pardon background noise on my end. I'm just getting breakfast right
No,
now.
don't worry about it. It's fine.
That's okay. Well, I mean, we went over TitanGoji's video of Godzilla vs. Destroyer. That he apparently doesn't consider to be that great of a video, whether he stands by his opinion or not. But let's see what he actually does think of the movie more recently. We have a letterbox review here that I would like to
Ooh.
go over with you guys.
Okay.
He rates it at 2.5. I'm presuming out of 5 stars.
Yeah, Letterboxd
Which
is
is
5 stars.
Yeah, which is interesting.
It's a 5 out of 10. A 5 out of 10 is not a bad movie, right? And a 6 out of 10 is actually
No. I'm not talking about like 2.5 out of 5.
if you're a critic, if you're a quote unquote critic, right, you fall under the critic syndrome where 5 out of 10 is actually 7 out of 10. Anything above that is immaculate. Anything worse than that is utter dog shit.
Okay, right. All right, yeah, okay.
So,
all right, so let
I
me
think he gives
read.
it back.
So let me read it for you folks here, just so
All
we
right.
can go through it, because it says he rewatched it in March of 2025. All right.
All right.
All right, and all right. Yeah, I'm still not into it. For what it is, and with all intents and purposes a doomsday film, Godzilla vs. Destroyer feels far too laxed for its own good. It tries tying back to It tries tying back to the first film by touching on its ideas and Takashi Shimura's final message, who I'm presuming is Dr. Yamane, but they never become the driving force of the film.
I disagree vehemently with that based off Destroyer's character alone and why he exists.
Yeah, exactly. The characters,
Cause and
unfortunately,
effect.
don't.
I'm just saying cause and effect. Keep that in mind.
The characters, unfortunately, don't carry the weight they need to, and as a result, they have little agency, influence, and impact as to how the story plays out. Who wants to say about that?
I mean, Godzilla vs. Destroyer does a lot of like last minute changes to the series and its lore. I feel like
Well, I'm talking about this particular point about like the characters having agency and influence on the plot.
I mean, it's kind of difficult
I
to
thought you were saying
have
it doesn't really
agency and
connect well.
influence
My bad.
with a doomsday plot. A doomsday plot is naturally like the end of the world is coming. All we have to do is prepare. It's going to be difficult to stop it.
I mean, considering that they're constant, considering that there are people like trying to mitigate Godzilla's sort of state of affairs, like to the best of their abilities. Like I mean, there's quite there's definitely a fair bit of agency.
Do have
Counterpoint.
something about it.
Counterpoint. The movie Knowing with Nicolas Cage.
Well, I mean,
It's not the
we're
best.
talking about a giant monster versus I'm presuming Knowing is about like a solar something involving the sun.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's
Never heard of it.
that's like that's a whole nother that's on a whole nother scale.
What I was going to say is that they would have had agency had they at least made the Super X3 in the movie. Like maybe all of humanity is trying to put together this ship to I don't know, freeze Godzilla, right?
Like if Super X3
Yeah.
was actually if the Super X3 instead of being something that was like added in, like just sort of like a side thing that just comes up, like if it was actually like an integral part of the plot.
Exactly.
In fact, hell, why couldn't they have just had they probably could have just that thing, considering how extremely useful the thing was, was like sort of shown to be when it was like attacked to going at Godzilla. Like it pretty much would have made more sense if they were like just sort of like devoted, like at least like sort of skimp down on some resources, like maybe just like keep some of the amount of alloy that they use and the weapons, but they just like make multiples of them, but like smaller versions, so that they'd be able to kind of.
I think they could have brought in the Super X in like either Godzilla vs. Mecha Godzilla 1993 or Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, how come this? Like, or even
Or
just
maybe
allude
Godzilla
to the
vs.
fact,
Mothra.
or even just allude to the fact that they are working on a Super X3 and trying to perfect it at some point and save it for a later movie. Like they're just, it's like we're working on it.
It takes 4 years to go from. It takes 4 years to go to make the Super X2, right? Because of the time skip from 1984 to 1985 to 1980.
But yeah. Okay.
Why don't they do what Tony Stark did and learn from his mistakes? That would be pretty awesome. You guys remember that meme from like way back when? Like, oh, because Tony Stark learned from his mistakes. Do you guys remember that?
I
Oh,
don't.
sorry about it.
Okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
I'm old.
I think because it took 4 years from T-Rock to Godzilla vs. Biollante to make the Super X2, right? It would have taken another 4 years, right? So it would be either 1993 or 1994, realistically. And 1994 is when Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 1993 happened. So.
Right. Okay.
What's the point of this conversation? I don't get it.
I forgot. I don't know.
Putting the Super X in earlier, like establishing it earlier, so it makes sense.
No, don't establish it earlier. It's just that it has to be the focal point of this movie. Like I don't care about the other ones. In this one, they need to say, "Oh, he's like melting down." Then we need something that's to freeze him, not just having
Build the Super X mid-movie or something.
him and we just have it there stored in the basement. We can use it whenever we want. Then you don't have agency because all the work is done by the writer saying, I have the magic solution right here, take it. They don't actually work for it in this movie.
And then storytelling. Wouldn't it have been cool? No, Lau, that got me an idea. That gave me an idea. Wouldn't it have been cool if the movie was just because I know they try to do a whole race against time thing, but why don't they do the race against time with the freeze thingamajig? Like, oh, we have to finish building this thing before.
Ooh, that makes sense. Actually, that was what I was gonna.
That's what I'm saying. That's actually what I'm saying.
You need to make it a little realistic because there's no way they can build the Super X3 in like the span of one movie. But I think if you have
but like if you say
maybe
that
you've established the Yamane as
one weapon,
then it's perfectly fine. Like in Evangelion, they said that for this giant sniper rifle, the whole planet had to like cap the electricity, I think, so it can be used on the sniper rifle.
Right.
Something like that.
Or you could.
Every
I mean,
country
that's
of
it's
the
the
world is making
technology, right? I feel like because it's much more advanced. But you also have. I think what you could do is you could also bring in, like, let's say we make the Yamanes like very, very intelligent because they discovered micro oxygen, right? They should be able to understand. They should have a strong basis of physics, chemistry, mathematics, also biology, probably because it's hierarchical, right? And then you could have them design it. Maybe you could have you could incorporate in Miki Saigusa, who is always kind of like just very. I always thought she had a very weird role. It's like
She's annoying. She's like the most annoying
like
character.
a weird distraction. She doesn't really have a point to her character that much.
No, she does. It's just that her point is stupid. That she does have a point, but her point is stupid.
You could utilize her in Godzilla vs. Destoroyah as someone because she's a psychic, right? She should be able to have more foresight, and you can, and so she can think of what to build. She can telepathically move the objects or something.
That is kind of.
I don't think that's how her powers work.
No, they do work like that because in Space Godzilla, the fucking bitch literally
She reminds me of Godzilla, right?
And that's why
She's growing
think that
stronger in
was
each
so
movie.
stupid because she literally levitates a bed that she's in, and then
Are there
she
any limits though?
she
To her
levitates.
power?
Yeah.
I don't remember that at all. I don't remember that at all.
Hey,
is there like any limit to her power at that point?
Yeah, what? Casey, what happened? Come on.
Can we just kind of? I was about to say, like, I mean, I'm not done with the letterbox thing yet.
Oh yeah, so sorry about that.
I want to try. I'm trying to get us back on track with that.
Of course.
I mean, it's fine to like touch on bits and bobs here and there, in the Heisei era, considering we are still kind of technically talking about Heisei era, but it's. Just
Godzilla vs. Destoroyah is the movie in the.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I understand that. I just want to get a little bit back on track.
Yeah, of course. No worries.
There's good ideas in Godzilla vs. Destoroyah. Dare I say, there are very good things about it. The cinematography can look amazing at times. The effects work can be top-notch. The designs are very memorable, and the score is fantastic. But at the same time, there are very glaring moments where the presentation absolutely undermines what these aspects should be capable of conveying to the audience. So what, in theory, should be a very compelling film that harkens back to a 70s, 80s Toho disaster film is in actuality a very haphazardly put together film that just kind of exists. It's funny how he said like the effects work were top notch, yet there were like several points in this video where he actually pointed out some objectively obvious technical goofs.
Yeah.
It sounds like his overall take on the production is lightning, though.
It's hindsight guilt that a lot of reviewers do, where they like feel bad over saying something and they retract it even though it's correct.
Yeah, even though they showed the evidence right there, it's just like, dude, it's fine. Like, I'm sure even if the people who made it would acknowledge, like, yeah, that wasn't our best work.
Mean. It was mean.
And you know what? Actually, I do want to say one thing. I think this is the most mid soundtrack of all of Heisei.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Cool, but I don't actually remember what it sounds like.
Like the Burning Godzilla theme, I don't think it's as good as, for example, the Mecha Godzilla theme.
No, I mean,
the Mechagodzilla 1993 has the best rendition of Story of Godzilla, which if they remember that was his actual theme, right? One of the only movies that does that.
Yeah.
Instead of playing the fucking Pursue Godzilla song for Godzilla and not humanity. That shit pisses me off every time I think of it.
Also, that this other song that is like this very like I don't know how to say it. It's a version of this.
Yeah, I know the one.
That one.
I know the one. That one?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Really nice. it's like a nice version of it. And
Yeah,
then
that's a
when you
great
go to
song.
Godzilla versus Violante, you have the Biowars thing.
Yeah.
And to be fair, like here for Godzilla's death,
There's
I
also
feel
that weird saxophone track Casey mentioned, you know?
yeah, that one too. Yeah. Like for example, when it comes to the emotional things here, the sound music themes. That's what I'm trying to say. You know,
Leitmotif.
yeah, exactly.
What word are you using exactly?
When
Like to refer to
we
recurring
are
themes?
talking about how effective
A
and emotional
leitmotif
these
would be like the
things
same
are,
5 notes. These are
no,
more so they bring back old songs and they play them again because it has like familiarity and it's like kind of like the character's theme. Like if you see the
Yeah,
Imperial March comes back, that's not really a leitmotif because it's a whole song, right? Or at least it's a long segment of a whole song. That's what Lau was talking about.
yeah.
Okay.
What,
I was
what
just
I was
trying to
also trying to
get that
say
narrative.
is, I feel like, for example, if you go to the Showa, I don't know if you guys know Sacred Springs. It's a song in Mothra versus Godzilla or something.
Which
I feel
one?
like Sacred Springs.
Oh, from Cotton? I think.
No. From Mothra versus Godzilla from
Oh yeah.
the 64 movie. The thing
Is
is,
it the one where they're chasing around the Shobijin?
when the Shobijin are basically praying because the
Oh,
island has been. If you listen to it, and you should go listen to it, it's one of the most emotional themes that they've ever made for the franchise, I think, until we got Goodbye Old Friend later on, but that was like literally like 20 years after this movie, so I don't.
Yeah,
The
nah,
thing
counterpoint,
about
singular point. I bring up singular point and the Alapu Pala themes.
Oh yeah,
it
but
went
what
hard.
I mean is all
It
of
went
those
hard.
things came later.
Yeah,
But at the
yeah, but
time, I
like
think that
if we're talking about later, yeah, if we're
um,
talking about
I'm gonna
later,
mention this. I think the Ilenas in all their incarnations, they're pretty noteworthy because they always bring around. For them they never do like the same like like orchestral imperial Japanese music. It's always like they bring in like a modern contemporary pop star.
oh yeah,
So,
yeah,
Y'all
but
are.
that's not the
I'm
point of what
sorry.
I'm trying
I'm
to say. What
sorry.
I'm
Since
saying is
y'all
that
mentioned, can I speak? Since y'all
yeah,
mentioned emotional Godzilla tracks, I'm surprised y'all ignored the one big track from Godzilla versus Destoroyah.
the
Requiem,
that's the
right?
one
one
in
I'm
the
talking
end,
about. That's
the
the one
one
I'm
at
Yeah,
the
that
talking
was
about.
end.
I
I
mentioned
feel
it.
like it's fine, but I feel like, for example, something like Sacred Springs from 64 was way more emotional than that one. So what I'm trying to say is that I think that the soundtrack for this movie is one
All
of the
right, guys.
most
Also,
important ones in all of Heisei.
But yeah, I mean, we got one last.
sorry,
There's like
Let's
one
finish
last.
the
of who
letterbox
will
for a bit,
know for
because
Shin Godzilla.
Yeah,
oh
there's
my
literally
god, yes, that's the typical answer. Alapu Pala is just a better answer overall. Every
That's a
single
question.
rendition of Alapu Pala.
there's like literally one sentence worth of the letterbox video review
Oh,
left.
okay. Read it. Read it. We
Yeah,
gotta get.
I'm almost
let's
done.
read it because I actually want to get into something in regards to Godzilla versus Destroyer.
There isn't really much to really respond to this one, but just to close
Good.
it out.
Go on, make it fast.
Okay, let me finish.
My bad. Sorry.
If it were much earlier, or if they waited another year, Destroya would have definitely been realized as the ambitious concept of a bookend that it is.
That's an. That's
Clap, clap,
that's a
clap,
pretty.
clap.
We're done after
Yeah.
4 hours.
4 hours and
No way
42
Hazel lost to
minutes.
Sea Monster Live.
4 hours of just completely going off track. God, I miss Sea Monster Live so much.
No,
I mean,
we have
to be
been
fair,
talking exclusively about the Heisei era and Godzilla versus
Yeah,
Destroyer, how it relates. If anything,
we've
it's
been much more on track
topical.
than regular, or at least the
Yeah, it's
regular.
very topical. Yeah,
yeah,
I don't like when people say it's off track when it's clearly relevant to the conversation.
That's fair.
yeah,
That's
because
fair.
this is the end of Heisei. We will need to talk about every single movie leading up to this one, or at least bring them up at certain points to say
Honestly,
that
I'm
that makes sense.
considering scheduling a Heisei era debate between you two, Lau and Rooney versus Gojin, and maybe Kuru if Kuru's up for that. I don't know.
Who is
I might
question.
I
It's just
might,
four
but
of us.
honestly, like I don't think I would be prepared for that because finding the purest versions of the movies is pretty hard.
Yeah, dude, like
The
it's so
Japanese
funny
stuff, right?
because I was trying to watch the subtitle version for this one, and when I could finally do it, the subtitles the subtitles were trash. So it's like the other day I was talking about Space Godzilla or Mecha Godzilla with Gojin, right? And I think you all saw it. Like he was like, you cannot watch that version because there's plot holes generated by the dub. And it's
Yeah.
like those plot holes are not the problems with the movie. Those are like the least important issues I have with it. And then if you get the subtitles, you get a completely different set of issues of understanding what they're saying.
Y'all remember when
Here's my suggestion: just find the screenplay and read it. That's it. Just find the screenplay. That's the only solution I
Okay,
can come
but
up
if
with.
you do that,
Then the screenplay needs to be
or
accurately
learn
presented.
Japanese, you learn Japanese and you just watch the movies without dub or sub. But that's a very
That's a big brain shit right there.
I mean, Kuru's doing that, so.
Oh.
Yeah, because he's a
Yeah, my
weeb.
intention so far for Godzilla power
I
scaling.
find that Rooney. I find that hilarious coming from the Berserk and Attack on Titan fan.
I don't like Attack on Titan all that much anymore, and Berserk is really the only manga I've ever read.
It's a good manga. It's definitely a pretty solid one. I
It's
think
the only one I
everyone.
care to read because it's just so good. Like I don't think I'll ever find something like Berserk because like the metaphysics of the world building is just so structurally like
Also,
just
we
coherent.
don't deserve Berserk.
We don't deserve Berserk. We really
So,
don't.
so he's not a weeb for liking Berserk. He would be a weeb if he liked anything with horse girls or cat girls or dog girls or monster girls.
Listen.
of any kind.
What about Uma Musume is so hard to accept? Like genuinely.
They're
It's
horses.
not hard to accept. It's just that I'm not interested in it.
Actually, you know what? It's not even that they're horses. It's because they're girls. If they were men.
And on that note,
Actually, wait, no, I have no right to speak about that. I have been the one questioning the world building of Uma Musume since Kuru first showed me the movie.
What does that work actually?
And on that note, I think it's time to start.
Sea Monster, one last thing. I swear, it's related to the stream. One last thing. I want your guys' take on this because I partly agree with it, but I want to hear more opinions on it.
Okay.
So, in regards to Godzilla versus Destoroyah, the infinite. I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read this. The infinite heat ray or hyper fire ray just could not be conveyed well enough in Godzilla vs. Destoroyah. His powers seem extremely contextless. Some people would hate me for saying these things because they think I'm looking for something too overpowered. I'm just looking for playing it straight, taking it at face value. I get it. Godzilla would just die from his own attack in these cases, but he'd also die from existing at all. So sensibilities like that are irrelevant. What I'm saying is that his damage output has been underneath what it would have been, what it would actually be for over 70 years now.
You're saying it's not its portrayal isn't that good, right?
I'm hearing an echo, so still.
Makes sense. Because it's supposed to be each one is infinitely stronger than the last, but you don't really feel that though. Like you don't even really feel the significant.
How much of that is practicalities of the time?
Most of it, actually. Most of it is because they're on a budget and they can't display fucking infinity on a budget.
Yeah, but then how come Heisei Gamera was able to convey damage well and not Heisei Godzilla?
Heisei Gamera movie often just had. Well, first off, there's 3 of them compared to like 7 that they made each year. right? It's
Actually, no, I agree with
not really an argument because
it's
Yeah,
a
like
no
three.
one
they
is
didn't
going
have
to.
to do it like that. Like I know that they had like movies every other year, but like they didn't
It
have
took
to do it like.
multiple years for Revenge of Iris. I think the Heisei Gamera movies just have like the Heisei Gamera trilogy just has better production than Heisei versus Godzilla movie.
Also,
Yeah,
it's
that's what I'm
important.
saying.
No, let me also state it's also important to know that Revenge of Iris has less kaiju sequences than versus Destoroyah.
Yeah.
So they had more time to allocate the budget to the kaiju.
And also,
Yeah,
like,
well,
to be fair,
that's what I'm
Australia
saying. Like
couldn't
the
even
Heisei
make
Godzilla movies didn't need to
Latino
do it the
war.
way they did. They didn't need to do it like that.
Right. Godzilla vs. Mecha Godzilla 1993 has the most monster movie screen time out of any movie in the franchise. And other than the fact that it obviously doesn't really feel like that because he's not that significant in the story, he also, it just feels like a lot of it just kind of looks like shit. Aesthetically,
Bro,
visually,
that looks like a cocaine bird.
Yeah,
Bird.
it doesn't feel like that. It just is because
it
again, like
is.
the Heisei movies, most of the fights on their own is just them hugging each other to death.
No, isn't it mostly like them throwing beams and then
Throwing beams. If they're not throwing beams, then they're hugging each other to death. Just kind of like
Well,
kind of clawing at each other.
I can't say I hate the idea of grappling in monster movies. You know,
They're rubbing up against each other. That's what they're doing. It's not like an.
as a
Imagine if they just
video,
went up to you.
They're just
Imagine if
grinding against each other.
yeah,
yeah,
that's
like
what
just
that's
put on
kind of realistic, actually. You know, as kind of like
realistic.
an freestyle wrestler, I think it's definitely interesting,
But
but
what
I
I
don't think
don't
they do
like
it
is
well
that
enough
they
to
took
justify how
literally
fucking boring it is.
Do you know
the
how
problem.
animals fight in the animal kingdom? Like,
Yes,
do you actually know how they like look up?
so
Look.
it depends because some some animals will hit each other and they'll viciously maul each other, and some will try and like grab one to like strain it and squeeze its life out of it. Right?
And the most common thing is that they don't fight at all. They avoid
Right.
it.
But it's a monster movie. So that's not going to
But
happen.
no,
That's
but
what I
Okay.
was going to say. This realism thing is
you can
like
have animals. Like you can have these giant animals fight each other in interesting ways. I mean, like if you let's look at something like let's say you have an animal that's like inspired by a squid or something, or that specific kind of squid that throws a kind of ink that kind of looks like I forgot what it was, but it just kind of wraps around your hand, kind of like it's a symbiote trying to take over you. Imagine if that was like poisonous and it was trying to kill another
Okay.
monster. This other monster is like a
Um,
Komodo dragon trying to use its venom, but also just trying to like hack and slash and just hack the creature to pieces. Like if you really take into account animal behavior, especially the more exotic animals and how they fight and how they kill and how they hunt, you can create some really interesting out of this world choreography as opposed to just trying to do something that's just like guys in rubber suits. You know what I mean? And so
and Gamera did it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Actually, I would argue
So,
Gamera has been doing that since day one. Like it's not even just at the Heisei.
Gamera
uh,
is, yeah, mostly
Gamera
striking.
in general. Watch
okay.
versus Giron's fight.
Wait,
Versus
see,
Giron
see
is some
wants
of the
to say
most
something.
insane
Yeah.
choreography.
Watch
I actually kind
Gamera
of.
Super Monsters fights, guys.
Okay. Yeah. I kind of want. Yeah.
On the
I'm pretty
screen,
much.
yeah.
I kind of need to wrap this stream up here because I got like a quick errand to run in a few minutes. So.
All
yeah,
right.
let him finish.
I can leave if y'all want to, but
Yeah. Yeah, let's start wrapping this up.
Yeah.
yeah. So, what is the consensus here?
I mean, I
The
still
video is
love
not
versus
that bad.
Destoroyah.
The video could have been better. I've just.
Yeah, I don't think it's that great. I think it's a flawed movie. I think some concepts might have been better. But I think it's definitely the best 90s Godzilla movie, not a high bar, because 90s Heisei is the worst era. It is. I know I slander the MonsterVerse a lot, but I solidly think the MonsterVerse is better than 90s Heisei. Because the MonsterVerse is mid to bad, right? Like most of it is mid, it trends slowly into bad. Like some of it is a little bad. The Heisei era the Heisei versus era is really fucking bad in the 90s. In the 80s, it was immaculate, right? If they just kept that trend, it would have easily been better than the Showa era, which I consider to be the best era of Godzilla movies. But
oh boy,
Oof.
oof.
See, I'd say it's Millennium.
Okay.
Easily.
Millennium,
Millennium probably the best, but that's mainly out of comparison because most of what came before is and then storytelling.
Right.
No cohesion, no.
I think the whole cause and
logical
effect factor that has been repeatedly brought up is making my old comparison of Godzilla X Kong to Escape the Abandoned Building like so much fucking funnier, right? Because that's just like aesthetic similarities, right? You know, you have this narrative that's similar in both movies where you have two main characters, one is more experienced than the other, and they go in to face off against this villain who is like an old man, kind of, and he controls these goons, and one is smaller than the other, and they also have, you know, a monster, and at the end they kind of redeem a small child. It's those similarities, right? And my consensus with an abandoned building was better because, you know, it didn't like try to set up these insane expectations,
Okay,
right? Moderate expectations, build them.
Anyways, let's
So much
we got to get back on track here. This is not.
That was
funny
like a very weird.
When you look
tangent.
at this on top, please let me speak. Please, I'm asking you nicely. Let me speak. It's so much fun when you look at this now because if you look at it overall, Escape the Abandoned Building is one arc of Usogwi. It's the second arc, to be precise. Usogwi is probably the greatest work in terms of like cause and effect of all time, right? Like easily the greatest work. I'll end this in like 5 minutes. Don't worry, like 2 minutes. And I think that's really fucking funny because on the other hand, we have Godzilla X Kong, the new empire. But yeah, that's all I have to say. I don't know what else. Godzilla vs. Biomonster was cool.
Okay.
Super Comic Godzilla was cool. That's about it.
Okay.
Bye.
Anyone? Oh.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna shill. I'm
Yeah,
not even
no,
gonna shill.
I just woke up. I'm too tired to do so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
No,
sub.
that's interesting.
Okay?
You can have it if you want to.
Sub to Sea Monster, guys. He put a lot of. He
Yeah.
suffers for your sins. Okay.
Yeah.
Also, he discussed it. So.
Yeah. Thank you guys for
Sub to
coming
me first,
on.
though. I have a Warhammer video.
I have a live stream about Disney's Dinosaur coming up, so, and a Gamera project.
That's awesome. And now, Lau, you got nothing.
No, it's fine.
Okay. All right. I have a stream next week. Maybe. I'll probably see what the rain check is going to be like for, if it'll be next week or some point in this month. I may have a video coming up by the end of the year, maybe. I'll get back to y'all on that. Maybe related to the topic that we've just discussed today. But we'll see, But yeah, thank you all for coming. See you next time. All right, peace.
Superman debate coming soon.
Oh, yeah.